Burko clashed with Black Rod over getting a front row seat for Obama's speech for the dreary wife, Sally the Burke. Prince Harry's going to one of those hair loss clinics. And I've noticed, actually, Steve Dixon from Sky has been to one of those hair loss clinics. I don't know why, it always looks fine, his hair. But you know what people are like? They get so vain, and they go, oh, I'll spend the money. It's about between £7,000 and £11,000. I'd rather go bald. Wait a minute, I have gone bald. What's the point? Would I really want to have some hair? No. I was flipping through the television channels over the weekend, and they were playing The Bros after the screaming stopped. And there's no doubt in my mind that Matt Goss has got some seriously odd issues going on. He spent all the time arguing with his brother because he thought he knew what he was talking about. He just comes over as a petulant child. It was very embarrassing. I've seen it about 3 or 4 times. And I still find new bits on it as well. Magaluf, otherwise known as anyway, they're going to lay down the law. You'll have to sign a code of conduct when you move. Well, that's going to work, isn't it? Assuming that the people who go to Magaluf know how to sign their names. That'll be the first thing they've got to get round. Lewis Capaldi wants to play lookalike Les Dawson in a movie. Dele Alli, who's a footballer, sent a video making fun of Asian men over coronavirus. And dreary old Jack Fincham says, I was Jack the lad, now I'm Jack the dad. Oh, right. That changes things, does it? He's also the most boring person in the world. Plus, a female keeper of lions goes into the enclosure, I think in South Africa. Not a wise thing to do. And they attack her and kill her. It happens. It's happened in this country where people open the door. They think, oh, they're all lovely. Unfortunately, once you enter their space, that's different, completely different. Ralph Little becomes engaged to an American playwright, and Philip Schofield says he must have been gay when he wed, which, I suppose is sort of... The only other thing I don't understand about it didn't come as any surprise. The moment it was announced on This Morning, not on one of his days, I hasten to add, is people sort of sending me texts going, Philip Schofield's come out as gay, and I went, yeah, and? Like it was something... I'll have a tea, actually. I think I'll have a tea. This morning, I'll have a tea. And so he sort of came out as a sort of gay, and I thought to myself, why would that be? Why would you choose now? He's been married 27 years. I knew about this donkey's years ago, perhaps even before he did. If he's saying, I must have been gay when I got married, you would know this. It just doesn't creep up on you. You don't go, do you know, I think I'm straight. Oh, I must be gay. It doesn't work like that, does it? It's like, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle, here's my sugar bowl. It doesn't work like that. And so all of a sudden they have a meeting on the Thursday, a hastily arranged meeting, and then on the Friday he does his announcement on Ruth and Eamon show. They must have been shocked when they said, oh, by the way, the first 15, 25, 35, 40 minutes of the programme is going to be taken up with Philip coming out. Because I think everybody in This Morning knew. And the worst thing is that the newspapers are now full of, and certainly online, of a person who's very friendly with Philip Schofield. I can't say too much about it because I don't know how it works, but normally, if you're in inverted commas straight and you're going to come out as gay, you don't just go, I think I'll do it Friday. You'd have done it ages and ages ago, unless you'd be forced. He says he wasn't. Now, the internet is full of rumours. The internet is full of rumours of a particular person who's been named on the internet. Now, he says there's nobody that he's rushing off to see afterwards. Now, whether or not the story that appears on the internet is part of his story, I don't know. But it does seem odd. I remember it happened with Stephen Gately, when they were sort of going... What they do is it happened to Paul Ross. Exactly the same. People go out with somebody, and then they finish with them. They don't want to go out with them again, and it's a case of, that's it, thank you very much indeed. Normally on the gay scene, you go out with somebody, when you finish with them, they either go into the toilet and sob their eyes out, or basically you go and find somebody else. Sometimes, though, people react, if you're famous, they're going to be looking for some sort of financial remuneration. You're not going to dump me. Some people take it very badly. And they don't want to be dropped. So there you have the situation of Pip Schofield, who, after 27 years, decides on this particular day, Thursday, they have a big emergency meeting about it, and then on the Friday, he does his announcement. Now, is this somebody? Because the strange thing is that the Sun journalist who wrote about it happened to be in the studio on the day that he was making the announcement. She's told us she was in the studio. Well, why would she have been there? Were they foretold about this? I mean, is there a person who might not or might have had a fling with Philip Schofield? Because basically, that's all it comes down to. You know, unless he's into weird things like swinging from a chandelier dressed as Tarzan, which I think is highly unlikely. I don't see Philip Schofield as doing anything like that. But it's his business. But if somebody threatens you, no matter how serious or how mild, the one thing you have to do is you have to stop it. And in the case of Paul Ross, the person who was going to go to the papers and tell them all about, you know, what Paul Ross got up to, Paul Ross and his wife preempted it. They went to the papers. Stephen Gately actually ended up talking to the papers about being gay because I think they had somebody who was prepared to go there. Now, I don't know in Philip Schofield's case. All I know is there's something very odd on the internet of somebody who obviously wants to be a presenter and is using this morning's set to make an audition tape. What do they call them? Show reels. And this particular person has been named on the internet as the person who was working on the programme, and you don't. Why would they allow somebody to use the This Morning studio as a show reel? But can we all go down there and make a show reel? The producer's desperate to make a show. He wants to stand in the kitchen where Gino D'Acampo stood. He wants to walk down the corridor and say, and here's all these people, you know, this is Gino D'Acampo, this is, you know, Eamon Holmes, this is blah, blah, all their pictures and everything else. It's an odd one, isn't it? And the more I think about it, the more peculiar it becomes. Why all of a sudden, after 27 years, he chooses to come out? Holly Willoughby knew about it, so if she knew about it, I'm assuming everybody knew about it. I think the wife's... I mean, why are we treating and saying the wife's very brave? I think she's known about it for years. Years and years. We don't know for a fact, but why would you all of a sudden choose to come out now? He's only got positive publicity. He hasn't got any bad publicity. He hasn't got any bad publicity at all out of it. And why should he have? It's his business. They are a unit. They are, you know, the two girls and mum and dad. Whichever way you look at it, it's always going to be that. But it just seems very odd, doesn't it? Very, very odd. Pete in Clapham Junction says, sometimes things are so obvious. Well, I thought so. I just thought it was slightly odd. I mean, you know, people kept saying he was very brave. I didn't understand the brave bit. I didn't understand why it's so brave to come out. Listen, everybody likes Pip Schofield. Everybody. Everybody likes him. There's nobody... I've never met anybody who doesn't like him. But there's little bits of this story that are not fitting into the wheel. The wheel's missing a few spokes at the moment. Steve, talking of haircuts, I went to Twickenham Hair and Barbers yesterday. Fantastic. From Magda. Who's Magda? Oh, no, we don't do Twickenham Hair and Barbers. Oh, God, no. Definitely not. We always do the same ones. They've been cutting my hair for years and years. And Darren and Gina in Staines are up with it. So hope you're all going to be fine after all this this wind and rain. Apparently very windy in Sussex. Staying indoors, Steve. I don't blame you. Brenda wants to know why people leave it so late in coming out. Well, I suppose he would be worried on how people would react to him. But I don't think... The people who watched this morning and watched Philip Schofield... I mean, I did tweet. I wonder if Gordon the Gopher knew anything about it. But people do leave it late. I suppose they have to... He said he'd been thinking about it for ages, you know, and sort of trying to come to terms with what it is. Now, I'm not believing, because I'm not stupid or naive, that he's been gay for 27 years, because he thought when he got married he might have been gay as well, which is a bit ridiculous. But how many has he been out with? Who's he been out with? What sort of people does he go with? I mean, do we see Philip Schofield all in leather, you know, wearing one of those peak caps, looking like a reject from the Village People? Or do we see him maybe cross-dressing? You know, what do we see? People would love to know what the other half looks like or looked like, because there must have been, in 27 years, there's got to be a few. Hasn't there? I mean, I'm assuming he must have been out with more than 4 in 27 years. Wonder what they look like. I wonder. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. We take all of your texts and emails this morning. So the more you send in, the more we read out. But we're only here until 7 o'clock. And so we would love to know, actually, what the weather is like where you are. Because so far in London, it's just it's normal round here. It's not particularly. Don't think it looks any different out there than it does any other morning. It's nice to have your company. It's just gone 5:15 on a Sunday morning when, people's umbrellas... I've tied my umbrellas down. They enjoyed every minute of it. I decided I wasn't going to risk anything being blown away. So I've just tied the umbrella down at the base, which is fantastic. Little wild in Torquay, weather-wise. Travelled down by train yesterday, staying tonight as well, and all being well, travel back tomorrow. I'm hoping it's going to be... I don't want to be proved wrong again, because we've had this before. When we had a storm, do you remember when they said, somebody's written in to me saying, we can have a storm tonight, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. Pfft, next day, trees uprooted, the whole blooming thing. We all went completely mad, didn't we? But snowstorm coming, says Connie. Connie is in Minnesota, though, and they seem to have a lot. Steve, could it be that Philip Schofield is doing all these adverts on... Thank you. It's nice. It's a nice cup of tea. Looks lovely. And the tea bag's still in the cup. Yes. All right.
Very well.
Good. That's what I like to hear. And I was going to buy him some chocolate, but of course he can't eat chocolate. So, which is actually all the more for us. So you can't even have the little donuts, which I'm assuming by now must have gone. Have you... Sorry? You can't... They've got eggs. He's eaten all of them, except one, I think. So he actually did... They're only little mouth size, just bite size, as I call them. They were lovely. 3 left. Eke them out. Can you eke them out? He went into a shop the other day and he said... I knew he was exaggerating. Donuts as big as your head. He said, and I thought, no, that's a gross exaggeration, Nick. It's not true. But I went to a market a few years ago down in Marylebone, and they had donuts there. They were lovely, and they were filled with really nice fillings, like blackberries and stuff like that. But they were so messy. I mean, by the time you put it in your mouth and when it dribbled all down your chin, because you try and find out where they've inserted it, don't you? You can normally you can see, the little indicator. On those little ones you can see where they've inserted something to put the filling in. But they're very nice. But the one, Nutella, the one as big as your head. See, I thought about that the other day. I don't really like Nutella. That's that chocolate spread, isn't it? It doesn't do a thing for me at all. They changed the recipe. Oh, is it made by... it could be made by another company then, couldn't it, really, I suppose? It's Ferrero... Oh, as in Ferrero Rocher. Oh, is it really? Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn. I didn't know. I remember all the adverts for Ferrero Rocher. And they sell them all, the whole range, in Costco. They do the dark chocolate, the white chocolate, the milk chocolate, all in one box, which is quite nice. They do the pyramid-shaped ones. They do the little ones with some Prosecco. They were always sold as being quite sort of classy. They're not really. They're really quite chav. Very chav. It's this sort of nutty thing with nuts on it. And you undo the wrapper, because I think they were sort of selling them, weren't they, as it was used at the best garden parties. Well, I should imagine the Queen's even heard of them. Do you think she's heard it? Unless they've sent her a box for free. That'd be quite nice. Blowing a gale in Croydon, Steve, says Jim. It deserves it. I think we can say that, can't we? Croydon deserves it. What was that thing that the Poet Laureate did years ago? Come bombs, rain on Slough. When he was doing... That was the Poet Laureate, whose name I can't remember, but he was on the Parkinson show, I think. Steve, the Orwell Bridge is closed thanks to the wind. So that means rejoining the A12 near the disused Toys R Us by the Copdock interchange. Hopefully the Greggs near the adult shop is open. I'm going to try and park outside because I'm feeling fancy. How lovely. I like the idea. We have 2 Greggs in Twickenham. We're very posh. We have 2 Marks and Spencers. We're very posh. Very posh. Freezing cold in Shropshire. 12 degrees outside. Currently listening to you and my partner telling me of his dream being in the American Marines. Lord. Not sure about that, Karen. Not sure about that. Get rid of him. When you say partner, is it long? Is it long? James in Fulham says Philip was obviously... No, you see, I don't think so. I think there is a story with Philip. There is a story as to why there's this thing on the internet of a show reel of somebody who worked at This Morning. And I can't work out why they'd allow one person to make a show reel on the set of This Morning. Very odd. Sue says heavy rain and gale winds here in Shrewsbury. Oh, it's Shrewsbury. Slough is a 10-stanza poem by Sir John Betjeman. First published in 1937, the British town was used as a dump for war supplies materials in the interwar years, and it then abruptly became the home of 850 new factories. And it went, "Come, friendly bombs, and fall on Slough. It isn't fit for humans now. There isn't grass to graze a cow. Swarm over, death." Went down very well, actually, that, for people living in Slough. All they tell you in Slough is you can smell the Mars factory. The Mars factory makes chocolate things, and you can smell that. Mind you, could smell United Biscuits, which was up on the Great West Road before they sort of knocked it down and put up Sky. And now, when I was a DJ, I was a DJ for United Biscuits back in 1972. Hardly seems possible. No, there are no recordings of me, thank you very much indeed. No, there's definitely no recordings of that. There might be... we used to have to do adverts, make our own adverts, that was part of the deal, to play in the factories. So there'd be one about compressed air, which could kill you, and things like that. And so somebody did one which went, "Compressed air can kill." And they would play every so often. You'd all have to do one a week, but of course I was bone idle. I never did it. I never did it every week, but I quite enjoyed it. I was thinking, because it's next week, we got the show at the theatre over the road. And somebody said, the producer said to me the other day, he said, so what are you going to talk about? I said, "I've no idea. Not a clue." But then it's like this programme, we don't have a clue what goes on in this programme, and yet strangely the audience figures have gone up. I mean, how does that work? How does that work? You know, you actually sort of, you do a programme. Mind you, we didn't do Brexit and the audience figures went up, which I thought was quite funny. Well, I didn't think it was funny, but I just thought it's going to be better for me next time round. Not too windy in the Maldives, says Ruth. I don't think it would it, in the Maldives? Do they have wind in the Maldives? I don't know. Yes, Ruth's showing off, says the producer, because you're in the Maldives and we're not. He actually wants to come out there and sort of partake of a little holiday in the Maldives. I don't think I've ever been, actually. What's it famous for, the Maldives? Is it famous for anything? Excuse me. What I say? What was that? Oh, is that slurping? It's a very odd noise, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Is that something in the Maldives? Steve, I saw Danny Dyer for the first time on the latest episode of Would I Lie to You? See what you mean now? Dreadful, she opens her mouth. I know. But that's the trouble with these people, isn't it? What? How you doing? You know, and you think, and that's supposed to be class. Not really. 62 mile an hour winds forecast for Waltham Abbey at lunchtime, says Roger. Well, if you sleep through it, it's fine. Little Julie says, getting very windy now. Looking out the window, watching the trees swaying. I used to love that. Oh, I had to get my car tax the other day. That's always depressing. How much do you think car tax is nowadays? For me, £150. Pfft, I wish. 570. 570. And then it said on it, this car requires an MOT. And I thought, it's got an MOT. Why did they say this car requires an MOT? So I sort of checked online. You can go to the DVLA website and it says check on your car. You can put your car number in. You can see when your MOT runs out and your tax. My MOT's got another 6 months to run. So that saved me a little bit of money, didn't it? Really, which was quite nice. But, no, £570 for road fund. Dreadful, really. Steve, excellent service from Barclays. Card got swallowed on Friday by an angry ATM. New debit card arrived Saturday, says Gary. Well, that's good, isn't it? Steve, why come out now unless to take the sting out of somebody else's disclosure? Well, I mean, it could be. It could be. It's just the odd thing I thought was this person who's on the internet interviewing Philip Schofield. This is obviously somebody who's desperate to be a presenter, but he's been given the luxury, and by God it is a luxury, of using this morning's set to make his show reel. And I've never heard of that before. That's like writing to Loose Women saying, can I use the set for making a show reel? And they'd be going, no. But obviously Philip Schofield agreed to it because he sat down and did a long interview with this bloke. I mean, it's an odd one, isn't it, really? Perhaps he paid for it. Perhaps there's like sort of, yes, you can do a show reel. You can do this one with Holly or somebody like that. It's very odd. The bloke sounds a little bit like Joe Pasquale, but much younger, of course. Steve, I was stupid enough to switch channels last night and discovered people who can't even string a basic sentence together. Yes, it was Love Island. I know, they are really dreadful. One of the girls, so if you came from Holland, you spoke Hollandaise. I know. It is embarrassing that you really get thick people like that on the television. And, of course, they're all competing with who's actually going to pick somebody up first in the programme. So they bring on all these sort of blokes who've been to the gym and shaved their bodies and everything else. And then they get out there and then it's, you know, who am I going to pull on this programme? Like, come here, darling. And then they have sort of games like you've got to transfer something from your mouth to theirs. Unfortunately, it's never speech. And so you have to put up with these sort of stupid people. Then they come out there. We've had a few in here. I've seen them arriving in the morning. They've started behaving as if there's something important. What is the matter? I mean, it's like... I just don't understand it. Did any of these people go to school, says David? Well, they did. I know that they went to school because it said on their CV they went to school. It was approved. And so it's obviously a very good school, isn't it, I should imagine. What else we got? Somebody else saying you're on fire. I don't think I'm necessarily on fire. I'm not really on fire, actually, just slightly smouldering, which is quite nice. Heavy gales and rain out there. Steve, I haven't seen the stories online. Reports are saying, wait a minute, that he was forced to come out. They say the wife's devastated. I don't think she is. I really don't think she is. I put hand on heart on that one. They've all said they totally support him. They're not. Why would she be devastated? She's been married to him for 27 years. Do you think she didn't know? I love it when sort of, you know, young people say, I'm going to come out and I'm going to come out to my parents. And the parents go, yeah, we knew. I mean, you can't fool your parents. They know. They absolutely know. Dunkin' Donuts near Fleet Street, my guilty 2 a.m. trip. I nearly bought him Dunkin' Donuts today. I bought a box, but I couldn't find a place that was selling them, which was a bit of a pain. Otherwise, you had all those... I quite like the one that's got like a stewed apple inside it. That's quite nice. You'd have said Krispy Kreme. That's it, Krispy Kreme. That's the ones I'm thinking of. And I should have thought about them, but I didn't. Quite windy in Crouch End. I know. It always is, isn't it? I don't know why. Somebody says maybe people are so insanely cruel that Philip Schofield had to conduct a fake life to pursue his career. I think all the people that he worked with knew. I don't think it was ever a secret. I really don't think it was. I mean, I knew about this 35, 40 years ago, which seems a long time ago, doesn't it? He's 57 now, and yeah, probably about 30-odd years ago, I'd heard about it. But that's the way it goes in the business. There's no secrets. You want to hear some of the stuff I know about the team I work with? God, blimey, I tell you, you'd never believe it. I knew of Philip when he was in Hong Kong, when he was doing continuity there. And he came over here. Of course, I mean, the BBC were furious with him because he owned Gordon the Gopher. That they learnt their lesson on that one. The BBC like to own stuff that's used on air. And because Gordon the Gopher became such a huge star, his grandmother made Gordon the Gopher, so he owned Gordon the Gopher. So all the money he made, I mean, he must have made a fortune, I should imagine. By the time Andy Crane came along with Ed the Duck, the BBC had learnt their lesson. You don't own Ed the Duck. He was owned by somebody else. Did Andy Peters have an aardvark? He probably has, actually. I know Andy quite well, and I should imagine he probably has. A crow? Mike Reed. Did he really? I used to love Saturday Superstore. I used to love all those kids' programmes. I liked all the kids' programmes that were a bit fun. Not dreary. There's not really a lot to... Cheggers plays pop. And he'd go, go. Remember that? That was almost uncanny. Company. And proper windy in Winchmore Hills. Proper windy. Who says proper windy? Proper windy it were, I tell you. I were watching Frasier, Steve, and it were proper windy. Steve, because of the storm, do you have emergency power at Global in case you have a power cut? Now, that I can't answer for you. I don't think we are right next to an electricity substation. The whole of Leicester Square is a substation. So it's just a matter of putting another shilling in the slot and giving us another 15 minutes. I don't think I've ever known, at home, all of a sudden it trips the fuse or whatever, it all go bang and everything go, I've got to reset the clocks. And not here, though. I've never known an electricity switch off. So the answer is I can't answer you. Which is not particularly clever, is it? So, I mean, I'm assuming we have. My godchildren have. And how would you react if suddenly a stranger would enter your studio when you're on air? I get it all the time when the assistant producer walks in to go and make me a cup of tea. That's a stranger. Yeah, I mean, Nick Abbott has a lot of problems with things like that. People generally just sort of opening the door and going, boo! And he then frightens himself. So he's had a few situations. Which, of course, always makes me... He's hopeless with cars. Have you noticed? He can't get cars that work. I don't know what he's paying for these things, but they're real wrecks. He needs to splash out, but it's not like he hasn't got any money. After that lottery win a few years back, I mean, he's loaded. He's absolutely loaded. Was go not Mike Reed, says Simon. Yeah, it was, but I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? It still works for Checkers Plays Pop. Why aren't you in the same room as your producers? Because I don't like them. Okay, it's as simple as that. That's how it works. I love it. Watch the Whitney Houston documentary. Have you seen it? Yes. Waste of a great talent. Yes, she had drug problems. And unfortunately, that's what happens to people nowadays. People, go out and somebody says, take this, you'll feel better. See, the trouble is I've always achieved that with a bottle of Prosecco. If I go out for dinner, I can do a bottle of Prosecco quite easily. And I'm in a very good mood. I wouldn't want to take anything else. I really wouldn't want to. I'd be too frightened in case it reacted against me. It might react with my medication. So in fact, I'm pretty useless, and I can't. Well, I was going to say I can't inject. I do inject every day, but I couldn't inject if I was putting something like heroin into me. I mean, that would be absolutely awful. I can't think of anything worse. I feel ill thinking about it. It's very Moorish, apparently. Do you know that you can detect heroin in the brain quicker than you can? You can detect smoking in the brain. The effects of cigarettes in the brain, because my friend, just around the corner here, has given up smoking. And I was thinking to myself, why do people, want to give up smoking? The answer is because you get to a certain stage in your life and you think, I think I want to be a better person. He's only been going 4 days. He's only done 4 days. And I was thinking to myself, 4 days... Is that, I said, I was tempted to say to him, but I thought there was no point rubbing it in, by going, wait till you've done 12 years, like I have, and then sort of come, because you still get a craving every so often. Mind you, I get cravings for all sorts of things. And I wanted a steak the other night, and I thought I had steak in, but I didn't. So I didn't have steak. I know, howdy-ho. And I was but Rich has given up smoking. And he's done the 4 days, and I felt like saying that's not really a long time. It is if you're a smoker. It is if you're a smoker. Because I've been out with people for dinner and lunch, and all of a sudden I'm the only one sitting at the table as everybody goes out to go and have a cigarette outside. So I sort of sit there, because gone are the days where you could actually smoke in a restaurant. I used to love smoking in a restaurant, except I went to Joe Allen's one time, and they used to have a cut-off point on the table. Say it was like 33 and then 34 was non-smoking, which of course seemed a bit pointless to me, because if I was smoking on table 33, the smoke would drift. And I can remember this lady, she was an American, and the Americans were hugely anti-smoking. And she said to the waitress, excuse me, can you move us to another table? And I knew it's because I was smoking and blowing the smoke in her particular direction, because they were having a very boring and tedious conversation. Somebody told me off. Well, they didn't tell me off the other day, but they looked at me. I was sitting in the disabled seat on the bus. They have a few disabled seats, and I was sitting in it. So when I get on the bus, I limp. And I always think, just in case anybody... And I've always got my stock answer. Why are you sitting here? These are for people who are not able to walk. And I go, excuse me, angina, cataracts, diabetes, bad feet. Yeah? Want anything else? 80 tablets a week and insulin twice a day. That's why I'm sitting here. And this woman got on and she had to walk past me to go and sit somewhere else. And then she thought better of it, came and plonked herself down next to me. Well, she had the biggest bum I've ever seen in my entire life. So all of a sudden, I'm squashed up against the seat. So I just look out the window like that. And every time she moved, her bum rummed up against the side of my bottom, which was very off-putting, really. I don't want to get on buses and have that kind of experience, thank you. Get enough of that down at the BBC. And I was thinking to myself, what am I going to do this weekend? If the weather's going to be as bad as it is, my brother's going out, there's a group of them going out because it's his wife's birthday, so it's Marion's birthday today. And I thought, I'm not risking going down there, not in this weather. I don't want it to turn nasty. My car's quite low, so I think it hugs the road. But I don't want to go past high-sided vehicles, which might be swaying and... like that. It's a bit dangerous out there. Apart from that, whatever. What was the other one? Oh, Russell Howard, the comic. I quite like Russell Howard. He's had all his teeth done. He was hit in the face by a sex toy thrown by a woman heckler. Who goes to a comedy show and throws a sex toy? What a waste of batteries. What a waste of batteries. Honestly, those little rabbits and midget gems and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, 2D cells, and then you throw. I mean, you probably do some serious damage. Although I'm told that a lot of festivals, people, if you're right down the front of the stage, have you been to a festival? Right down the front of the stage, have you weed in a bottle and then thrown it? No. Lots of people wee in bottles. If you're right at the front, you can't get, excuse me, I'm just going to the toilet, because it would take you like 2 days to get to the toilet. So you take a bottle, some people throw it. Have you heard of that before? Oh, you've seen it happen? I didn't quite believe it. Of course, I can't imagine. Really? Have you seen people in the very cold bits of the Antarctic where they throw water and it freezes in midair? That looks great. Because when we went to the Arctic Circle, when I was weeing, I remember thinking, it might freeze. I could be weeing an icicle here. And then I was thinking, what do you do? Do you just break it off or something? I didn't know what to do. Luckily, it didn't work like that at all. But, God, it was cold. Freezing up. We had about minus 25. That's when all the hairs in your nose, the hairs in your ears, everything freezes. It's awful. It's not pleasant at all. Not pleasant. Steve, just home from Denver, Colorado, with 10-month-old baby daughter Andy. Just bracing ourselves for a couple of days of jet-lag sleep. Fortunately, says Dave and Kerry in Ascot, it means she'll be up at 4 a.m. for the Spike for the next few days. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed. I like people who sort of tell us that they listen to the programme every day, because that shows up the audience figures, because the Spike is still there. Somebody says, challenge for you, buy a pack of chocolate bars called Taxi. Yeah, you can, yes, you can buy taxis. That's the wafer. It's a wafer with sort of chocolate over it. I love it. When we were at school, we used to have them. I was in charge of the school tuck shop, which was quite nice, so I used to eat as much as I used to sell. Taxi. No, it is a biscuit, but it's a wafer biscuit. No, it's definitely not. It's a wafer. Go on, you put it in. Put it on the internet. Go on. I threaten you with it. Go on, put it in. It'll be a wafer biscuit. It's definitely not hard. It's definitely... I know it. I know what it is. I used to eat them all the time. You're going to be eating so much humble pie in a moment. Here we go. Here comes the apology. Ready? There you go, taxis. Oh, look, there it is there. It consists of layers of wafer, caramel and chocolate creme covered in chocolate. Oh, my goodness me, Steve. That means you're right yet again. Yeah, the blue ones are exactly the same, just in a different colour wrapper. I promise you, it's exactly the same. They are wafers. British, but yeah, they're we get such a slap. Yeah, I win. Yeah. Any other questions you want to throw at me this morning? I could go on Masterminds. Favourite topic, chocolate biscuits. I announced on air some years ago, when we were in another building, that I liked snowballs. Have you ever had a snowball? It's like a round thing of foam, like sweet foam, covered in chocolate with desiccated coconut. And the managing director of the company was listening. And he phoned up my producer, because I didn't take phone calls then either. And he said, Steve's just mentioning the fact that he loves these snowballs. And she said, he does actually, he loves them. They sent in 3 cases of them. I mean, seriously, I was as big as a whale. You couldn't have had them because they had milk in. They were delicious, though. You could literally, if you really put your mind to it, shove a whole one in your mouth. No, it's not no. It's no. Thought it was a cocktail. I've never... No, it is... Oh, here we go again. No, it's not. Put in Snowball, then. Go on, put in Snowball. Here we go. Let's have another bit of humble, let's apologise to Steve Allen on air. No, it's definitely a snowball. I think it's made by Tunnocks. Oh, OK. Well, this one is a cocktail. No, I'm not apologising, because it's a mixture of Advocaat and carbonated lemonade. Oh, of course, that's for old people. What are you doing having one of those? It's for old people. This. Have you ever had it? It's eggnog. That's what the Americans call eggnog. I just didn't remember what it is. But it's... You stir it with a taxi, yes. a proper taxi, you know, with the orange light on at the time. He's holding that there. But it's you always used to have to get a bottle of Advocaat in at Christmas, because there'd always be some wizened old aunt who'd be dredged up from somewhere, and she'd go, what does everybody want to drink? And people would go, I'll have this, and the aunt would go, I'll have a Snowball. And you'd think, oh, God's sake. It was the only drink that you pour in the Advocaat, okay, then you pour in the lemonade, then you stir it, and then you stick a cherry on a cocktail stick, a little bit of lemon or something, and you give it, is that all right, Auntie? Yes. And they're the only ones. And the next time they came around, 3 years later, the Advocaat would still be sitting in the corner. I promise you, nobody... It's the only drink that if you drop the bottle and it smashes, the drink retains the shape of the bottle. Eggnog. It's vile. But people have it for Christmas. You can sprinkle cinnamon on the top of it, I think, which sort of makes it festive. Sprinkle taxi bars. You're now obsessed with the taxi bars. You're not going to let that one drop, are you? I bought him in donuts earlier on. Unfortunately, I found the ones that fitted his mouth, and he's managed to eat all of them, barring 2. I think there are 2 left, or they've gone as well. There's still 3. This is out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was it 16? Yes, I'd eaten 2. Yeah, so 14 left. Zora's had 1. Did she have... Oh, Zora... Oh, did she? Oh, naughty Zora. You think she's had 3? Right. So how many have you eaten, then? 11? You've eaten 11? I don't know how you can sit there with a straight face and tell me you've eaten 11 donuts. 6, here we go. 16 minus 3, yeah? Yes. Whatever it is, you've eaten a lot, okay? I can't believe you've eaten that. Mind you, we did this with normal-sized donuts a few weeks ago. He can eat 8 of those very easily. Very, very easily. Steve, what about wagon wheels? Much smaller, Linda. Much smaller. They used to look quite big when you were little because you had little hands. But now they're not right. My mum used to make us drink Snowballs when we were young at Christmas, says Greg. Yeah. Simon says, have you any idea how big a sex toy has to be to take 2 D cells? No, obviously not. No. You are listening to the Steve Allen Show. This isn't some sort of, sexual advice programme, which is sort of offered. Steve. Another one here. Sarah was supporting gay men who are married to women, and she realised it was happening in her own home. She talked about it with Philip Schofield on This Morning. Sarah who? I don't know who Sarah is. But, so she was volunteering for because you get a lot of that, don't you? You get a lot of that where sort of women marry somebody and then the bloke, all of a sudden, they realise likes going out with somebody of the same sex. And sometimes, mind you, it must be even more confusing for sort of women whose husband then starts cross-dressing and they want to go out. I had a next-door neighbour once who was like that. The husband started cross-dressing, but he wanted to go out with his girlfriend while he was dressed as a woman. But the trouble is he didn't look very good dressed as a woman. And she had to sort of go out with him. They seem to be okay, actually. They seem to be okay. Short break. 13 minutes to 6. Morning, nice to have your company. Sunday morning. How blowy is it going to be? Very blowy, I think. The answer is blowing in the wind. Steve, those chocolate things were called tea cakes. Yes, sometimes you got jam in the middle of them. That was no. The other things I'm talking about, I'm afraid, were called snowballs. Okay, they're called snowballs. Do not try and correct me, Mary. It's not worth your while. Seriously, you'll end up the loser on it. Duns used to make caramel wafers made by Tunnocks. Rain and wind battering the windows, trees blowing around as I'm looking across the Worth Valley, says Mary. Thank you for the chuckles. It's amazing how we all remember these blooming biscuits, isn't it? I used to buy those jammy Dodgers and then take them apart and lick the jam. Did anybody ever actually eat the whole jammy Dodger? Well, you shouldn't have done because it had egg in it. Don't tell me... Yeah, have you eaten them then? In the park? Yeah, they are nice. See, I like Bourbons, or a biscuit was called Nice. Please don't write in with your favourite biscuits. This is not BBC Local Shropshire Radio. They used to do these Nice biscuits, which had bits of sugar on. They were quite nice, but you could eat a whole packet. You can go into, like, Iceland, and they're about £1, which is very cheap. Very cheap. Sorry? I'm not telling you my favourite biscuit. We're not that sort of programme. It's not BBC Local Radio desperate for sort of discussing biscuits. I don't have a favourite biscuit. I hardly do biscuits. I hardly do them. I mean, occasionally I might have a ginger nut. I was only saying that to Matt Stadlen the other day. And I was sort of thinking, a ginger nut was quite nice because it was a biscuit with a bit of bite to it. you know, other things. I used to watch them making wafers at United Biscuits, big sheets of it, like sort of 6 foot square. They put all this gunk on, then they put the sheet on the top, and then on the top, and then on the top, and then the machine cut it into, and then it just went into the sort of little packets. The smell was dreadful. You'd have hated it. Steve, custard-filled donuts. Pop in the microwave for 30 seconds, then bite into the warm custard, says little Julie. That sounds quite nice. I do like custard. I like vanilla custard. Vanilla custard's very good, isn't it? As opposed to that yellow custard, which is Bird's. If you go to Waitrose, there's Bird's custard ready made up, or you can go and buy a tin of the powder, which my mother used to make it from the powder, and then they do vanilla custard, that's very nice. That's actually better than the yellow custard. But if we were lucky, my mother used to let me lick the bowl. Well, not physically lick the bowl, that would be ridiculous, but I could put my finger in and work it around, and then what? So honestly, hopeless, you really are. And then I'd sort of like that, and it was delicious. You can all go and sit on the naughty square. I've had enough now. Did Snowballs have coconut sprinkle on top? They did. They did, actually. Steve, is Pip Schofield boosting his TV ads, says Mark in Shoreham. Well, he's certainly doing enough, isn't he? He's certainly doing enough adverts at the moment. For what reason, we have no idea. I mean, I don't know what it was for. I'm not going to fall into that old trap, I'm afraid. But I want to know now, so is he going to stay in the family house, or is he going to buy a little pied-à-terre somewhere, because he can certainly afford it, and then his sort of friends can go round? See, I must be the only one who really couldn't care less about it. What Philip chooses to do is his business. But I don't get the brave thing. I really don't get the brave. He's been happily carrying on his life like this for quite a number of years. Have you tried Hostess Twinkies? No, they sound... We had a Hostess trolley once. That was quite nice. And sex toys, snowballs and donuts. Is this late night with Steve Allen, says Jocasta? Well, it's hardly late night at coming up to 6 o'clock in the morning, is it? This is going to be sort of, early breakfast for a Sunday. When the RNLI pulled out of St Abbs, they took the lifeboat with them. Oh, Tunnocks then stepped in and paid for a replacement. Lovely. There we go. Hostess Twinkies. Pack of what? Oh, golden sponge cake with creamy filling. These aren't... You can't get these in this country, can you? I've never seen these. Oh, sorry. You can get them in this... You can get them from Amazon. Hostess Twinkies. I like the idea of a sponge cake. That sounds a little bit to me like... what's that thing you have, which is sponge with ice cream in the middle of it? Arctic roll. Arctic roll. That was fantastic. Oh, look, there's all these sort of things, isn't there? Good Lord above. Mini marshmallows. So you can put them on top of your cups of chocolate. They've got an American candy box hamper, which has got American... There's a place round opposite the Hippodrome. Is it the Hippodrome? A bit further up. And in Covent Garden. And they do all these American sweets. Have you seen it? It's... Yeah. Have you bought American sweets before? I bet you have. Oh, you like the sweets in... Where's the Australian shop? I didn't know there was an Australian shop. Covent Garden. Wow. Oh, fantails. I'll tell you, Reese's peanut butter, they sound quite nice, don't they? They're little bits. You can't have those. They make your eyes go... I thought they might. You get funny reaction. You get funny reaction for everything you do. Caramel Wafers by Gray did a crunchy treat for everyone. Never heard of Tonics. Okay, somebody else on drugs. And apparently, has anybody had Lotus Biscuits by Biscoff? Oh, yes, you can buy a big bag of them in Costco. I brought them in here before. Big bag of them. Like, there must be about 150, I think, in there. Another one here. Apparently, in the Royal Navy, Steve, they give you ginger nuts to counter the effects of seasickness. I can't do it. I've only ever been ill on a ferry once, and that was DFDS, going all the way over to Holland. Oh, and it was rough. Oh, it was absolutely dreadful. Look at that. Nestle's Henry. 2 peanutty caramel fudge bars in milk chocolate. That sounds quite nice. Sorry, O. Henry. Oh, it's O. Henry. Why would that be O. Henry? Is that available in this country? It's interesting, isn't it? American import. As are all the good things. A different chocolate in America. I think. Somebody told me once they make different chocolate. But Cadbury's is owned by the Americans. Used to be owned by us. They've got sorry? Kraft own it, that's right. Kraft, who make the cheese spreads and stuff like that. Is that awful? Why can't we own it? Because I think, What's-It was doing it on his programme last night. Not Matt, the one before, Nick Abbott. He was actually doing all the companies you think are British, who turn out not to be British. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Steve. Apparently, Harry and Meghan will make loads of money from acting like posh celebrities. Well, to be honest with you, I mean, they've got one gig with one bank, which they were flown to. Carbon footprint, disgusting. But there again, I couldn't care less. They're not in the royal family anymore. They can go and whistle up a rainbow. I couldn't care less. I'm really not interested. Really not interested, which is good. Steve. Snowball drink reminds me of years ago. My grandparents always had a stash at Christmas. But we were allowed to drink Babycham. Babycham. Remember that? The genuine champagne Perry. That was their little... It was all the little jingles that went along with it. And it was then they tried to reintroduce it a short while ago. They brought Babycham back with a little deer or something. The little Bambi thing, that's right. And I never had one. There was another drink you could get at the same time in pubs called Cherry Bee. Do you remember Cherry Bee? Oh, I must be older than I thought. That's the worst thing when you work with young people. They and you say, well, thank you, says the producer. He's so grateful to be in sort of double figures at the moment, but not very high double figures. But they had all these different drinks in the pubs. You would go in there and you'd buy a little bottle of orange juice. Which was delicious. I bought a bottle of chocolate milk the other day. Have you ever had that? Have you had some today? I love chocolate milk. Chocolate milk, you can't have chocolate milk, can you, Luke? No, it's really lovely. The trouble is, it just makes you want to go to the toilet. Because it's, I bought a little tiny bottle, but I discovered they do a bigger bottle. So I might go and get some of that today. Never lasts. Crawford says penguin biscuits. Yeah, it's I told you it's, a bourbon biscuit with chocolate on it. And another one here. I usually listen to you on my Amazon Echo, but this morning it refuses and only plays your other station. Well, that's outrageous. That is outrageous. I don't know what... Yes, LBC News, I think. Mary says Tesco do 6 snowballs in a pack for 69p. Ha-ha. I didn't get the Brave bit either, Steve. I've just found that show reel online. I've ignored the interviews. I've picked up on the choice of tracks used in the background. Young man is very subtle. This will blow over soon. Do you know, 90% of people... I thought that when this came up on the Friday... I said, can't wait to see what the papers are going to be saying on the Sunday morning. Well, very few of them have done it. They've just said that his daughters are well. I love the way that they actually talk about Molly, who is a talent... What do they call her? A talent spotter or something like that. She works for the James Grant Agency, who actually is Philip's agent. Loads of people are with them. They used to have all the sort of the young people. All the young people. My thoughts are with his wife. She's fine. She's absolutely fine, the wife. I mean, I think we would be underestimating just how good she is. I should imagine she's known about this for ages and ages. They've sat down loads of times and talked about these things. Right, we take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock this morning. So far, the studio's still intact. We haven't blown away anywhere, but we'll have another cup of tea. That's always what goes down well, doesn't it? Little cup of tea. Might have a chocolate biscuit or something just to see me through the next bit. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Michael McIntyre has signed a multi-million-pound deal with Netflix. The smallest detached house has gone on sale. And you know, on transport, tube trains, buses and things like that, passengers have left more than 150 sex toys. What is going on in the world? It's mad, isn't it? And Lewis Capaldi wants to play Les Dawson in a movie. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Sunday, the 9th of February. Already it's the 9th of February. Where is the world going to? I'm looking at the building of hospitals in China. It's up on my television at the moment. Do you know, I mean, they built a 150-bed hospital in 10 days. Perhaps I could come over here and sort out Big Ben. It's been going on for God knows how long. Ridiculous. Steve, and am I correct in having guessed that your Sunday morning show is in fact a recording with cleverly inserted time checks? Oh, blow, you've found us out. Whatever happened to Abbey Crunch biscuits? Probably get them in Iceland. You get most things in Iceland. Hostess Vanilla Zingers, an absolute guilty pleasure for America. They sound quite nice, actually. They sound actually quite nice, which is good. Steve, I spent yesterday... Thank you. Oh, God. It looks a bit weak, doesn't it? What's the matter with that one?
I'm just trying to gauge what you like, Steve.
Well, that's way too weak.
Just want to gauge.
You've got a stick.
Well, it's in there anyway.
Well, yeah, I need a stick to make it a different...
maybe.
I'm sticking my finger. There's hot water. I'm prone to bruising, burning.
Water as well.
Oh, that's lovely. I'll stir the tea with the water then. God in heaven, honestly. I don't know where you're going to with all these people here, do you, really? He'll bring it back. Steve spent yesterday on the sofa watching Steel Magnolias whilst eating peanut butter and Marmite on toast. What a treat, says Marion. Oh, I'm going to find out tomorrow morning whether my producer, Corey, actually enjoyed it. He was going to get it up, I think, on Netflix. And I was sort of thinking to myself, I hope he likes it, but he hasn't mentioned it at all, so I've got a sneaking feeling that he might not have actually enjoyed Steel Magnolias, but I thought it was great. And so this evening at 9 p.m, you can hear the interview with the man behind Steel Magnolias. Thank you. Just the one. There's a shortage. Is there sort of sticks or something?
Bring more in if you like.
No, seriously, I don't want you to wear shoe leather out. God knows, it must be dreadful at the moment if you had to do three journeys.
Is that okay?
Yes, well, sort of, yeah. I don't know. It's a bit weak, isn't it, and insipid.
No,
I don't want another tea. No, for goodness sake. Don't put yourself out. Thank you. No idea. Seriously, I'm asking... You think I was asking for something complicated. So Trump fires 2 senior officials who testified against him. There's a surprise. Couples in Dagenham have the most sex, but if you live in Barnsley, it's the best sex. That's how it works. J. Louise has just arrived in. The US woman accused of killing Harry Dunn, they're claiming, is a CIA agent, hence being able to get her out of the country quite quickly. Many people don't know it. There's loads of pictures in the papers this morning of people on e-scooters breaking the law. One of them, got to be the stupidest one in the world, on a main road, on the scooter, with his daughter standing on the scooter in front of him. That's how thick some people are. Really ridiculous. I'm just waiting. The moment they legalise them, you wait and see the accidents that are going to occur. It's really dangerous. John Bercow clashed with Black Rod. He was trying to get a ticket for Sally the Burke so she could sit in the front row. Plus, the BAFTAs proved that the Duchess has become the Royals' leading lady. Cops following new leads in the Barrymore pool death. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. They've already questioned him once. What sort of new lead can there possibly be? I just don't think there is, actually. Plus, this female keeper goes into a lion enclosure. Bit of a stupid thing to do, in fact, but she goes in there and the lions attack her. And she's mauled to death. They're lions. They're wild animals. You have to remember, no matter how friendly they might be between you and the bars and the netting and all the rest of it, when you sort of feed them and everything else, they're wild animals. If you go in there, they think you're prey. They're not going to be the same cosy cuddle. They're just lulling you into a false sense of security. Ridiculous, isn't it? Talking to Michael McIntyre, he's just bought a house just outside Henley-on-Thames. Near, says Penny, where I walk my dog. Haven't spotted him yet. Do you think it's Philip Schofield's house? Do you think it is? Mike says, could you give a mention to the 30th anniversary of Del Shannon's Runaway? Hats off to Larry. Runaway. Do you remember Runaway? Run away. That one. I can't remember it either, actually. But that. Yeah, it was much higher pitch. It was on one of those organs. Not a Hammond organ, like a Moog synthesizer kind of thing. Do you remember Moog synthesizers? Please, God, tell me you do. Oh, thank you. Apparently, Chris in Oban. Is it pronounced Oban or Oban? As in Obama? No, it's O-B-A-N. Oban, I think it is. I think it's Oban. But Oban, yeah, Oban. But Darren's going to be driving back down to London today during the storm. It could be awful, couldn't it, really? You've got to be very careful. Very careful. Steve, you mentioned... Oh, we've just done that, haven't we? Somebody says, do you remember there was a baby sham, Cherry Bee, and a pony with a kick? No, I don't remember that, actually. I do remember most of the drinks, because I can see them in my mind. when I sort of look at an old-fashioned bar. They've just declared that bar up in Liverpool, haven't they? They've given it listed status. It's got Grade 1 listed status because it's classic. Absolutely classic. It's got the loos. You think they're marble, but they're not. It's imitation marble, if you can get such a thing. But I quite like those. You know, when you've got sort of proper... You ladies won't know this unless you've cleaned toilets before, but the old urinals were they sort of enveloped you, as it were. Philip Schofield's daughter says, I'm proud of my dad. Yeah, listen, he'll be fine. He'd be fine. Put it this way, he has... You know, lots of people don't come out. Lots of people can't come out. Lots of people come out and then people sort of, pick on them. He's going to be fine. He might get a few stupid tweets from somebody a bit thick. But it's not going to make any difference at all. All people would want is that he finds somebody to settle down with. You know, I don't know whether or not he has longevity. And by that, I mean, I don't know whether or not he goes out with lots of people or if he's been out, if he's had a couple of relationships that have lasted a few years. I don't know. And I don't think that's really up to it. You wouldn't ask anybody else. Why would you want to ask him? Got nothing to do with us at all. Also, the ex-wife of Britain's first openly gay rugby league player is urging Philip Schofield's wife to seek support. Sarah Wilson was with Keegan Hurst, who came out in 2015. She said, Steph and the girls may be fine this week, but could be hit by a wave of anger. They've known about it for years. This is not some big surprise. It's his wife. They know about it. They're not. This is not some big surprise. The fact that he was deciding to come out was the big surprise. I think the last time they all went out together, they're a family. For goodness sake, they're a family. They'll be fine. They really will be. What else have we got? Oh, Lubbock's dad now give my son a new inquest. I'm assuming that Stuart Lubbock has been buried or cremated by now. I mean, this was 20 years ago. He can't still be anywhere, can he? But the father is sort of still pursuing it. Who knows? Who knows? Also, police were deluged with nearly 500,000 call-outs to deal with mental health crises in the last 12 months. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day who said it's like everybody's got mental health issues now. Everybody's got sort of something that is something that they don't feel they could talk about. Or who do we have the other day? Somebody who does the sport for Greg. I think his name is Greg. Can't remember. But he does it for BT. And he's got mental health issues. Is it everybody? Is it absolutely everybody? I mean, I'm relatively unscathed, I think. I mean, apart from being slightly... A friend of mine described me the other day. He said, I've got to go on a diet, Steve. I said, oh, yeah, why? He said, I'm getting a tummy like you. Honestly. Not the kind of thing you want, is it? Steve, the Chinese built 2,000-bed hospitals in 10 days. Utterly ridiculous organisation skills. Yeah, I agree with you, actually. It's phenomenal, isn't it? When we were little, we had CE or NI biscuits, a big bag for sixpence. Do you remember going into Woolworths? Please, honestly, you get me going down the wrong route here. You used to go to Woolworths and buy broken biscuits. They were biscuits that got broken in transit. You could buy a bag of broken biscuits. In fact, you could buy broken just about anything. I used to buy broken cigarettes, sweet cigarettes. They would do them. You get a whole bag. They would come in a big jar, and you could have sweet cigarettes. You could buy a packet of them, sort of 2 ounces or 3 ounces or whatever it happened to be. And that I quite like. But they were just sugar. Sweet tobacco. Do you remember sweet tobacco? That was quite nice. You don't remember sweet tobacco? Oh, God. It was just like strands of sugar in brown. And it was supposed to look like sweet tobacco. Facing the wrong way this morning. Seriously. They're not old enough to know about these sort of things. Thank you. You have to succeed, says Judge David Noble. Who did he say that to? The eco-protesters who brought chaos to London. Oh, dear. There were people outside the building the other day talking about this, actually. Well, not talking about it, demonstrating, I think. But he reportedly said to them, you have to succeed. 6 activists who joined in last year's mass protests in central London were accused of public order offences in Oxford Circus. I must be quite honest, I don't want my day ruined. I don't have a problem with somebody, demonstrating against something, but don't lie down in the road when I'm trying to get home. I've had a long night. Very long night. And, Steve, this one here, just driven down the M1 from junction 12 in the van and been battered side to side. It's blowing a hoolie out here, says Phil. You take it easy. Steve, my nan thought she was very posh when she changed from Dubonnian lemonade to Malibu and pineapple. How funny. How funny. I love it. Oh, actually, a friend of mine, her cousin got mugged the other day. What did they take from him? He had a 10-minute walk from the station in one of the London suburbs, and they wanted his headphones. He had a pair of those cordless headphones, and they basically robbed him of them. It's not very good, is it? Steve, when Charles was a schoolboy at Gordonston long ago, he was visiting the island and ordered a cherry bee in the Crown Hotel in Stornoway. It was quite a story at the time. I don't think I ever had one, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain I never had a cherry bee, but it sounds quite... I can remember the bottle. I can definitely remember the bottle. But everything came in little bottles. You could get the tomato juice, orange juice, pineapple juice, grapefruit juice in a Britvic little bottle. So you put the ice in the glass and then you'd pour them on top. You shake the bottle to wake the drink. And that was quite nice. I can remember all those things. And then there was one drink that we had to pour... There's Cherry Bee. One drink we had to pour very slowly, because of the sediment. I remember the first time I did it, I tipped the bottle into the glass, and the bloke watched me do it, and he said, I can't have that. I said, why? Thinking I was being all clever, or he was just being an idiot. And he said, you put all the sediment in there, and it might be something called White Label, or something like that. I'm sure it was white something. Somebody will know. And you had to pour it it was a pain in the rear end. You had to pour it very slowly so that the sediment stayed in the bottle and it didn't go into the glass. I thought if they didn't put the blooming sediment in the first place, we'd all be a lot happier. But it was definitely... What was it called now? Somebody will know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I cannot remember what it was called. I'm sure it was white something. But it's White Shield. Does it say you've got to pour it slowly because of the sediments? Yeah, I can remember. I remember saying to the other person who worked behind the bar with me, I said, "You do the next one." I said, "I'm not standing there for 10 minutes pouring out this bloody thing." There you go. So, yeah, that could be it actually. Yeah, behind the White Shield and Dagger, which are almost heraldic, is a beer that dates from the days before filtration. There you go. It's long struck terror into bar persons. Oh, hated it. So what you have to do is you've got to pour it very, very slowly. I mean, it really was a nightmare. But obviously people who drank it knew exactly what they were drinking. Interesting, isn't it? All the different drinks. But in fact, you had to sort of shake up the orange juices and things like that. Some people would actually go into a pub and order an orange juice. I never quite understood why you just want to sit there. But some people could make an orange juice last forever. Like forever. Mad, isn't it? Nice biscuits, 59p or 5 packets for £2. American sweets buy from Sainsbury's plus Poundland. Now you've told me. I'll have to go and check these little things out. Somebody's saying Del Shannon was released in 1961, not 30 years ago. I think the organ might have been a far easier thing to talk about. And people talk about Diane Abbott. Why did Diane Abbott make the news this week? There was some reason. Worthington White Shield. There you go. Thank you, Ian. Morning, Steve. Here in Edinburgh. It's been raining all night, but at the moment there's not a breath of wind. I'm bracing myself, says Doug, for the wind coming through. Of course, you'd have to be called Doug, wouldn't you, if you were in Edinburgh? It's a real Scottish name, Douglas. At 7 o'clock this morning, which is only about 40 minutes away, the weekend breakfast with Andrew Castle. Up for discussion today, coronavirus. 5 Britons in French ski chalet catch the virus as more Brits fly in from Wuhan this morning. Officials say police recruitment pledge is too low. And the very latest from Storm Kira. All of that and more, the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle, 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. If you are going out on the motorways today, that's the place where you're going to get the cross drafts. And when I say cross drafts, they could actually be quite... I nearly lost my hat as I was coming in. I had the presence of mind to hang on to it, clutching all my bags and all my bits and pieces. Right pain, it really was. But listen, it's only bad weather. Only bad weather. Shake the bottle, wake the drink was Orangina. I know, I just applied it to everything else. Because the reason was, with Orangina, it had sediment in the bottle. So some bright spark in the advertising agency went, how can we do that? You can't just say, it's got sediment in the bottom of it. So they went, shake the bottle, wake the drink. No, shake the bottle to mix all the pith in it up in there. That's what it was all about. No, it's because all the sediment you can see sitting at the bottom of it, and so but they had to make it sound as though it was something very exciting. So, shake the bottle, wake the drink. They used to do something else. They used to say Sunny Delight. Sunny Delight, they say, and you find it in the chiller cabinet. Well, you didn't need to. It was Long Life. And kids glowed phosphorescently after they'd drunk it, I think. And they were doing that. And then somebody, wait a minute, you don't need to find it in the chiller cabinet. It's not a drink that needs to be chilled. It lasts for about 5 years. I bought some Manuka honey the other day. I'm prone to buying Manuka honey. And this is about the most expensive Manuka honey I think I've ever bought in my entire life. Seriously. It was £100 for Manuka honey. It's 20 plus. So it's the best. It is the best. No, it's there really if I get a sore throat or something like that, or I like to have I bought a new water machine for the kitchen the other day. And what you do is you fill it up with 4 litres of water. You push the button, instant hot water. So it's like a kettle boiling, but this is instant. And you put the thing underneath and you can set the temperature of the water and set how much water goes into the cup. And I quite like that. Only like 50 quid. Very cheap. And I thought, I'll definitely do that. And then occasionally I might have some Manuka honey and some hot water, stir it around a little bit. And that's it's quite good, just in case you think you might be getting a cold or something like that. But it's got to be Manuka honey. And you just gargle with Listerine. Gee, I used to love the smell of Listerine. There were certain smells. I used to love the smell of Listerine. The other one was Vicks Vapor Rub. By Jove. We used to have calamine lotion. I used to love the smell of calamine lotion. Have you ever smelt that? Oh, that's fantastic. Calamine lotion is great. If you used to get a gnat bite or something like that when we were in Hong Kong, your mum would put it onto we used to use a bit of cotton wool, but you could just put it on your finger and dab it on there. So I used to have dabs all over my arms because the mosquitoes used to head for me. My body was very, very appealing. Hasn't changed, actually, I have to tell you. But anyway, so the calamine lotion was a great smell. I used to love stuff like that. And Steve, Worthington White Shield had the sediment. Green Shield didn't have the sediment. Well, it was a stamp, wasn't it, Green Shield? Green Shield stamps? Come on, people must remember S&H pink stamps and Green Shield stamps. You used to go into a filling station and it would say quadruple stamps for today, and they'd push the button on the machine. If you spent 10 quid, they'd push £10, and out would come all the stamps. Then you spend the entire car journey, if you were in the passenger in the back, licking these blooming stamps, and then once you'd filled up the books, you could go and swap them for stuff. And that's what we did. They used to be placed down at Shepherd's Bush in one of the shopping arcades there, and it was a Green Shield stamp shop. And you could sort of save, 20 books got you a kettle or something like that. If you wanted something else, it was, like 100 books. It was great. It was some incentive. We used to drive around looking for quadruple Green Shield stamps and the pink stamps, which didn't last. It's like, whatever happened to Access cards? At one time, there was Barclaycard and Access. Access was your flexible friend. And it had a funny face on it. Well, you don't see that anymore, do you? You don't see Access. It obviously got swallowed up by somebody. Another one here, £100 for honey. You were stung by a bee. It's the best. It is absolutely the bee's Watsits. Definitely. Another one here. Steve, looking forward to Sunday Brunch this morning. One of my favourite shows. I like Sunday Brunch as well. Depends who's on there. Depends who's on. It has to be the right people to actually get it going. I'm quite into cookery programmes, provided they're sort of done. I mean, when I used to watch Jamie Oliver, of course, I used to sort of marvel, and I used to think, oh, well, she'd come around and cook for me. I thought one of these days I could be rich enough to get Jamie Oliver to come around and cook for me. And, you could do it as a television programme or a radio programme or something like that. But the trouble is it doesn't work the same on the radio. And then I thought, I need to win the lottery first of all. That's it. Back in 1965, Steve, newly married and living in our first house, cost $3,050. We used to take empty bottles to the nearby offie and fill them up with sherry from the casks. Yuck! Diana says, blowing a hoolie here in Herne Bay. No asylum seekers in the Channel, not with this weather. Not with this weather, I shouldn't think so. But they used to fill up with sherry. My parents' first house was, I think, £650. 650, and for that you got a nice house. And then all of a sudden house prices started going up. Access became defunct in 1996. It was taken over by MasterCard. I liked it when it was I like all these sort of old-fashioned things. It just kind of works for me. Also, what have we got here? Kirk Douglas. A lot of people talking about him when he was Spartacus. He was one of the sort of big Hollywood actors. I suppose the last of the big Hollywood actors. One of the columnists today say Philip Schofield must feel like the weight of the world is finally off his shoulders. Why don't they write this stuff, these people? Listen, he's been, people have known about this for a long time. He even said in the interview, perhaps this person didn't bother doing the research for it, but, Holly Willoughby knew about it for ages, and if she knew about it, then all the people at This Morning knew about it. It's as simple as that. He'll be absolutely fine. Don't patronise him, for God's sake. Also, an MBE for a remarkable mum after 35 years of fostering. Where's my MBE? Why haven't I got an MBE? 41 years, goodness sake. Single mother took in 150 children, and she cared about every single one. So, in fact, to be honest with you, she looks better than the children. Also, Frances Barber revealed she starved herself to make it in Hollywood after speaking to her pal Elizabeth Hurley. She was lovely. You'll be hearing that interview this evening on LBC. Heard it the other day, and it's a lovely one. Chris in Cardiff says witch hazel on cotton wool, also very good. Yes, I remember Green Shield stamps and also cigarette tokens. Do you remember the cards you used to get inside PG Tips? You'd fumble, you'd open the top of the packet, then you'd pour the packet into something, and then you'd find the card, and that was nice. Steve, with this Manuka honey, Manuka, how do you use it? On toast? I don't know. I just use it with hot water. That's all I do, actually. I don't do anything else at all, actually. Here we go. The following list includes the 50 greatest actors in the history of film. Wow. Number 1 is Humphrey Bogart. 2 is Cary Grant. James Stewart. I like James Stewart. He was very good. Marlon Brando. Fred Astaire. 22 is the only one still alive. Where's 22? 22 is Sidney Poitier. Yeah, I don't think Edward G. Robinson, William Holden, Robert Mitchum, Buster Keaton, the Marx Brothers, Burt Lancaster, James Dean, Kirk Douglas, Orson Welles, Gene Kelly, Laurence Olivier, all gone. John Wayne, Gregory Peck, Gary Cooper, Charlie Chaplin, Spencer Tracy, James Cagney, Clark Gable, Henry Fonda, Fred Astaire, James Stewart, Cary Grant and Humphrey. Yes, you're right, actually. The only one on that list is Sidney Poitier. Is that amazing? Out of all those actors that have gone before. Should we go to the what? Go through the late... Oh, yes, we go through the... Yes, well, that'd be an interesting one to find out. We'll do the news first, though. So we shall nip on it. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's the 9th of February. Pip Schofield's best friend is Peter Powell. Used to be married to Anthea Turner. Yes, Peter Powell, who owns the agency, which is James Grant, and that's where Philip's daughter works, Molly. So he's with the agency, as indeed are loads of people. Steve, I've read that putting Manuka honey in too hot water kills the usefulness of it. It's got to be a bit more than warm, otherwise it won't dissolve. So you never have anything too hot anyway. That's far too dangerous. Another one here, which says Philip has come to terms with the fact that he's gay. Well, he said in one of the papers today, he said he thought he'd been gay when he first got married. I suggest probably before that. But it doesn't matter. Who cares? Goodness sake. We are in the year 2020. So, these are the big actresses in the history of film. 25 is Ava Gardner. In fact, all of them, I think without exception, have departed. We think Ava Gardner, Mary Pickford, Carol Lombard, Jean Harlow, Sophia Loren, Lauren Bacall, Rita Hayworth, Shirley Temple, Lillian Gish, Vivian Leigh, Mae West, Ginger Rogers. I met Ginger Rogers. Grace Kelly, Claudette Colbert, Barbara Stanwyck, Joan Crawford. There was a woman with a past. Marlene Dietrich, Judy Garland, Elizabeth Taylor, Marilyn Monroe, Greta Garbo, Ingrid Bergman, Audrey Hepburn, Betty Davis, and number 1, Katharine Hepburn. Katharine Hepburn. Sophia Loren is still going at 85, is she? Good God, honestly. It's amazing, isn't it? There's a book, actually, which came... Thank you. A book that came out, and it was called The Casting Couch. And it literally listed all the former actresses in Hollywood who had been down the casting couch route. The only one who hadn't was Betty Davis. They only said because she wasn't really considered attractive enough to go down the casting couch route. And in fact, there was one particular studio in America which used to have a sort of a pause in the middle of the afternoon so that the boss of the studios could introduce himself to his latest leading lady. Well, the leading lady who they thought was going to be a leading lady, depending on whether she put out, I think. Steve, we used to paste the tea packet picture cards into little books, says Chris. Aha. David in Suffolk, fan of Bob Dylan? Not really, no. We are the world, we are... He couldn't sing for toffee, I never... Oh, it's Bob Geldof, is it? Oh. Wasn't Bob Dylan on one of them? He was on one of... Yes, he was. On the American version of that thing, Bob Dylan sang. Definitely. Well, he didn't sing. That was the trouble. Yeah. I think it was... It might not have been We Are the World, but Bob Dylan featured on that, the thing raising money, didn't it? I'm pretty certain there was an English version. The American version had Diana Ross on and loads of other people, because people complained at the time they were raising money for Africa, and yet there they were, laden with food all over the place. You know, luxury foods. And he sang on... Wasn't We Are the World, was it? Was it We Are the... No. We Are the World. Did he sing on it? Did he sing on that, Bob Dylan? Wait a minute. Here he is. Soloist. Billy Joel, Bob. Oh, look, Bob Dylan. There's another apology. And so Bob Dylan did sing on We Are the World. The chorus were people like... You won't remember this one. The chorus. Dan Aykroyd, Harry Belafonte, Lindsey Buckingham... Sheila E., Bob Geldof, who pops up everywhere, Chris Hayes, Jackie Jackson, LaToya Jackson, Marion Jackson, Randy Jackson, Tito Jackson, Bette Midler, John Oates, Jeffrey Osborne, the Pointer Sisters. Amazing, isn't it, really? And yet, in the soloists, Lionel Richie, Stevie Wonder, Bob Dylan, Kenny Rogers, James Ingram, Bob Dylan, Diana Ross, Dionne Warwick, Bruce Springsteen, Al Jarreau, Willie Nelson, Steve Perry, Daryl Hall, John Oates, Huey Lewis, Cyndi Lauper, Kim Carter. Oh, and Bob Dylan also featured on that song, if I hadn't mentioned it before. La, 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 la. Yes, I thought it was, because somebody took the mickey out of him. But I remember definitely there was a thing, and this was back in 85, but I do remember that at the time they were singing for people who were starving in Africa, and yet the food that was laid out for them was absolutely gargantuan. It was everything under the sun to get all these people to appear. The thing is, once you got the first person to appear, then the rest of them followed on. So they use that sort of scenario now when they say, and so somebody will say, well, who else is appearing? And they'll go, well, actually, we've got Bob Geldof, Bette Midler. So they only got to rattle off 2 or 3 names, and immediately you're there. Immediately there, which is good, isn't it? I didn't mention where I got the diabetic socks from. I'll do it tomorrow. Haven't heard you mention Horniman's tea. For some reason, back in the 1950s, we only had Horniman's tea. I remember having to cut the stamp off and then stick it into the card. Yeah, I can't remember Lawrence either. But I do remember the stamp that came off, and you would cut it. It was like cardboard, wasn't it, on the back of it? And then you'd stick them onto this thing. I'm just downstairs making a Manuka honey drink for my partner, who's woken up with a bad throat, and she said you were talking about it. I had a squeeze of fresh lemon juice too, says John. There you go. Well, you're doing it properly. You're doing it properly. But it's my one is really super duper, super duper, because I mean you can buy, not particularly strong Manuka honey. I like to get, if there's something out there and I want to get the best. I mean, it lasts you forever. It's like a jar of Marmite. You can buy a jar of Marmite this year, you'll still have it in 5 years' time. You don't need to worry about anything like that. Also, good Lord above, PAL stripped to raise money for ovarian cancer fight, and it's a lot of ladies who are stark naked. Well, it's all carefully disguised, as indeed they did in Calendar Girls, which I liked, actually. I liked that. Matthew says, you're talking about Anthea Turner, she's my celebrity crush. Well, hang around, you probably stand a chance with her. Similar to Louise Redknapp. Oh, no. She's got an album out, hasn't she? I mean, is that going to do anything? Did you see the other day? You probably didn't. But there was a piece that came through to my phone, and it said, oh, good news today. She's finally getting herself out of the mess she's been in. Jordan, who dumped a load of people so she could go on holiday again to Amsterdam. She's bringing out an album. Oh, what for? What would be the point of that? They go, and so everything's back on course again. I think not. I think not. I think her life is a total disaster. Total disaster. She's a bankrupt. She can't do anything. She doesn't even do her own makeup. It's really shameful. But no, she dumped a load of people. I'm sorry, I'm not very well. And then she was caught boarding a plane to Amsterdam. Didn't kind of make any sense at all, did it, really? There you go. He may be one of the world's biggest sports stars, but he's worth more than 100 million. Tyson Fury, 5 children. He's doing a new reality show. Oh, God, how boring. Why do they bother doing it, these people? Is it because they deliberately want to make themselves look particularly stupid? Do you remember Corona Fizzy Pop? No, never heard of it. Corona Fizzy Pop. Never heard of that. We've never talked about that at all, have we? And you got money back, did you? Yeah, but did you know that if you held the bottle up to the light, the amount of money that you got was on the back of the actual label? It said 10 pence or whatever it happened to be. Get money back on a Corona bottle. You'd be telling me next that there was a man called the Corona Man who used to come round and rattle his bottles in his little thing so he could come round and sell you Corona. I don't think we ever had that. Yes, best friends with the what? The Lilt Man. The Lilt Man. Bill Can's The Lilt Man. I remember those very well indeed. Here we go, Ralph Little. He's so happy at the moment, Ralph Little. Now he's got that Death in Paradise gig. And you'll hear that interview next week. He's got 6 months sitting in the sun. And he's got to shave his beard off, bless his heart. And Confessions of the Hopelessly Romantic, including Nadia Sawalha. Yes, I can see that. Also Jenny Faulkner. I've never seen Jenny Faulkner's other half, actually. And her husband's called James. And she met him when she was working on GMTV. And here we go, Maura Higgin. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I don't believe any of that fake old rubbish. I'm not remotely interested in that one, dear. You know, loads of pictures and then pose in your underwear. Yeah, you keep it going as long as possible. The rest of us, we're in the real world. Yeah. Imagine, Corona, I can't believe it. And another one here. Somebody said ginger beer. Fentiman's Curiosity Cola and ginger beers have sediment in the bottom. I never had ginger beer. We weren't allowed things like that. My mother thought it was common. Ginger beer. Do you have it with fish and... Really? Ginger beer and fish and chips? Wow, never thought about that, actually. Never thought about that. I haven't had fish and chips for ages. I could eat that today. But I'm liable to get blown to pieces just walking around the fish and chip shop. Ginger beer and tequila. Trust you to know about that. I don't think you're allowed to have ginger beer. I think it's got stuff in it that it's not meant for people like you. No. Underage. You know, it's... And I've never had tequila. Is that the one you have with a bit of salt? Oh, disgusting. They used to have a bottle of beer years ago, whatever it was, lager, and it might have been called Corona or something, and you had to slice up lime to stick a bit of lime in it. God, another tediously boring drink. And so you've had tequila, have you? I'm going to a friend's birthday party soon, and I did go last year. No, the year before, and they got me drunk on shots. So I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm not going to be having shots this time around. In fact, they actually said, "Don't worry, we won't give you any shots." Because frankly, I mean, I'm ridiculous. I'm bad enough on normal booze without worrying about shots. So thank you, no, very much indeed. And I've never done tequila. I've seen people do it. Why would you want to stick salt in your mouth and then drink this stuff? And what's that one? Is it Sambuca? Is that like licorice? Oh, disgusting. And what's that one that you set fire to? You do that tequila? Oh, most of them. Because of the alcohol content. You get a little glass, they go, OK, drink this here, then you throw it down your throat. And I'm thinking, I don't think so. I can't think of anything worse. Why would you want to set fire to something and stick it down your throat? That's not very healthy, is it? I mean, I'm imagining it burns as it goes down. Knowing my luck, the blooming thing would stay alight. We had trouble with the Christmas pudding one year with that. First of all, we couldn't put the blooming thing out. It was like we had our own little inferno going on, which was quite sweet. I quite like Christmas pudding, but I just can't eat it at Christmas. Why don't they do it the rest of the year? Because at Christmas, you're so stuffed on little sausages and bacon wrapped round and roast potatoes and the turkey and all the other stuff. Cauliflower cheese, my favourite. And those Yorkshire pudding things, they're very nice. I'm starting a new trend to make sure everybody has Christmas pudding for not Christmas, has Yorkshire pudding on your Christmas plate. And then you get round, they go, anybody want Christmas pudding? Just be joking, honestly. I'm way too fat for anything like that. 6:45 is the time. I have to hold my hands up and admit that I didn't know something, which is quite surprising, actually, because I said I bought this honey, and it was £100 for a jar, and it's supposed to be the world's best. But now I've been pointed in the direction of the best honey in the world, and this is called Elvish. Elvish. It comes from northeastern Turkey, not made in hives. It's made deep in a cave where the bees create a high-quality, mineral-rich honey on spherical walls. Professional climbers have to help extract it. This is so expensive. For 4.5 ounces of this honey, I mean, it's very nice, it's delicious, versatile and beneficial. It's, wait for this, $6,500 for 4.5 ounces. For 1 kilogram, the Elvish honey is £6,800. I mean, you could buy a small car for that. Gold is currently $1,284 an ounce. The honey runs at $1,511 an ounce. And that's, I mean, is it any good? You can get people who will spend any amount of money. I mean, that's an awful lot. Apparently, the first kilogram of Elvish honey was sold on the French Stock Exchange 5 years ago. It went for $45,000, about $61,000 by today's exchange rate. So it's medicinal, rich in endemic and medicinal plants, and all that affects the price. That's why, you know, I mean, it makes my £100 honey look a bit cheap. In fact, I feel a bit guilty about it, actually, because I'm obviously not getting the best honey. But there's no way on God's earth I would spend that. Did you see the other day, Victoria Beckham brought out a face cream or something? I mean, to be honest with you, polyfiller you can get anywhere. And she brought this face cream out, and it's 160 quid. And somebody said, wait a minute, this is almost identical ingredients to Nivea's, which sells for £10. But I think, you know, people who buy certain things, I do have a cream in my bathroom, which is very expensive. It's Estee Lauder. It's very expensive because I'm working on the assumption, listen, it's got to create miracles. It's got to make the skin tight. I don't have any wrinkles. I'm quite lucky, actually, mainly because I'm basically Botoxed up to the hilt. No, I'm not, actually. My bank manager threatened to take the card away if I buy Botox. Seriously, she said, I'm not forking out for you to buy Botox. I said, well, you won't be. Steve, float a coffee bean on the surface of your sambuca and then set it like, that's the one. Oh, look, pussycat. Is that your house? Is that on your balcony? That's Nick's. Good Lord above. Do you know, it looks like the set from Paddington. Paddington 2. Doesn't it, really? Look at that. I know he was, but the road looked very similar. Very similar. It's one of those sort of very expensive roads. And it's quite nice. That's why the cat's obviously got its own window box. Is it literally standing on the... I mean, only in Holland Park will cats have their own window boxes. You know, and what do you call that? We call it the toilet. Or the latrine. It looks like... Is there a window there? And the cat's... I'm hoping the window... There's a balcony. Oh, right. So just over the other side of that tray, that sort of air, is it? Over there. 5-storey drop. Because a friend of mine used to have his cat. It was what's commonly known as a house cat. It never went outside because he was in a second-floor flat. And the cat would sit in the window asleep because the sunlight came right in. And one day, he walked in, frightened the cat, and it promptly fell out the window. Luckily, it was all right. I mean, it actually survived the fall because it fell onto a bush. And he was very lucky. There is a recorded cat fall in New York. 32 floors. Oh, my God, it makes me feel ill even thinking of it. Really? 32 floors. Yeah. Broke its chin. Oh, my... Did it land on something or somebody? Must have landed in something. It just... Yes, they land, like, with their feet out, don't they? Yeah. Oh, dear Lord, that frightens the life out of me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like that. Somebody says, do you remember this one? Lip smacking, thirst quenching, ace tasting, motivating, good buzzing, cool walking, high talking, fast living, ever giving, cool Pepsi. Yes, I remember that one. And it was done by a guy called Peter. He brought it out as a single, which hit the charts, actually. I'm not going to buy that, honey. I've changed my mind, actually. Pernod and blackcurrant, did you have that? No, I won't have Pernod. It's licorice. That's the only thing in pubs, apart from those white label things you have to pour very slowly. If ever you had, a Pernod, as I think Del Boy used to call it, Pernod and pineapple, and you have to wash the glass separately. Because if you wash it in the water with all the other glasses, it infects all of them. They all smell of Pernod and licorice. So you had to watch it. Oh, I used to hate it. Somebody said, oh, I'll have a Pernod. They used to have special events in the nightclubs I used to work at. And they say today, there was another one called Ricard, which was very, very similar. Very, very similar. I have heard about this floating the coffee bean bit. I have heard about that. I know about that very well indeed. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here, which says, Talking about, somebody says, this is Paul. He says, horrible comment for someone making such a brave announcement. It's not a brave, listen, they've all known about it for ages. Come into the real world, Paul. He says, these sort of attitudes are increasing homophobia. Well, there's no homophobia around Pip Schofield, let me tell you. It's all been positive in the papers, but they've known about it for ages. It's not some big surprise. You know, the wife's known about it. Everybody's known about it. Holly Willoughby know about it. I should imagine all of them knew about it. I certainly knew about it years ago. Years ago. Oh, dear, honestly. Nothing worse than blooming snowflakes at this time of the morning. I always think we've sort of reached the end of the programme because out they come. Hello. And out they are. Oh, my godfathers, honestly. I was peeping through the net curtains the other day and I noticed my next-door neighbour have got a dog. It keeps me awake at night. I've written to the police to complain. God in heaven. It's hilarious. I've just woken up and remembered you live near Richmond. Yes. It says you've been to pools on the park. No. I'm sorry, I don't share water with other people. I'm a little bit selective on it. You know, the idea that people have been bathing in the... I don't do things like that, no. I'd rather have my own place, which is much better. When do the Christmas decorations come down from the fish shop? When he feels like it. We're not superstition. They're still up. Oh, yeah. He has taken down the clown and a couple of the polar bears, but the rest of it's still up. That's what I like about Stuart. He does it. It'll stay there till April, I should imagine. No, there isn't a tree, no. He has all this, a big light curtain down with presents on it, which is all lights and everything else. And until last week, we had the penguins, the polar bears, and a huge, 8-foot clown standing there. Seriously, I mean, he has his up before anybody else. You can always guarantee, but I always love it, people say, why has he still got it up there? Because it's a little brightness. In fact, people come to Twickenham High Street now to see things like that. The kids love it. Absolutely love it. I never hear a word. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, decoration can stay up all year round. It's like saying a dog is not just for Christmas. You know, with a bit of luck, it'll last till Boxing Day. But, you know, people like things like that. Why not? Only miserable people go, oh, you should take your decorations down. Nah, mind your own bogging business. Goodness sake, it's got nothing to do with you. Much better, actually. Much better. So, Pernod and blackcurrant. God, no. I used to absolutely hate things like that. Our White's ginger beer, there was a penny on the bottle when you took it back. Really? I quite like that idea, actually. Slush puppies. You could collect things... Oh, I used to love slush puppies. But they used to give you headburn, didn't they? You could... I don't know what it were, but I thought it was just roof of the mouth. I didn't think it was headburn. And you'd be going... Oh, it was awful. Dreadful. But I still like them. It's just it was all little tiny ice things or something. They bought out a machine. I think they sell it in Robert Dyer's. They do a sort of slush puppy machine. But I don't think... They also do a candy floss machine. And everything else, and I used to love candy. You can't have it now, can you? If you're diabetic, you can imagine all that sugar. You want to see what this programme is like on all that sugar? You'd be absolutely amazed. Absolutely amazed. I can do a marathon after eating sugar. But actually, I'm not doing a marathon this year. Loads of other people are doing them. One of our newsboys outside is doing a marathon. A lot of fit people in this building. Sadly, I'm not one of them. Because who wants to? Steve, do you think Philip was about to be outed by the press, says Ollie? I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was a bit odd that it all sort of rushed through fairly quickly. Mark says, I've heard this. Christopher Biggins might be coming out as gay. Oh, no, I think Chris has been out so long he's going back in. Going back in. It's much easier, actually, to go back in again as opposed to sort of coming out. Meant to say the other day, Steve, as a teenager, I used to collect famous autographs and sit in Southend Library ploughing through the who's who, when at that time they printed home addresses and phone numbers. Yeah, I was in the phone book some years ago, and then I went X directory, and that means that you didn't have to put yourself in. I think you paid and they just took you out there. Interesting though. Loved getting the post, probably not as much as my dad. He said, made me and a friend phone Kirk Douglas up one day, only to slam the phone down when a man answered. Well, you shouldn't do that. That's the problem, isn't it, really? But no, I don't know anything about it. There's something odd about the Philip thing. There's this bloke who's making a show reel, but being allowed to use This Morning's studios. Unless, I mean, that was perhaps he worked on the programme, I don't know. But it's very odd because he interviews Pip Schofield as well at the same time. And that's sort of... But apparently he doesn't work on the programme anymore. Apparently he works on Loose Women. Whether that's better, I've got no idea. People will be going, oh, is it so brave? And, you know, we're worried about his wife. I think she's known all the time. She's not a stupid person. She's very clicked on. He said he was gay when he got married. Because you don't just sort of inherit being gay. You don't sort of go, do you know, I think I'm 57. I think I'll be gay. It doesn't work like that, does it? You're either born gay or you're not born gay. It's like my mother made me a homosexual. You know, if I give her the wool, can she make me one? And the answer is no, it doesn't work like that. But everybody's going on about how marvellous, but apparently the worst kept secret this morning. And then he was asked that question, wasn't he, by the journalist? Are you in a relationship? And he didn't want to answer that question. So many rumours in this business. This business is terrible for rumours. You won't believe it. Even me. I get people saying all those rumours about you, Steve. I say, oh, please God, they're true. Please God, they're true. I couldn't bear it if it was just a rumour and it wasn't actually true. But he came out. Gordon the Gopher's let rip. Whew, no holding him back, I tell you. He's obviously out by himself now. Somebody tweeted about some trolls, and so Gordon the Gopher let rip with some language I never thought I'd ever hear from Gordon the Gopher. Seriously, he was using all sorts of words. And then somebody said to me, he is just a puppet. I said, might be a puppet to you, pal. That was life and death for Philip Schofield. That made his career, Gordon the Gopher. He was hilarious. God, honestly. You never know, do you? Every time Connor walks in, you never know what sort of day it's going to be. No, he didn't. There was a guy who used to run children's BBC called Paul Smith, and he was apparently... I hope I'm not ruining it for people. He was the operator. But some of the stuff that Gordon did, he took on a human shape, and it was so funny. It was so funny. He'd do something, and then they'd dress him up. Actually, when you think about it, I mean, there it was. He was dressed up in little leather gears and stuff like that. That's my... Oh, was that your childhood? I like Ed the Duck as well. Ed the Duck was hilarious, but the BBC learnt their lesson with Ed the Duck. They made sure that they owned the puppet, whereas Philip Schofield owned Gordon the Gopher because his grandmother made it. And so all the royalties went to him. BBC didn't like that. That's why he works for ITV. But anyway, so is he in a relationship? He said he doesn't want to say. To me, that goes, yes. Because as we said before, and I don't know, I might be speaking out of the closet here, I might be telling you something, there's only one reason, or two reasons, why somebody is going to come out and say I'm gay. Either somebody was about to expose them as being gay, or you're in a relationship and you want to tell people about it. I can't think of any other reason why, after 27 years, you'd all of a sudden go, I think I want to tell people on Friday I'm gay. On somebody else, I couldn't quite work it out. But there are lots of... The internet is swarming with all sorts of stuff. Did you know about the stuff on the internet? Did you? No. I mean, it's a lot of it. It's been taken down, strangely. A lot of stuff that was up there yesterday morning has vanished. And it's all a bit... there must be more to it, but at the same time, I don't really give a stuff. I don't want to know. I couldn't care less. If he wants to come out, if all of a sudden there were people who work on your show that want to come out, because it does happen occasionally. I don't want to sort of mention any names or anything like that. But, if people did want to come out, it's got nothing to do with us, has it? You just want to sort of help them through it, and just like that. I don't know. I mean, I find it very bizarre, the whole thing, that the papers are so seriously interested. But how lucky that the Sun journalist was in the studio when he made the announcement. How odd. How odd was that? Exactly, because now... And then the wife, who's lovely, she said, I'm standing by him. Well, of course she's standing by him. Why would she not? They are, as he said, like a unit. There's 4 of them in their family, and it doesn't matter whether he's gay or straight or cross-dressing or wants to go out doing a Village People tribute act. I couldn't care less. That's what they choose to do, but apparently open secret down at this morning. That Martin Frizzell's got a lot to answer for, Next time I speak to Martin Frizzell, I'm going, so how long have you known about it? Because I think I've known for about 27 years. There was always that rumour about, but, no matter whether somebody gets married or not, it doesn't make any difference, does it, really? If somebody goes... I mean, I know somebody who's very, very high profile in the business, who's married, with children. Okay. And, I don't want to do any names. But it doesn't matter, does it? That's my secret, which I shall take into the next ad break. And then I shall tell people. I had a great story yesterday. Great story from Sainsbury's. It is a well-known fact that I save every day I get home. I empty my trouser pockets and I put it all in a jug, all my change, because I don't like standing there counting out, but I prefer to use a note. So every 2 months I go to Sainsbury's at Hampton because they have a Coinstar machine. And the Coinstar machine, you tip all your money into it And you can either donate to charity, no chance, or you push down cash. So I always push down cash. And some months I've had as much as £400 in change. And they take a percentage, yes. I think it's something like 9%? Whatever it is, I'm not particularly bothered. I don't want to wear out the pocket. So I always go up there, always to the same Sainsbury's, always in Hampton. And I pour my money in the machine, and every so often the machine will throw money back out again if it thinks it's a fake coin. You can't get fake coin through Coinstar because they've got security built into them. So anyway, I had yesterday, I poured it all in there, £237, okay, which, you know, it's okay. I've had more, I've had less. So you then have to take it, the piece of paper, to the sales desk, and you've got to do it that day. They won't do it any other day. So I took it to her. So there's a young girl standing behind there and an older woman who's sitting down doing something. So I give her the thing and she looks at it. And then she puts this piece of paper. I'm thinking, this is a bit odd. Normally they actually say, I haven't got that much in the till. No. So she puts a ring around the pound coins, of which I had 110. Okay, so she said, just to tell you that next time I won't be cashing this for you. So I said, why would that be? And she said, because you've got too many pound coins. I said, I wasn't aware that this is in Sainsbury's in Hampton. I wasn't aware that there was something on the machine that said, we'll only take so many pound coins. So the older woman, quite clearly not knowing what she was talking about either, said, you could do it in 2 lots. I said, what are you saying? Are you saying that, you know, I'm sort of putting money through that isn't genuine or something like that? I said, because the machine throws it back out again. You can't put fake coins in. She said, well, it's to stop fraud. I said, is this Sainsbury's interpretation of how Coinstar works, or is this yours? So she looked at me, she said, well, I'm just telling you that next time we won't be cashing it. I said, get the manager. Get the manager, make his little legs move very quickly. So she looks at me like I'm filth. Absolutely. And I was just standing there, and the other woman said, you shouldn't raise your voice to her. I said, I didn't raise my voice. I'm just querying whether this is your interpretation of how this machine works, or whether this is Sainsbury's, you know, or is it Coinstar? Because it doesn't say anything on the machine. It just says, do you want your money, or do you want to go to charity? And I didn't. And so, anyway, after about 5-6 minutes, she comes back with this manager. I think his name was Neil. First thing he said was, I'm so sorry. And I thought, now that's the way it should be. He said, I don't know where they've got this information from. He said, but it's not true. I said, but she said she wouldn't be cashing this next time. I said, how did she propose giving me my money back once I put it into the Coinstar machine? He said, well, it's a concession, Coinstar. He said, but there's no rule about how many coins you can put in it. So I looked at her, and I'm waiting for the I'm terribly sorry, which didn't emerge from her mouth. She didn't say a word. She just stood there looking at me, counted out the 237 quid and just gave it to me. So I said, of course, the worst thing was then, so I pick it up. It's all £10 notes. They're all brand new, and they all slip and fall to the floor. I'm now standing there with all these bloody £10 notes all over the place. Luckily, there were 2 nice people who looked fairly okay, and they sort of gathered up all the money. I was filming it. You know, I don't know, let's miss it, you know, tenner here and all the rest of it. And so I got my money back. But when I drove away, I remember thinking, who else has she said that to? Because those people on that front desk, they're the face of Sainsbury's. They're the people that make you... I said, I've shopped here for ages. You know, changing my money up, buying milk, you know, getting Satsumas or whatever it happens to be. And she's blatantly saying, next time I'm not going to cash it in. I thought, I'm sorry, have you just been elevated to the peerage or something? Oh, I'm really fed up with it. I thought, you know, I mean, I shall go there again because, in fact, next time I'm deliberately going to the bank to take out £500 in pound coins, and I'm going to pour them into the machine and then go, there you go, dear. It's terrible, isn't it? Why do people say that? Because all of a sudden, the sort of the inference is that I'd be passing off fraudulent coins. And I think I look quite smart. I'm a good-looking bloke. I've obviously got a bit of money, you can tell. I've now got 237 quid, but I'm definitely going to the bank to get pound coins. I'm going to empty into that machine. I'm going to take it back when she's on the thing. And they go, thank you. Get the manager, you know, beforehand. How dare they, honestly. How you imagine if that had been an ordinary person, like sort of Connor or something like that, who didn't have any recourse to come back to say, excuse me, I've got a radio programme. You can't do things like, I'm a customer to Sainsbury's. You need customers. God knows. You'd have just done it at the bank. But unless you've got an account with the bank, they won't take the money. You do it, you go to your bank. What bank are you with? Now, we own you. Oh, that's quite nice. I feel a kinship now. Royal Bank of Scotland owns NatWest. We have Coots, we have Drummonds, we've got all the banks. It's nice. Sorry, so we've made you late for the bus. So he would take it into the bank. You can't. Yeah, you do the same. You only use cards. You see, Darren only ever used his cards, whereas I don't. I use cash all the time. But I thought it was the fact that she said, and I don't think she'd thought it through properly. It was, next time I won't be cashing this in for you. You bloody well will, dear. And the old woman next to you, who looked at me as if it was my problem. No, your problem. Perhaps you can bring the money in 2 lots. I said, what do I want to do that for? She obviously assumed, incorrectly, that you can put this money through and it will take false coins, because it won't. Coinstar is sort of well ahead of it. But to actually say, I'm not going to cash it for you next time. You will now, dear. You definitely will. Do you know, I went away with a big smile, and as I walked out with my little purchases, I turned to look at them. Unfortunately, they both weren't there at that time. I was going to walk past and go, one of those little smug looks on your face, which you can do, which kind of sets you up. Have a nice day. Try not to blow away outside. And somebody says, the Sainsbury employee is obviously jealous. Well, there's no jealousy. It can't be. Because you carry more loose change around than she probably earns in a week. I don't think so. I mean, it was just a case of she was feeding incorrect information. She obviously thought that if it went over £100, I don't know who's told her this, obviously somebody very stupid, that it has been. And the old woman was backing her up, which means there's 2 people telling lies. But they're fronting Sainsbury's. They are the face of the store. I don't care who they are, unless I asked to... If ever you get that, ask to see a manager. Don't deal with the people there. Deal with the manager. Because the first thing he said was, I'm sorry, I don't know why they've said that to you. And she just stood there looking a bit stupid. Because you can't lie to people. And it made me, I said, I've always shopped at Sainsbury's to do this. Then I do some more shopping in the store. And he said, I'm very sorry, won't happen again. I might go in today, actually. Yes. And she told me off because she said, you don't need to raise your voice to her. And I thought, I'm sorry, I'm a customer. Who do you think you're talking to? Having lied through your teeth sitting there. Really bad news, actually. But I don't think it's got anything to do with jealousy. I think it's got to do with... She thinks that the Coinstar machine takes every coin. She said it's for 5s and 10s and pennies. It was just stupid. Of course it's not. Yes, Steve Allen is always right. Who says so?
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
Thank you. I should have actually taken that and played it to her on my phone. Steve Allen's always right. But the manager, big bloke, I'm sure it was Neil. I'm pretty certain I read the thing correctly. I mean, he was absolutely the face of Sainsbury's. I'm so sorry, it won't happen again. I don't know where they've got that information from. Because I managed to fill 10 minutes on my programme talking about it. You watch, it'll hit the Sainsbury's magazine. There is no limit to how many coins you can put in the Coinstar machine, OK? And if you start telling lies to people, you're going to be let go by the company. Jackie says, why do you let them accumulate? Why don't you spend them as you get them? I don't, because I like them accumulating. I've got a plastic jug at home. It's in the bathroom, actually. And I just accumulate them. And it's good. If you bank with NatWest, Steve, they have coin machines which you can pay your change direct back into the account. Oh, I don't like doing that. I like going out and change. As I say, I've had as much as 400 quid if I really saved up a lot. But it was when I was looked at this thing and it said £110 in pound coins, and she went, you can't have that many. Well, I'm afraid I have. Don't get the coins from the bank to torment the lady. You're better than that. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. No, you've obviously got it wrong. I'm going back in. I might do it today, actually. I might do it in a few of them. But I've never had that in all the years I've been doing that. Nobody's ever said, oh, you've got too many coins here. And I thought, not about to put up with it now. Right. I love the idea that Gordon the Gopher's fighting back against the homophobic Twitter trolls. I wasn't sure what the ending of Gordon the Gopher was. Because when Philip stopped doing the broom cupboard and Gordon the Gopher finished as well, did they kill Gordon? I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to say because it's a puppet. But did they kill Gordon the Gopher off? Has he risen from the dead like Lazarus? Has he now learnt, the skills of writing? I'd love to find out. But he definitely has a Twitter page as well, which I think is fantastic. How many of your coins did the Coinstar machine pop out as fake, says Damien? 3. 3 came out as fake. And so what I do is the same as everybody else. I put them in my pocket and they mix up with what little change I've actually got with me. Sometimes I go through the change and I look at it and go, oh, God, that looks fake. And then you just put it, you give it to somebody, and or put it in a charity box or something like that, hoping that they can actually do it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So if you bank, somebody says, as much as I like Phil Schoaf, he's gay. So what? He's not dying. He's gay. Loads of people are gay, but are we going to have him on every programme praising him for coming out? Yes. in an answer, you are. You're definitely going to have him on lots of different programmes because he is the biggest profile celebrity that ITV have got. I mean, to be honest with you, 99.9% of people couldn't give a forex if he comes out as gay, trans, fluid. I couldn't care less. It makes no difference. Doesn't affect anybody's life. It's between him and the family and his friends, and they all knew. So, in fact, one of his daughters tweeted before he came out something alluding to that kind of thing. So it's not like it's some big surprise. The people writing in going, his wife is so brave. She's not brave. They've known about this for years. If he knew when he got married, you're not telling me she didn't know. Of course she knows. Why would it make any difference to her? They like each other. They get on very well together. And he's not moving out. Honestly. Sainsbury's... it sounds like a job's worth to me. Well, it was just the fact that she basically threatened, next time I won't be cashing this in. You will. You absolutely will, because you've got a Coinstar machine out there. If it was switched off, I could understand it. If it's switched on, then you abide by the rules, and it does not say anywhere you only have to put a certain amount of pound coins in. What's the point of it? What's the point of having it? And so that's why. And the manager was quite right. We don't offer, I don't know where she got that from. That's why they both said it. And then they both sort of looked at the floor. And I thought, but not one word of apology came from their mouths. Not one word of apology. That's all you want, really, isn't it, really? Pat says the bank will only change £100 a day from coin to notes. Oh, really? Ah. And... Steve, it's really great, says Mark, to hear the Sainsbury's adventure hasn't bothered you at all. No, it hasn't. I filled 15 minutes with it. That's the answer. That's what I can do. That's what nobody else can do, you see, which is fantastic. And I now have visions of Julia Roberts in Sainsbury's saying, big mistake. Big. Do you remember Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman? She goes in there, now she's a hooker. And she's wearing what hookers apparently wear in this film, which is little hot pants and everything else. And the woman in the shop, get her out. And so she sort of goes in there. They can't get her out the store quick enough. They've got nothing for her. So, of course, she goes back. Her boyfriend is super duper rich. And he goes back in and he said, this is my friend who came in a short while ago. I want some... It's like along the lines of, I want some serious sucking up. OK, we're going to be spending an extraordinary amount of money. And so that's how it worked. And they bent and they bowed and they scraped. I wasn't expecting bowing and scraping. I was just expecting for them to tell the truth, not to tell lies to a customer. It's as simple as that. I didn't watch Corrie's 10,000th episode. I've got somebody coming in today who was in Corrie and was in Emmerdale as well. And that's Bill Ward. He was Charlie Stubbs in Coronation Street. So looking forward to him coming in today. We'll chat to him for a future in conversation. He's going out on tour, he is. He's going out on tour. Steve, it was Philip himself who said he'd been brave. He wanted to be brave like the people they interview. No, everybody else has been saying he's brave. Everybody else has been saying that he's brave. I don't think it was brave at all. Have you and the team, Steve, considered being a Village People tribute act? I'd come and see you. Of course, everybody would come and say, absolutely. Oh, dear. Somebody says, Lloyds do save the change, direct your account. I'm not with Lloyds. Why would I want to be with... Why do people ask stupid questions and sort of come up with stupid things? I'm not with Lloyds, thank you very much indeed. It says, also less aggro as you get older, you should get wiser. Free up your time, man. There's a dope smoker if ever there was one. Yeah, man, you gotta free up your time, man. Yes, love, of course. My God, I thought I'd heard some stupid people on Matt Stadland's programme the other day. Relax, your pockets must have holes in all them coins. No, I've just explained, you can tell he's on something, can't you? Because I've just explained I keep them in a jug. Okay, I don't walk around with a jug attached to my pocket. God, I'll tell you, I can't deal with people who do drugs. It doesn't work. Do you know the checking fake pound coins, placed between finger and thumb, Queen's head facing upwards, spin coin round the back, if not the same, upwards, then it's a fake, says Mike on the Wirral. And they'd know. They'd know. They're all over the place now. They're all over the place. Wait a minute. I have got some... I'm so sorry, I'm standing up. I've got some change in my pocket at the moment. Got quite a bit of change, actually. That's how much change I've got. That's your weekly wage here. Look, all these £2 coins. And also, lots of my coins are shiny. So they are toned that round. Do you have the Queen's head on both sides? I haven't. I've got, looks like thistles or something. What's that coin? Oh, God. Look, somebody's passed off as a £1 coin. See it? It's a €1. Swine. You wait till I find them. You've got some stamps. Stamps? Legal tender for what? No, of course not. No, you can't. You can't go into a shop and go, I've just bought some pork sausages. How many stamps is that? Where'd you get this from, honestly? No, you can't. Oh, listen, he's read it on the internet. It's doolally time for Luke. It's a case of, yeah, you can really do that. Well, I tell you what, I'll give you some stamps. You go down to get a cup of coffee later, offer stamps for payment, see how far you get. Have you heard anything like it? Where did you hear that from? What? No, just you knew that. Well, there's some doolally person on sort of some sort of medication who'll write in and tell us all about it. But no, you cannot use stamps as currency. It's sold for the post office. Okay, it's for sending letters. That's how it works. I want to see you going in and getting a cheese bagel and then going, how many and tearing out the stamps and giving them to, yeah, right. Do you know how much? Because it doesn't put the price on any stamps now. So do you know how much a first class stamp is? I don't know how much though. You're telling me. You think 70p. How much is a second class stamp? So you don't know. Well, how are you knowing how much to give away in your stamps? And they go, that's 4 stamps, and you go 2, 3, thank you. You know, the exchange rate. What, on stamps? I've got loads of money actually here. Sorry? It includes anything with the Queen's head on it. He's read this on the internet. I mean, it's not true. He's just read it, and he's putting it out as like these 2 girls in Sainsbury's at Hampton the other day. Yeah, we're not going to take it if it's over 100. Yes, you are. You so are. You know, that's why the manager apologised, because I'm a customer. Have you had a new Brexit 50p? I don't think so. No. Wait a minute. Oh, what's that one? Oh God, what's this one? Oh, this is another one. This is another foreign coin. One... Oh, I don't know what that is. That's a very odd one. It could be from Turkey or something. God, it's amazing how much rubbish you get in your change, isn't it? What's that one? Oh, it's a 10p. That's all right. God, blimey, honestly. I'll tell you what, go through your pockets and see what rubbish you've got. So that's a €1, which is masquerading as a £1 coin. That'll be given to somebody later. And all the other things. No, you can't have any more than £100. Bloody well can. Steve, I've just heard ABBA's Dancing Queen played on the didgeridoo. It was ABBA original. Yeah, I think so. I quite like that. A postage stamp... Here we go. James in Silvertown. A postage stamp is legal tender. A bus driver would have to accept that as currency. Well, I don't know what land you're from, pal, but bus drivers have never taken cash or anything for ages. We have Oyster cards. They don't take cash anymore, so you're up the gum tree, aren't you, there in Silver End? Probably Silver closed down the end, I should imagine. Never heard anything like it, honestly. Yeah, so I'm getting on the bus. How many stamps is that? Yeah, I'll take some first-class stamps, yeah. So he goes back to the depot and they go, how much money you take? And he goes, well, I've got 4 first-class stamps here. How's that? And they go, get out, you're fired. Never heard anything like it. Somebody else, you get all the Looney Tunes out now. Stamps are legal tender. Yeah, stamps. Can't go and buy your shopping, can you? God, where'd you get these stupid people from? Not half your family come out, does it? This, to sort of back you up on this one. He's read it, obviously, on the internet. So, but James has got to be the stupidest one, highlighting a bus driver would have to accept them as currency. We don't pay on buses, dear. Oh, dear, honestly, where do these people vote? That's the worrying thing, isn't it? They look at the time. Must take a time check. I shall go and spend some stamps. I think I'll go and buy a Bounty bar with 2 stamps. It's out all the doolally ones this morning. It's all the woo, 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 woo. It's amazing, isn't it? Steve, stamps are legal tender and always have been, but there's no obligation for shopkeepers to take them. However, they are legal tender, meaning they can be legally used to purchase goods, not services. Oh, go away and bury your head, for God's sake. What are you on about? You can't go... This is the sort of person who would phone Nick Abbott, isn't it? And Nick would go, where are you coming from? Same place as Luke, the Doolally Island. They all live together in little green houses. Some of them are pink, some of them are blue, some of them are sky blue. And they all use stamps to do their shopping. There you go. You've got 3 stamps there. What's that, a bounty? Or... yeah, is that £3? Who knows? It's nothing. It's 3 stamps to stick on envelopes. God in heaven, honestly. Still here after the storm, says James. Roger, my cat, was outside, loved it, chasing things around the garden. Tables, chairs, umbrellas, I should imagine. And, Steve, perhaps people are getting deluded and getting mixed up with Green Shield stamps, which you could make a purchase with. Some folks just live in the past, says Patricia. Yeah, funnily enough, we did Green Shield stamps on the programme the other day. You know, but people love that, actually. People love that. People love that. It's good. Steve, did you know if you write a will at home without going to a solicitor... Oh, here we go. You managed to find it, have you? Of course you have, yes.
Royal Mint as well.
Yeah. Yes, from April the 30th, stamps will rise by 25p. OK, we've seen lots of tweets from people who intend to bulk buy stamps now and have suggested their legal tender. This is not the case. That's what it says. This is not the case. Did you read this before you gave me this? No. It says we've seen lots of people, many have suggested stamps are legal tender. Legal tender has a specific meaning that we've described in a previous blog post. While you are free to accept stamps as payment for a service or goods, there's no legal obligation to accept them. So they're not, all right? Oh, dear. It says, whether you buy stamps now and resell it below face value in a few weeks' time is a different matter. Well, you'd have to be stupid, wouldn't you? To go and buy stamps and then sort of exchange it for something that isn't here. So, and by the way, a first-class stamp is 60p. Not the 70 you thought it was, so you're paying over the odds anyway. A second-class stamp is not 40p, but 50p. A large letter sent second class will cost 69p rather than 58. And parcels, franked mail and recorded post. So are stamps legal tender? No. OK. I can't believe you didn't even check that before you brought it in to me. It's now reinforced you're an idiot. I mean, how could you... I mean, honestly, the last thing you'd be doing is bringing it in to me. Pete in Clapham Junction says, did you know if you write a will at home without going to a solicitor, if you put a stamp at the end and sign across it, it's legal in law? Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I always get things witnessed. The bank have got my will. I mean, you know, stamps, well, that's great, you see. That's absolutely fantastic. It means that Luke could go and write his own will and leave what little money he's got. Somebody says, I've got a few Vatican stamps if you'd like them. Put your hand down, Corey. They're not for you. They're offered to me. Donny offered to me. Apparently, if you got on a bus in Glasgow, Steve, and tried to pay in stamps, the driver would stick one on you. Exactly. Somebody says, you should remember it's you who doesn't live in the real world. I think, wait a minute, you're writing to me, so obviously I am in the real world, thicko. God blimey. Coinstar was invented by a USA uni student. I met him once. Coinstar made him very rich, says Dave in Newcastle. There you go. Steve, cancelled services today, as was 10 inches of snow. I tell you what, I'm sending Luke out. He can come and sweep your drive. He's got stamps. He can go and buy a broom over there, so that'll be all right. Couldn't get back to sleep, says Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, but I did get a nap in the afternoon. The wife and I took the dog for a walk and watched Vera this evening. I love the idea you've had 10 inches of snow and you take the dog out. 1 minute you've got the dog, the next minute it's vanished in a snowdrift. You've got to watch these things, haven't you? Vatican stamps, honestly. Have you heard of such a thing? Jay says Steve Allen's in a proper strop this morning. You've obviously never heard the programme before. You think that's a proper strop? I'm not like Nick Abbott, actually. And somebody says, I think I know the girl you're on about in Sainsbury's. She's very rude. Well, I didn't think she was very rude. I just thought she was misinformed. Misinformed. And if you're misinformed, you have to correct it and you have to apologise. And I should have really pushed it, actually. I should have pushed it. Somebody else going on about the stamps again. Go away. If anybody else writes in about stamps, I'm going to cancel you completely. Okay, simple as that. You can go and join Luke in that little land called the Forgotten Ones. Steve, can't euros be used in England? Where were you thinking of? Where were you thinking of using euros? You don't even have to take Scottish fivers. But there again, who does? Roland says, you pay about 7 to 10% in those change machines, which goes to Sainsbury's. No, it's split between Coinstar and Sainsbury's. I'm not bothered. Why would I be bothered? I'm not going to sit and count out 236 coins. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. Parasite got Best Picture at the Oscars, if anybody's interested. Yeah, we knew about that, thank you. Okay, not telling us. And Matthew says, send my love to Angie, Sue and Karen on Facebook. Frank in Bristol says, here in the back of Beyond provinces, Bristol, they still take cash on the buses. No Oyster cards here. I don't know why they don't roll them out over the whole country. I can use my Freedom Pass over the whole country, provided the bus has got a picture of an English rose on it, then I can use it. So why not... I have to put some stamps on it as well, actually. Not that I need to worry about paying for it. I love a Monday morning, don't you? Monday morning, you can always guarantee somebody will say something that is so ludicrously ridiculous. Steve the cabbie says, if you can find it in your heart and leave me your Bentley and your will, I would appreciate it, thank you. Mark says, why on earth would you buy stamps and use the stamps to pay for things? Listen, I don't question him. He's mad. That's all I can tell you. He buys, as opposed to using the money he's buying the stamps for his rotten exchange rate, he's buying stamps so he can use stamps to pay for things. Unfortunately, he hasn't found any shops who are willing to take the stamps. So he's now stuck with a load of stamps, which he can't do anything with because he doesn't write to anybody, because he doesn't know anybody. So he's in a catch-22 situation. Me, I'm trying to be helpful to him and find him another job somewhere. I don't know where. Perhaps working in a post office. People coming in offering money for stamps to go and buy a Bounty bar or a pot noodle or something. Perhaps by the till in Waitrose there'll be an exchange rate. 2 stamps can get you a chocolate bar. 3 stamps gets you a coffee. Oh, look, somebody's texted my phone. It'll be somebody important. And, it's my friend Samuel. He says, stamp, what's one of them? What, worth? We don't know. He doesn't know either. He's just made it up. He's come up with something, Sam. And, seriously. Seriously, I thought I've worked with some mad people in my time. I've never worked with somebody who is completely so far off the scale that they wandered into another land. It's a land of sort of chocolate rivers and lollipops and pink ice cream and stuff like that. And that's where he's happiest. Sitting on a toadstool talking to some Oompa Loompas. Because they also take stamps and then they can go and have themselves dipped in creosote. I don't know where he got... seriously, I don't know where he got it from, but of course he had to prove it, didn't he, by going to the internet. Shane says, first it was bushfires, now we got floods in Sydney after torrential rain and winds. Oh, goodness, that's terrible, isn't it? Oh, dear. And then somebody said you're like a petulant teenage girl. Well, a bit like you, then. Honestly, how stupid are some people? H in London. Oh, it's not H, is it? He was kicked off the Strictly programme. So obviously, gays don't dance. Because they didn't do very well. And yet the week before, they did very well. But isn't it funny? The week that, Philip Schofield comes out, I say the week, the day, and the audience there sort of clap him and everybody goes how brave he is and how marvellous he is, they get kicked off the programme. Mind you, had they asked to dance with Philip, that would have been a lot better. I'd have paid to see that, wouldn't you? I'd have paid to see that. What are we going to see Philip on next? But the funny thing is, whenever you saw Philip Schofield years ago, he was never, a camp presenter. He was just Philip Schofield. He was just pleasant, nice. He got on with it, professional. Now all of a sudden, people going to be seeing him differently? I don't think so. Blowing a hoolie out there. A hoolie. That's, what's that? That's a Scottish word, isn't it? A hoolie. It's a dance, isn't it, I think? Dances with leaves. Did you ever see the film Dances with Wolves? Yes, Kevin Costner. Yeah, you saw that, did you? You've not seen it? No, it's a very good film. It's not for you, really, because they have a lot of stamps. They're exchanging things. Bottle of fire water, 2 teepees, 30,000 stamps. It's very expensive out there. You can't move for sort of, people buying teepees and getting their war paint on and everything else, but all with the currency of stamps. Isn't that marvellous? Yeah, exactly. I know. And it actually proved him wrong. He prints off somebody, hasn't read it. He thought it was going to blow down in his favour.
I have a question, Steve Allen. He's always right.
See, told you. I'm always right. I'm never ever wrong. Never ever wrong. I love it. Seriously, I love it. It's fantastic. It makes me very happy. 17 minutes to 5. I'm trying to work out what my friend Sam is doing up at this time of the morning. What on earth are you doing up at this time? It's 17 minutes to 5. Very early, isn't it? It's going to be very blowy today. Very blowy. Not, of course, for Luke, because on the little island he lives on, there is no wind, there is no rain, there is no nothing at all, actually. Just fluffy white clouds bowling along, a little bit of tumbleweed on the road, and an old woman selling stamps from her bicycle basket. And in the middle of all of that is Luke. Can I buy some stamps, please? Please, miss. I want some more. It could be so nice, couldn't it, really? And then you can go into your song. Is it worth the waiting for? All we ever get is stamps. Imagine Oliver Twist days. We're not giving you any gruel anymore. You got stamps. Oh, not stamps again. We had stamps last week. We got stamps this week. Oh, let's go. You got to pick a pocket or two. Got to pick a pocket or two. Nobody mentioned Fagin and his predilection for little boys picking people's pockets. And the one thing they wanted was handkerchiefs. Last thing you'd be wanting to pick in London is somebody's handkerchief. God, can you imagine? It's not very nice, is it, really? It's got the Queen's face. You and the Queen's face. You are mad. You are so mad. Steve, Dolly says, the Feast of the Shipwreck of St. Paul. Are you celebrating the studio? We are. We're thinking of actually drowning Luke. Which I can't believe he's come. He normally is actually quite sensible. But, I mean, this morning, he's kind of gone completely... I mean, I don't know whether or not the matron's changed his medication or whether, his parents have disowned him and said, no, you were adopted, you're not ours. But this morning, he's come out with more odd things than we've ever heard in our entire life. Don't give him a stamp. He'll have to give you something in return. Oh, look. Oh, you've got your own stamp. You're now a first-class boy. A first-class boy. First-class male. Yeah, that's we can get rid of him. If we can wedge him into the blooming post box. I bet he's a wow at Christmas at the table after a couple of drinks. Yeah, so we were talking the other day about stamps being legal currency. Next minute he's sitting by himself at the table. They've all gone home. They've had enough. He's off on one of his little things now. Steve, you can pay using second-class stamps, but you have to wait 2 or 3 days for the change. Do you remember postal orders? Remember postal orders? Oh, right, you sort of wrote out postal orders. I can't remember what they were for, actually. It was a way of sending money. Oh, Sam has told me, he says, I'm on the early shift at work this week, so no excuses not to listen in. You know that, Sam, audience figures up again? Up again? Second time this last two quarters up again, which we're very pleased about. Very pleased about. In fact, we're very excited about it. I tried not to get too excited last week, but I can't help it. It's always nice. I have to tell you that Sam used to work here. He is the thinnest person I've ever worked with. I mean, seriously, he is seriously slim. Like, slim. I mean, I've only ever seen a couple of people in my life who are as slim as that. And yet he seems to eat all the normal stuff, whereas me, I seem to eat all the normal stuff and just pile on the weight. It's ridiculous. Somebody says, you've gone from calling him Pip for years now. No, I called him Pip earlier on in the... Are you listening or what? Why do I get the deaf ones? Can't I get somebody who's got batteries in or something? No, I called him Pip all the time. Angling for an in-conversation. What for? I've got 5 in-conversations this week. Believe you me, I don't want to angle for any in-conversation. No, I call him Pip all the time. Mainly because it winds you up, which is good. Would you pay with a second-class stamp at a second-hand shop, says Andy? Oh, I don't know. Would you pay in a second-hand shop where you come from, Luke? Do you have second-hand shops where you come from? You do have them, right. Sorry? Charity shops, like second-hand shops, yes. Yes, Oxfam and, help save a London child kind of thing. And you would use your stamps in there, would you? Yeah. I want to come and film that, actually, and put it out on the programme, because I don't reckon you're going to get very far inside. Steve. Oh, a lot of people... somebody's saying here, did somebody say if it has the Queen's face on it, then it's legal tender? Yeah, we've already done the gag about the Mum's Silver Jubilee tea towels. Need to keep up with this programme, you know. We're way ahead of you this morning, way ahead. And Ruth in Great Yarmouth says, I'm sorting my stuff for dinner later and rolling around the kitchen laughing. Well, he must have rolled around the kitchen laughing. What's this rolling around the kitchen for? Mind you, it is Great Yarmouth. I've never been to Great Yarmouth. That'd be a nice place to go to, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's up Norfolk way, isn't it? Is it Norfolk? I'm sure, yes. Oh, that sounds quite... East Coast, yeah. We could go up there and see a show. We could buy the best quality seats with the stamps that we've got, because I've got loads of stamps, loads of books of... Monday morning, it's the 10th of February. Whee! 10th of February. Steve, I thought Brave was helping somebody being robbed or assaulted, not some morning television person I don't watch. I don't know what the definition of brave is. I also assume brave was probably along the lines of sort of helping somebody, but he might have helped people. We don't know. We don't know. I just think it was the worst kept secret in the business. And it came as... There was only a couple of friends of mine who went, have you read the news about Philip Schofield? And I went, listen, everybody's known about Pip for years. Years. It's like worst kept secret. Steve, what currency do you use to buy stamps to use as currency? Says Confused of Mansfield. I don't know. I have to ask Luke again. This is his baby here. So what currency do you use to buy stamps to use as currency? How would that work? Eh? How would that work? Do you know the answer to that one? The question was, what currency do you use to buy stamps to use as currency? You have an answer for that one there, or you've decided to give up and go and hang your head in the corner? Just a blank look. That's all we get here. We're getting a blank look. There's nothing at all. There's a little smile playing over his face because he didn't understand the question. So what currency do you use to buy stamps to use as currency? Like, duh? I mean, come on. You need... No, you can't use stamps to buy stamps. You use currency. It's like Henry saving the RNLI, systematically. Fancy not knowing that... You didn't know that the RNLI were all volunteers. Well, you think they get paid for it? No. There's a video, is there? Oh. Well, I always think they're great. Blue Peter years ago got some... They had their Blue Peter appeal, and it was for saving up for offshore lifeboats. So I think you had to save up buttons or something. So I took them all off next door's coat and sent them in, which is nice. What will you be doing this morning? Wait a minute, I know what you're going to be doing this morning on breakfast. I just realised it's Oscars, the storm of the century as well. Boris Johnson set to give the green light, even though there's 90 Tory MPs are against it. A bit late now, and it start closing it down. And also, as the death toll for coronavirus overtakes that of the SARS epidemic, Nick will be asking, is the EU taking this outbreak seriously enough? I do know more than you. It's only because I read up on it, because, Dave will sort of tell me. I've got Dave's ear. He looks after me. Tells me what's happening in the morning, just so I get a rough idea, because we're all celebrating around here. Steve, here in the back of... there's no Oyster cards. Roland says 7 to 10% goes to Sainsbury's. No, it doesn't in the Coinstar machines. No, they get a percentage because it's a concession. It's as simple as that. Steve bought stamps from the Co-op Weekly to spend for Christmas, then moved, couldn't find them after that, recently found them 2 years later. They wouldn't take them. Really? That surprises me, actually. That surprises me. That really does. And Rob says, I found these coming out stories a bit much. There's no need for that, as nobody cares. It's 2020. Yes, I also don't understand, but I suppose it's different for other people, isn't it? Everybody's different. If we were all the same, it would be a very boring world. John in Tooting says, does anybody remember Cadbury's Wisp? Not Whisper. It was a light honeycomb centre with soft caramel coating covered in chocolate. Sounds vile. Wisp. W-H-I-S-P. He said, I remember eating them back in the 70s and they were very yummy. Oh, you need to get a life, John. You really can't, you can't sort of start flogging a dead horse with sort of local radio presenters. No, it doesn't exist, I'm afraid. There's nothing. Wisp. Do you think it was maybe somebody... It actually said Whisper, but the A had dropped off. Do you think? It could be... it could be that. Well, they might have spelt it differently. Probably comes in different things in different countries. Would it be? Here we go. Or it could be a walnut whip. I used to love a walnut whip, which reminds me of a very rude joke I can't tell you about. I hated the walnut on the top of a walnut whip. I know it's called walnut. And then they brought out another one. I used to like taking the walnut off or whatever it was and then sticking your tongue inside to get the foam bit out. But they used to a mint version as well. Mint whip. That was quite nice. Mint filling. That was quite nice, actually. I quite like that. Very nice indeed. Do you want a Twix? I brought some Twix in this morning. Yeah, Twix. I'm not going to give one to laugh. Lord, here we go. That's it. That's me done for. 2 sneezes and you're out. I can't give you any chocolate because it's not good for you. On second thoughts, you must have some chocolate. I like to be caring, seeing as he's ruined half my programme today. So we can't find wisps anywhere. We think it's probably made up. Steve, first book I ever purchased, Born Free, Living Free and Forever Free, using Green Shield stamps, says Shane, who's in York. I love York. I think York's a fab place. So beautiful. Have you been to York? Yeah, you must be. You're a student. You've been a student, so that's what students go to York, don't they? They all know about York. It's a great place, beautiful. I love places like that. What was I watching on the telly the other day? I was watching something, and it was one of these, let's go to this little market town. They all look lovely. It reminds me of the little market town I grew up in for a small part of my life. Still exciting, though. Still exciting, any of these sort of places. And Anthony says, be thankful that bartering is no longer a thing. You'd have Luke trudging in with his guinea pigs and mice. Yes. I can't imagine that Luke was ever allowed guinea pigs and mice. They probably had a dog or something at home, or possibly a pussycat. I had a dream about that, actually. I had a dream about pussycats. And I had a pussycat, a dog, and some other animal, and they all slept in the same place. Like all sort of together, curled up. I don't know why it seems so real to me now, actually. Mind you, most of my dreams feel real. Shane says, why do these people want sympathy when they come out? I was 15 when I told Mum I was gay. Then I just got on with my life. I know. The trouble is, everybody's different. Every single person's different. James says, oh my flipping gosh, you got all the loopy lumps on today. Blown in from La La Land. Pfft, blown in? He built La La Land next door. He is the founder member of La La Land. It used to be quite common, Steve, to use stamps to pay for... Oh, go away, I can't bear it. Told you, you're barred. Also, I thought the big reveal regarding Philip Schofield was that he had a wife. I thought he was gay anyway, says Dave. No, he's always had the wife for sort of 27 years and 2 children. So it's... But I just don't think in 2020 it really is of any interest to anybody. I mean, it's great. I did predict... I said, the moment it happened, I said, I bet you anything, there won't be any backlash on this because everybody likes Philip Schofield. If they didn't, it's like, John Barrowman, of course, this is going to be hilarious now. Do you think it's all going to change and Philip Schofield's going to become amazingly camp overnight? So when he's on This Morning, all of a sudden he's going to start waving his arms about and sort of being a little Bruno Tonioli or something like that, or a bit John Barrowman or whatever it happens to be. They're all going to be going, oh, I never knew. Steve, recently I was offered by my solicitor stamps instead of a cheque for some interest I'd earned. You can get that. I've had stamps before used on things. It just sort of took the price up a little bit, but that was it. And somebody else was saying, I'm pretty certain, no, it's not true. Nobody takes stamps. What are you going to do with them? Unless you really want to use stamps because you're going to stick them onto your, photographs or, your postcards or something like that. The funny thing, 10th of February, wet, windy, very windy, very, very windy in certain parts of the country and just miserable. Some people still without power, which is not a great deal of fun, is it? Not a great deal of fun. So I hope you survived the storms last night. Nick Ferrari is going to be talking about that a little bit later on. I'm a bit miffed this morning because I've suddenly realised, it's just been reinforced on me, that I'm not on Heat Magazine's Secret Crush 2020. In fact, I don't feature at all on it. And there's some other people on there who are far less interesting than I am. Then they've got an interview in The Sun today with Philip Schofield's wife. And she's known. She's known since they got married. They have 2 children, Molly and Ruby. In fact, we know everything, but we always knew everything about the family. She says whatever it was. And... she said, this is the only interview, he's 57, since publicly coming out on Friday, did it to The Sun, And they say it got very dark and all the rest of it. But she said here that, she's known about it all the time. She said there was no question in those moments when I couldn't see a way forward. It was Steph and my girls who hauled me back. So this is nothing new. It's just that he decided to come out now. They met back in 97. That's when they met. And she says, whatever. But it's still that thing. Why choose to come out now? That's the interest. That's the big question that everybody's asking. Was somebody threatening to out him? He said not. He hasn't said whether or not he's in a relationship at the moment. That would be one under discussion. Because people are curious. There's no point in sort of coming out unless you've either got a boyfriend to talk about or a girlfriend, whatever it happens to be. Because if you haven't got anybody, what difference does it make? I don't think it makes any difference at all. Bangers and cash. Somebody paid 20 grand for a 1986 Ford Capri, which reminded him of his youth. They were the in cars to have. In cars. I was offered a Mini, black, with gold flecks in it, which was lovely. And which was good. Reminded him of his youth, says Ron. That was a good. Somebody says, use real money. Yes, well, we do use real money. Luckily, we have real money. James says hello to Corey. Tell him to check out a band called Bullet for My Valentine. They're awesome. Yes, I don't think he's into the same music that you're into. I think you'll find that actually Corey gets more excited about sort of an ABBA revival than he does about a band called Bullet for My Valentine. Yeah, I mean, that sounds kind of freaky, actually, to me. Bullet for My Valentine doesn't sound like a happy-go-lucky, let's do some pop tunes for you now. Listen to ABBA on the way to work. You're not going to sort of make a statement, are you, at the end of the programme or something? I'm slightly disturbed. They're very good, aren't they, ABBA? The funny thing is, ABBA's music is timeless. When you think, my, at Waterloo, Napoleon did surrender. Oh, yes. And in fact, that's where Chris Evans got his thing from, with the heads turning sideways. He did it on TGI Fridays. He would go, dum, dum, dum. And it was like that. Makes me go dizzy, actually, if I do that. I shouldn't have done that, actually. That was probably a wrong thing to do. Love to go all peculiar and start talking drivel on the programme again. Thank God. I know how to get audience figures. Don't tell me anything. But it is. ABBA is timeless. My former producer, Rob, from years ago, I mean, he's the biggest ABBA freak there is going. He loves ABBA. Absolutely loves it. So who's on the Heat's Crush 2020 list? Should we do it in reverse order? Number 25... Now, as I say, once you've got about 3 into these, you're going to start worrying about who actually compiled this list. Alan Sugar. OK? That's somebody says, have you lot had the same dream when you're sat opposite Lord Sugar in the boardroom in a negligee and he tells you you're hired or fired? I know. I thought as well. They said, no, neither have we. Well, you wouldn't, would you? How can you be a secret crush? It's Alan Sugar. Ant McPartlan. It says, you lot can't have one without the other. OK, right. But again, not really. Lin-Manuel Miranda. I had no idea who this was, actually, but somebody is a musical virtuoso. Prince William. They say we're totally crushing out on Prince Willie. Really? No. Lee Mack. I like Lee Mack. He's actually very funny. Wouldn't be a crush, would he? I don't think. Ed Sheeran. I don't think so. Not for a secret crush. I mean, he's not. I mean, I don't want to be rude. He's got a very big garden and he's got all the houses on the Monopoly board, but, I mean, he's not attractive. I mean, come on. Eamon Holmes is at number 19. Well, if he fell on you, you'd never breathe again. That could be it. They say, that is a crush. That's a proper crush. Ramesh Ranganathan. It could be a crush. They say it's hard not to have a soft spot for him. He's lovely, actually. We liked him. RuPaul. If you really want a 7-foot drag queen... that would be the one that you would want. He does make a good woman. Jeremy Clarkson, fast cars and a receding hairline floats your boat. Greg Shepherd. Anybody know who Greg Shepherd is? No, I didn't know he was either. He's apparently, he must be into sport or something like that. That's all I can work out. Noel Fielding. Are you joking or something? Good Lord. Now that Sandy Toksvik has left Bake Off, they say we can enact our plan to make it onto the show and make this quirky gothic prince our own little cupcake. You're having some sort of laugh or something. Oh, dear. Oh, ghastly. Philip Schofield's number 13. Told you. Doesn't take long to get somebody onto that list. Pat Sharp as well. See, I find it difficult to believe that if Pip Schofield and Pat Sharp are on there, why is Steve Allen not there? Don't laugh, it's not funny. I'm going through a very... also, there's somebody here, Tom Green. No, I didn't know either. Not a clue. Apparently he's a radio presenter. Why not, Moyles, Nick Ferrari? Even Roman. Roman's a little sex thimble round the corner there. There's loads of people. But, interesting. Dec Donnelly is at number 10. He's actually higher than Ant. Ant's way down the bottom of the list and Dec's higher. Louis Theroux. So. Not really a sort of a crush, is he? Greg Davis. They like Greg Davis. Very funny. Lewis Capaldi. You are having a joke, aren't you? Lewis Capaldi. Are these people fully sighted? I only asked the question because you know what they did the other day? They did the restaurant awards or something, and they had some, I'm assuming he's gay, some guy who went down there to that restaurant that we talked about the other day, which is the one that's in the dark. And all the people who work there, so the whole restaurant's pitch black, and you go in and your waiter is either totally blind or partly sighted. And you go down a long corridor, then you're into the restaurant and they sit you down at the table, so you can't see anything. I don't think I'd fancy that idea. I would want to see what I was eating. I would really want to see what I was eating. I think they do tell you, but then you have to find the plate. Always a bit difficult, isn't it? Boris Johnson's number 6. Number 5 is Jake Wood. He slipped a place. Klaus Bang. He's a deeply sexual character. He was Dracula. Oh, right, now you remember. Joe Goldberg from You. Actor Penn Badgley has told us multiple times we shouldn't fancy his character, but they can't help themselves. Prince Harry. Oh, not with that receding hairline. Not just receding, it's going, isn't it? They say he's shot up to 2nd place this year. 2nd place, Prince Harry. Well, we're not bothering with him. But at number 1, it's Piers Morgan. That's the 2nd time he's actually... I can understand that. I seriously understand that. You ask anybody who knows him, if you know him, he's really nice. I know people go, oh, he's awful. You go, no, I promise you he is not. He is not. Steve, says Emir, yes, I also know about all these rumours, and you know the same story that everybody else does. Not that you're ever wrong, but the Chris Evans head move thing from TGI Friday was actually from Joe 90, not an ABBA tribute. Are you sure? Dun, dun, dun. Oh, it could be, actually. I think the music might have been, but it was the ABBA thing, wasn't it? I'm sure it was. Steve, on Friday, Philip said publicly during his announcement he was not in another relationship and nobody else was involved, says Valerie. I don't know. The internet says differently. But there again, the internet always says differently. Somebody says Eamon Holmes is no bigger than you. He's much fatter than me. What are you on about? Much fatter than me. Good Lord above, every time they have food on the programme, Eamon is like, even before it's been cooked. I've never known a man get through so much food. Oh, that cup of tea this morning. Do you know, cup of tea on a Monday morning is absolutely fantastic. Steve, before postal orders were abolished, a customer could put 49 pence of stamps on a postal order and the total amount could be cashed, said Mark. Yes, I remember, they don't do postal orders anymore. I don't think they do postal orders anymore. It doesn't matter, does it? Abby Clancy is offering relationship advice to single ladies ahead of Valentine's Day. Serial killer Rose West is a sexual sadist. I think we all know what she is. She's a pervert. She's in prison for the rest of her life. We know exactly what went on, thank you very much indeed, with the Roses. It's a shame that she didn't take the same avenue as her husband took. Gordon the Gopher fights back against the homophobic Twitter trolls against Pip Schofield. I can't imagine what sort of stupid people would write to him and be homophobic. They've got to be really quite a few sandwiches short of a picnic, but Gordon the Gopher has got a right little tongue on him. Right little tongue. Evan Davis says all BBC radio could be put online to save money. Fantastic. I'm all up for that one. Let's vote for that one at the next election, shall we? Yes, all BBC radio online. You wouldn't need anybody, would you, really? They could just have nobody. They could all go on to the same sort of thing. Harry Dunn's mother is livid. She was not told that Anne Secoulis was a CIA agent. Boco's fury to bid to halt the peerage. God, he's obsessed with these titles, isn't he? Obsessed with it. Very odd. Happy birthday, Robert Wagner. Do you remember Heart to Heart? This is Mrs. Hart. She's gorgeous. When they met, it was murder. They had this. Did you ever see Heart to Heart? No, it's great. I can tell you now that that Robert Wagner is 90 today. Holly Willoughby, who is 39 and heterosexual. I just thought I'd tell you that now, just in case you're expecting anybody else to pop out. She's not 39 today. 39. It's good, isn't it? Also, safety fear as 2,000 lollipop patrol jobs go. I used to love the lollipop men and women and persons. I used to love that. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. Lollipop people. Kids love it, don't they? They do high five, and then they said, no, you're not allowed to do that. And they've also now been issued with cameras to make sure that nobody abuses them. I mean, I really don't know anymore. What are we coming to? You would think, actually, that, you know, after the flood and the chaos, the last thing you'd be worrying about is a lollipop man or a woman. Cha-cha cheers! The Strictly stars heading for drinks in the hotel bar at gone 3 a.m. This is Kelvin Fletcher and Oti Mabuse turning up at a hotel with their arms around each other. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Roman Palm is a hot date. Did you understand that story when I told you that story? No, you didn't know what it was. It's not. It's they found some seeds in Rome, and they grew them on. They found these seeds, and it's from a long forgotten plant, which they think they would have had in Bible times. So that's amazing, isn't it? I've seen these before, actually. There was one that they found, was it on the moon or something like that, and they grew this thing, or it's from the jungle, whatever it was. It was very interesting. Very, very interesting. Also, psychologists claim we're happiest at the age of 82. Unfortunately, if you're 81 and you're not feeling too sparkly, it's around the corner for you. Just tell you that now. Steve, did you know that at the back of all the new minted coins, they join up to make the crown shield thing? Yeah. I don't think I want to do that, actually. My secret crushes, says James, are you, Corey, and all the newsreaders. Corey's looking quite thrilled at that. It's the only offer he's ever had. Never had anything else. What's a stamp collector called? Sad is the answer. I know they're philatelists, but we still have lollipop men in Birmingham. We still have them down here. We're not that backward. If there was such a list for LBC presenters, I'm sure you'd feature quite high, says Ron. Certainly above Dave O'Brien. Oh, it'd have to be above Dave O'Brien. That's ridiculous. He couldn't be celebrity crush. Dave O'Brien? Good Lord. No. It would just be me. Just be me, I think. I'm going to go through the papers in a minute. I'm definitely going to go through the papers. I was going to go through the Sun because they've got an exclusive Premiership ace and model in 17-hour booze up. Then you see a picture of the model, and you know she's a model because she was wearing a bra with a shirt on, and then she took the shirt off and just showed you her sitting there with a vacant look on her face. I mean, to be honest with you, the term model is used very loosely nowadays. It's basically somebody who just stands there and looks vacant. And this one looks vacant. In fact, by the time you've seen the pictures inside the paper, you'll be quite horrified that she's even working as a model. I mean, seriously, but does it count for anybody? If you wear your bra and knickers, does that make you a model now? Ridiculous. We have things, actually, that you don't share. You know, things like toothbrushes. You don't share toothbrushes. You also don't share pants. Nobody shares it. They don't say, I'll lend you a pair of my pants. You go, I don't think so. I'll give that a miss. Thank you very much indeed. Eco-warriors, Harry and Meghan, liars, were blasted last night for going to a summit hosted by a bank that finances fossil fuel firms. Never said they weren't stupid. Never said they weren't stupid. And inside, it's what they're all wearing at the Oscars. Penelope Cruz, I mean, some of them made no effort whatsoever. Scarlett Johansson, very dull and very dreary. And Florence Pugh, she's obviously got somebody who designs all her they're very peculiar outfits, but there you go. I quite like Renée Zellweger. She looks very good. Also, Ricky Gervais had another blistering pop at Hollywood double standards. Good for him. Good for him. We like him. He's good at doing it. He's very good. And you'll be delighted to know if you're going into hospital, they're 5 minutes past 5. Who's caring? Who's caring? So, A campaign has been launched to scrap hospital gowns that expose patients' bottoms. Because I never understood. You go in, when I went in for my operation, for my stents, you have to take everything off, including your pants. I didn't know why you had to take your pants off as well. But anyway, and then you put this gown on, which is covering the front, but it's all open at the back. I mean, there's nothing worse than walking down a corridor behind somebody who's got a saggy bum, and you're going, oh dear. Apparently, top doctor Professor David Oliver started the Down with the Gown movement. I mean, they had been standard issue for decades, even though the Department of Health commissioned fashion designer Belle Delisi to come up with an alternative. We just need them so they've got the back on, thank you very much indeed. Because it's just ridiculous. One nurse said walking through her own hospital in a so-called dignity gown left her in tears. Oh, grow up, for goodness sake. It's just stupid. It's not that bad. But it's a bit unnecessary. You don't want to show people your bottom, do you? You're walking down the cut and you think, oh, dear. It was awful. Twice I've had it. No, tell you what, it's been more than twice, at least 3 times. At one point, you just kind of throw caution to the wind and sort of give up. Because it's a pain. So I hope they do change it. If only for the sake of women and men, and I just didn't understand. They say, put your arms through here, and you think, and how are you supposed to do the backup? They have to do the backup. You can't do the backup. Oh, dear. Steve, I know I probably mentioned this before, but my secret crush is the handsome Mr. Ferrari. He's lush. Is that a play on who it is sending in this thing? Like Lush, or is it you think he's lush? I've never thought about it before, I have to mention to you. Don't want people thinking. James says, I'm wearing my bra over my T-shirt. I think he drinks in the early hours of the morning. And, Steve, we still have rag and bone men. Any old iron? They don't say any old iron. Any iron? That's all it sounds like. Any iron? Rag and bone. Rag and bone. You know, they give you a goldfish in a jar. That was the thing, you know, when you used to sort of give second-hand clothes away, I got into dreadful trouble. I gave away most of my mother's clothing just so I could get a goldfish in a jar. It's either that or a windmill. I love a windmill. What on earth have I done there? I love a windmill. You can't beat a big windmill, especially in the breeze we had last night. You could make the patio take off. You could watch it sort of rise up and down a few. It was very nice. Very nice. I'm liking the idea that lollipop men are still around in Birmingham, because they are, you know, they are all over the place. We just don't want to see the back. It's only in London they go, oh, no, we can't have that because, you know, they're stepping into the road to stop the car. I just don't understand what the problem is that we've got in this country. Have you ever heard of Charlie Webster? No? Soapstar? No. Apparently she does something on Sky Sports News. Never even heard of her. I've got no idea. But she's doing how she survived nightmare abuse. It seems to go forever. She was in a hospital battling malaria, and obviously there must be a book out, I should imagine. Charlie Webster. I didn't know who she was. But there again, I mean, if I'm not a sports person, it's not going to be very likely, is it? I want to know Bill Gates. Why do I want to know Bill Gates? He's just ordered the world's first hydrogen-powered super yacht. Now, the good news is that it's only £500 million, so it's very reasonable. He'll wait until 2024 before the 372-foot vessel is ready. It'll have a range of 4,315 miles, features including a cascading pool on the rear deck and a grand staircase leading to the eco-friendly hydrogen tanks. Wow, 500 million. Imagine being that rich. Imagine being that, you know, if you've got £500 million, you go, I'm going to have this. Because I've seen some really big super-duper yachts, and they are, if you go to Cannes in the south of France, which I have been to on a couple of occasions, only 2, but the super yachts there. If you had a little small boat, no point going to Cannes, you'll be outclassed. There's people who've got really, you know, £500,000 boats, but I've never heard of one powered by hydrogen a day. Fire crews apparently are called out 3 times a day to rescue fatties, fat people. They answered a record 1,200 incidents in last year involving chubsters needing to be winched free. That's what they call them. Home Office figures show bariatric rescues have more than doubled in 3 years. Ambulance staff regularly call out firefighters for patients who need urgent medical help but are trapped by their bulk. So they take doors out, walls out, Everything. We had that girl, didn't we? Do you remember? She was so big, for some reason, in an upstairs, bedroom. I couldn't understand that. And she was enormous. And why was she enormous? Because her friends and all the local companies were delivering food to her. She would just sort of phone up. She'd have 3 or 4 curries at a time. One curry didn't do anything for her. 3 or 4 curries at a time. And then KFC and then fish and chips. And she just got bigger and bigger and bigger. We do get men who feed people, and they're called feeders. And it's a similar sort of thing. But John Grove, 48 stone, was winched from his Wolverhampton flat because he was on the 5th floor. That was 2 years after an identical rescue. The 6-hour operation is thought to have cost £10,000. And then hydraulic equipment was used to remove the body of Britain's fattest man, Carl Thompson, from his flat in Dover. It's unbelievable, isn't it, that people get to be this big, 48 stone. And the other one, it doesn't say how big he was, actually, but he was big. I mean, 48 stone sounds pretty big to me. Sounds enormous. Steve, I went to the hospital for the first time. I was asked to put the gown on. I put it on the wrong way by mistake, and as I came out in reception, and guess what was showing? Yes, I mean, I don't really know where. I think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. Have you been into hospital and had to put a gown on? No, never been in hospital. Oh, right. Just went in to sort of, have a look around, yes. I'm debating whether I quite like the bed in the corner. Save the bed in the corner for me for later. That'd be nice. Steve, last time I was in hospital, it was a great crack, thank you. And Kevin the Milkman says it's only 4 days to Valentine's Day. So if any ladies want to admit that I'm their secret crush, shout out now. It's gone very quiet, he says. Very quiet. You could be anybody's secret crush, Kevin. Come on, for goodness sake. And then somebody said, oh, excuse me, let me just have a quick slurp of water. Anthony says, if you're allowed to have a secret female crush, could I have Naga Manchetti? Of course you can. You can have I don't know why they didn't do a secret crush of all the ladies. I really don't know. I mean, Naga Manchetti would be up there, wouldn't she? Susanna Reid would be up there. Loads of people. There's loads, I mean, you really have got Bella in Plymouth, quite clearly on major medication. She says, James O'Brien is my crush. He's delish. James O'Brien? What are you on or something? You're on some mind-bending drugs down there in Plymouth. Mick says, I've spent the last hour racking my brain trying to work out the value of the stamps in my passport. I've given up. I think I'll stay with my milk bottle tops. So much easier. Somebody's asked whether or not, Steve, we have female feeders. Because you have male feeders. And have you never heard of this? This is a very bizarre thing. It's men who like very, very, very fat ladies. And so they deliberately feed them. They're looking for fat people. And there's been loads of cases of men who feed their wives, girlfriends, lovers, whatever it happens to be, to the point of obesity. These people are absolutely enormous, but the man that they're with, and it tends to be men mainly, want very, very fat people. But they're sort of like the male equivalent of chubby chasers, as I'm sure people will better tell you. Chubby chasers are people who fancy people who are chubby. Used to be a club in London called XXL, probably still around actually, and it's for gay men who are larger than average and people who like fat gay men. Please don't go there. It would be such a revelation. But and then somebody said, do you get female feeders? I've never heard of any. I've never heard of women feeding up their men, but I do remember the programme on the fattest man in Britain, who loved the title, and then when they came to weigh him, discovered that he wasn't as fat as he thought he was. He thought he was 60 stone, so he'd been telling people, yeah, I'm 60 stone and all the rest of it. And I'm thinking, no, you're not. And it turned out he was like 43. He was furious. He blamed the scales. They were wrong. It was this, because it ruined his little trip. That he was the fattest man. Shane has just received the DVD box set, Keeping Up Appearances, 20 quid from the UK, $20. It's very good. They're lovely. I mean, she is so good. She is so good. She's just absolutely. I'm watching them in bed at night, actually, which works very well for me. A lot of people talk about travel disruption, so LBC's travel department this morning with Joe will bring you up to date with everything. We'll have it all the way throughout the day, because I think the weather's going to get worse and travel disruption is going to be a bit of a problem. So I wish you well. I don't need to worry about it, actually. If you're floppy in the bedroom department, I think you could say that. That's what it says here in the paper. Floppy, try zap and tickle. All the stories in the paper today are stories that I've done over the past few weeks. I mean, they're really quite old. This one here, zapping willies with shockwaves, could soon be used as a cure for men and they're not able to, and little blue tablets. Why they were ever blue, I've got no idea. But apparently experts say the treatment using bursts of low-intensity sound waves is relatively painless. That means there's pain. And does not require anaesthetic. It's they say it's erectile dysfunction, some due to type 2 diabetes. Because my doctor asked me if I wanted any little blue tablets. No idea what he was on about at all. I said, no, I'm fine, thank you, in that department. Would I get zapped? No. If they said it's relatively painless, no thank you. No thank you. But apparently, a Doctors for You service says when combined with erection medication, it could now offer real hope for those who suffer erectile dysfunctions. Apparently, 1 in 10 men over 40 suffer from this kind of thing. I don't know what to say, actually. It's a bit early on a Monday morning. Producer's gone quite green. There's no idea. He doesn't like that idea. It's like, ugh. No, thank you. So, 2 million people sleep on fire risk electric blankets. We used to love it before we had electricity. Before we used to have central heating in our house, and for many years we didn't have central heating. We just froze to death. We had a fire in the sitting room, but in the bedroom you had electric blankets. You'd nip up an hour before you wanted to go to bed. You'd flick on the electric blanket, which formed part of the undersheeting. And that would take the chill off the bed. So when you got in it, the middle of the bed was lovely. So your bum got nice and warm. And that was it. And then people started leaving them on all night. Then they brought out an electric blanket that meant you could sleep on it. But the trouble is, there was the danger of night sweats. And if you sweat onto an electric blanket, I was always worried the thing was going to burst into flames with you on it. Steve, how the other half live. Bill Gates is waiting delivery of a super yacht, £500 million. And we're getting excited waiting on delivery of a replacement rubber blades for our Karcher window vac. Aren't they the best? I bought a Karcher window vac. I've got 2 of them now. They're lovely. And it's a vacuum cleaner for doing your windows. So what you do is you have a thing and you spray this liquid onto the window. And then you've got your Karcher vac. You squeeze it and you run it down the window. It's like something the professional window cleaners use. And this is electric and it sucks the water off. And when it finishes, it's all streak-free. You not got one? Oh, my goodness, we haven't lived, Corey. Goodness sake, these things are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And Simon from Streatham says XXL shut down a while ago. The site, I believe, is going to be used to build flats. Well, it's a big site. It was a very big site. Typical, isn't it? I mean, nowadays, what do they do now? They actually just put up flats. Drive out of Waterloo Station or get the train out, all you see is flats for what seems like an eternity. All you're doing is looking into somebody else's flat, which I don't think is such a good idea. James in Sevenoaks says, will Corey or Joanne Webb be my Valentine? Neither of them. Neither of them. There you go. Actually, I've seen that much cheaper, that Karcher window. Is that from Amazon? No. John Lewis. Go to Amazon and put in the Karcher window vac, and I bet it's cheaper than 99 quid. I've just got a feeling. I'm thinking it could be half price. I'm thinking. It's only because I bought them and I saw some the other day and they were very cheap in one of the B&Qs. I think it was B&Q. And I remember thinking to myself, they're very good. It's idea. I mean, kids quite like it. Get some cleaning the windows. They don't normally clean the windows. Here we go. Karcher. There you go. 40 quid. 40 quid. In fact, yeah. Karcher window vac. They're all cheap, aren't they? Look at that. £31 there. And they're all cordless. All cordless. And here's another one, $39.95. A Vileda one. Very cheap. You don't need to spend £99. You get the things for about $35.40. See? Much cheaper. There you go. Solved your birthday present, hasn't it, later? That's really good. Steve, how long does the Willy Zap last? I've no idea. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know. Whatever it is, but they said relatively painless. If they say relatively painless, that means there's pain, isn't it? I was watching that dreadful programme the other day. When I first watched it, I was mildly interested. Tattoo fixers. Oh, God. Where do they get these people from? The worst thing is, that the boys, a couple of the boys are okay. There's a girl down there as well. And then they've got the secretary who doesn't do anything. She can't do tattoo fixing. She just sits there, and I'm thinking, what on earth is her point? The answer is, there is no point. Steve, last time I went to the hospital, the gown had 3 armholes. You put it on like a shirt, and then pulled another panel across the front to put your left arm through the 3rd armhole, covering everything up, says Pat. Oh, right. Oh. Steve, I know a woman who's around 30 stone, has a boyfriend who's thinner than one of her legs. Yes, well, she must be being fed. Some people seem to like it. I think it's a sex thing. That's all I know about. A lot of sex on the programme this morning for a Monday. We don't normally do things like that, actually. I still use Green Shield stamps, says Martin, for all my journeys. Yeah, whatever. Do we sound like we're believing you? No, we don't. Front page of the Express today. 9th UK national test positive for coronavirus. Also, floods and gales sparking danger to life alert. And they've got a place here that, in fact, I just watched it on the television a minute ago. It's somebody's house. The back of it just collapsed into the torrent of water. Fans cheer on Philip after the gay revelation. So there it is, everybody being very pleased about him. But at least we actually got rid of Ian H. Watkins and Matt Evers. You know, I thought we'd sort of dragged it out as long as we could. Harry and Meghan dine out with showbiz princesses J-Lo. You wait till you discover how boring they both are. You know, she wants to be famous. She's just a very average actress. They reckon they were paid about $1 million to go and do a speech, which he's basically turned into talking about himself again. That'll be dull, won't it? Why do you know if you want anything more than that? You really don't. And also flew there on a private plane, a £50 million private plane. Sex is a powerful drive, and I'm guilty as any man. Who said that? Kirk Douglas. From ragman's son to Hollywood icon. And he was lovely. Lying in bed together that first night, I asked her, why were you so difficult? What did I do? Because I forget how many sons he's had, but there's the ragman's son by Kirk Douglas is $9.99, but you can probably get it cheaper, I should imagine. Also, we knew that she was going to be enjoying the publicity, and here she is again. Kate Wright has told of her fears about living up to the memory of her late husband, Rio Ferdinand's late wife, Rebecca, and so they've got a programme about it tonight. But it's all a little bit stagey. Plus, nice stagey here. A couple rushed to Wedding Hospital, and Grant Dad is dying wish. He's not very well, is Peter. He's got terminal liver cirrhosis, and they decide to rush through. He's still going. Sometimes people barely make it, don't they? You know, a couple of days after the service. He's still going, bless his heart. So that was nice. And also, ubiquitous TV presenter Claudia Winkleman, pictured here. If you're listening in stereo, it's on the right-hand side. She reveals her mother, journalist Eve Pollard, despairs of her daughter's trademark fake tanned white lipstick appearance. My mum will often text me during Strictly Come Dancing and say, why not a red lipstick? But to no avail, after 37 years, it's always Tipp-Ex. You can use it for so many things, can't you? Tipp-Ex, the most marvellous invention under the sun. I love it. All homes to have bins for food waste in 3 years. Nice. I like that idea. And a car lover who snapped up a 33 Classic motor he saw covered in stinging nettles is still driving it 62 years later. People love their cars, don't they? People really love their car. I like my car. Everybody likes their cars. You have to get used to them. Each car's quite individual. It has its own little idiosyncrasies, you know, things that it will sort of do. I'm not sure about this one. Kelvin Fletcher and Oti Mabuse arriving at 3 a.m. at a hotel for a drink. They won the Glitter Ball in December after thrilling fans with steamy routines. And I think the papers are curious to know how far their relationship has moved on. Liam Gallagher reckons if Oasis reform, he and Noel have a punch-up on stage within minutes. They really are quite ghastly, aren't they? They really are quite ghastly. Why can't they just be normal people? So here we are, Kelvin and Oti checking their phones, and then they go into a hotel. Whether they stay the night, I don't know. But that's what they're obviously saying. The actor wrote on Instagram, counting down the days until I'm back home to my family, because he can't wait. And it might be totally innocent, but I don't know. But judging by what the papers say... Oh, guess who's turned 80 today? Guess who's turned 80? I mean, it's not a person, it's persons. And they don't seem to have aged at all. They're as young now as they were when they first started. Yes, Tom and Jerry. are celebrating 80 years today. Classic cat and mouse. There was a mother, wasn't there? A big black lady, but you never saw much of her. You never saw her face. You only ever saw her bottom in it. And they were created by, of course, William Hanna and Joseph Barbera, who also made Scooby-Doo, Yogi Bear, who I'm smaller than the average bear, Top Cat. Anyway, he was Top Cat here, Boss Cat, I think, in America. Plus, the Flintstones, Yabba Dabba Doo. We love the Flintstones. The Modern Teenage Family. Hanna, William Hanna, died in 2001, aged 90, and Joseph Barbera in 2006 at 95. They originally considered a warring fox and dog before settling on the grey tomcat Tom and the brown mouse Jerry. In the first short, Puss Gets the Boot, which came out 9-minute thing, they were called Jasper and Jinx. Jasper and Jinx. And although they rarely spoke in the originals, Tom and Jerry's yelps and screams were voiced by Hanna. In the noughties, Tom and Jerry tales, they talked. Other characters include Butch the alley cat. I thought Butch was a dog, actually. Oh, Spike was the dog, wasn't he? And Tom's owner, a black maid called Mammy Two Shoes, and eventually deemed racist, replaced by a white woman. But they're 80 today. Nice to be company. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. Last of the summer wines, Peter Sallis left £873,000 in his will. He was 96. He was lovely. I interviewed him once, and we had to bring him up the stairs, and he moaned about it all the way up the stairs. I don't do stairs and all this kind of thing. So when I spoke to his agent later, I said he was moaning. He said, he always does that. So I didn't mind. He got an OBE. He was also famous the voice of Wallace in Wallace and Gromit. Actually, he had an ideal voice. So. Here's Holly Willoughby celebrating her birthday today. I wonder what Pip will buy her. Wonder what he will buy her. There'll probably be flowers, I should imagine, because she's 39 years young. I wonder how... Oh, it doesn't matter. Golden the Gopher branded trolls who mock Philip Schofield's coming out on telly. A sad set of... Can't quite see this word. There's only one word on it, one letter. And apparently Gordon's official Twitter account, which Philip follows, was blitzed by trolls mocking the presenter. God, I was sad, tragic people. Really sad and tragic. Dolly Parton was telling jokes 9 to 5 when she was in the studio with dance duo Galantis. They're Swedish producers. Seem to be loads of them, don't they? And they obviously decided they wanted an old woman, so they had her on there. She did a thing, actually. There was a song, and I hadn't heard it for ages and ages. It was called Applejack. And all I remember is, can you get the words up of Applejack? Because I was listening to something on the telly, and then up came Dolly Parton singing Applejack. And I remember thinking, do you know, I've not heard that record for a long, long time. And I remember sort of thinking to myself, I wonder how many of the words I actually remembered. And in fact, I remembered a little bit of it. It started off, he lived in the apple orchard, in this little orchard shack. His real name was Jackson Taylor, but I called him Applejack. Now, old Applejack was loved by everyone he ever knew. Applejack picked apples, but he picked the banjo too. And then it would go into the chorus, play a song for me, Applejack, Applejack, play a song for me, and I'll sing. And I thought it was one of the cutest songs. But when you actually look at at how few words there are, she must make there's more. She must make an absolute fortune out of it. You know, but he lived in an apple orchard. His real name was Jackson Taylor, but we called him Applejack. But my favourite line was Dolly Parton doing the Me and Little Andy. She said, everybody knows me for my sad songs. She said, and this next one's really pitiful. She wrote pitiful songs. They were all disastrous, but very good, very clever. Steve, modern Stone Age family, not teenage family. Well, listen, I'm singing whatever I want. I think it was Michael Naismith of the Monkees pop group who invented Tipp-Ex. It wasn't him, no. It was, and I thought it wasn't Tipp-Ex. I thought it was Post-it notes. Was it Post-it notes? I get confused. If it's Post-it notes or Tipp-Ex, one of the two. And it wasn't him, it was his aunt, I think. His aunt. Betty Naismith Graham. Tipp-Ex. She invented the correction fluid in her kitchen. What do you think she was inventing when she sort of stumbled across Tipp-Ex? I don't know. But, so there it is. She invented Tippex. And ever since then, this was in 1956. It was originally called liquid paper. I mean, that must have made... Have you ever used Tippex? I used to love Tippex. She must have made a fortune, which of course then went to him, I believe. So that's why he didn't really want to stick with the monkeys. Steve, my old Fiesta 4 had for 20 years. It's used daily and just turned 142,000 miles, says Nick at Bryce Norton. Good Lord. Wow. Steve, Roger, my cat is a feeder. I'm too fat for my paws, says James in Sevenoaks. I might have another tea. I don't know, actually. I'd like an elderflower cordial. Do you have an elderflower cordial? No. Why do you look at him? Don't you know what it is? Elderflower. Do you know what elderflower cordial is? Oh, you've ever had that? Yeah. Oh, thank God for that. You are in the real world. And, well, you don't have it, but I just have it with still water. It's but a little bit. It's quite thick. And it is made just with elderflowers. And they pay people to go and pick elderflowers, and they get paid by how much they take in there, because it's difficult to cultivate, apparently. Well, if you can find some elderflowers growing in Leicester Square, I'll happily send you out to go and pick them. Yes. I think we would probably stand more chance of finding burger and chips. Although why you can't get chips in the morning for breakfast, I've got no idea. They all do hash browns, like we're Americans or something. But occasionally you want chips, don't you? That's what I want. Never get them. Do you know tea makes your tummy smaller? Lies! I drink 2 cups of tea every day. It doesn't make my tummy smaller at all. But they've said it makes... that's why I'm trying to get Luke on it. Tea makes your tummy smaller. That's what it says. Obviously not.
It's working, isn't it?
It's not working at all. You and your blooming diet, honestly, it's the biggest pile of rubbish. Don't ever write a book about diets. I'll have to poo-poo it on the programme. He keeps thinking this diet thing he's on, which is fasting every so often, is making him lose weight. It's not making him lose weight at all. I've noticed no difference. Steve, says David in Nottingham and Twickenham, had a great time in Joanna's Saturday with my mum. Great recommendation. I'll be back. Do you know, it's always who you go with. I'm going there soon, actually. I'm going there very soon. I've always liked it. Everybody has favourite places that they go to. You know, and that's mine. Mike Nesmith is touring with Mickey Dolenz as the Monkees this year. I think he's happier to do it now, but they're the only two to keep the band name alive, says my friend Ian. So that's interesting, because the person who sung on most of the hits was Mickey Dolenz, the drummer. He actually sang on all of the hits. I'm just your Pleasant Valley Sunday. He was also Metal Mickey. He did all those kind of things, which we liked, Metal Mickey. And then we were trying to find out all these other things. Corey had these, because we celebrated the fact that Tom and Jerry are 80 today. Did you like Tom and Jerry? They're very good, weren't they?
Very good.
Very funny. Thomas! I always loved that thing. It was just great. It was poor old, you know, I mean, why the cat never ate the mouse, I've got no idea. It just didn't, did it? But I'm sure, do you know, I swear to God, I thought the dog was called Butch. Spike. Whether it changed, I've got no idea. Caroline Flack is writing a book, part self-help, part memoir. How boring. People say, a source says it will cleanse her. Caroline's found the process incredibly cathartic. She wants it just to be not a story about her. What sort of story would that be? Very dull, I'm afraid. Anton Decker teaming up with Paul Hollywood to boost ratings for Saturday Night Takeaway. They've recruited him. He's expected to take home 50,000 quid. They've done a deal worth about 40 million. But there again, them and Pip Schofield, they are the faces. It's as simple as that of ITV. You know, that's the hard and fast fact. Philip Schofield is the biggest person. They would protect the interest in their star for as long as they could, I should imagine, and for whatever reason. Steve, I remember my elderly dad using Tippex on his first computer screen. On his first computer screen? Why would you use Tippex? Oh, of course, he thought if you put it over there, you could change it. Also, I remember my elderly... Oh, so we've just done that one. And then somebody says, is it only me? But as you get older, you start to listen and notice the lyrics to songs you've listened to for years but taken no notice. I agree, you do. And driving to Heathrow with my partner Jay to my daughter's wedding, listening to you. I love the Tippex memories. When I first started work, we used typewriters, and I was terrible at typing, says Angela, and I couldn't have survived without it. It was the days when you had carbon paper. Do you remember getting the little... You know, we used to do Tippex. You could always see it, though. But the better one was the one where you put... It was like a little piece of paper, and you put it under the letter, pushed the letter, and it erased it onto your piece of paper. Then you could type in the real letter. Because if you use Tipp-Ex, you could see that you couldn't receive a letter from somebody if it was official with Tipp-Exings on it, could you? That would just be silly. So it was Tipp-Ex paper. It was like a little bit of cellophane with the Tipp-Ex on it, and you put it under the typewriter thing, push the same letter, and it would take it off. You never have that? No. Why am I not surprised? Never had that, but he did have stamps in their house. Did you have Fuzzy Felt Farm? Fuzzy Felt Farm? Fuzzy Felt Circus? Fuzzy Felt Shop? Did you have any of those? No. Yes, we think I'm going mad. No, Fuzzy Felt Farm, Fuzzy Felt Shop. It was very popular. Did you know ever... And the other thing, did you have a book that you could play with in the bath? You had that one. Oh, right. But you didn't have Fuzzy Felt Farm. Oh, that was great. Fuzzy Felt Farm. You had Action Man. Why am I not at all surprised? Why am I not at all surprised? The only person that when you undressed Action Man, and everybody did, there was nothing there. Completely nothing. Not surprised he was an only soldier. Nobody wanted to hang around with him. He wasn't much fun, was he? But no, Fuzzy Felt Farm, you got a piece of cardboard with fuzzy on it. Like, sort of, I don't know what the fuzzy was, I can't remember. And then you got something, and you could stick them on there. They sort of, they adhered together. It was like felt. Very thin felt, and you got Fuzzy Felt Farm, you got the pond, and you got ducks and bulrushes and everything. You never got that. What a deprived child. Of course, Happy Families. Mr. Bun the baker. Oh, yes. Pop It In Pete, the postman. All these different people. Yeah, we had all of those sort of games. And you didn't have any of this as a child. What did your mother give you? Did she sort of take you out into the garden and sort of say, you did what? You were in a daze. Not changed, has it? Now you've entered so-called adult life. In fact, if anything, you've become more of a daze. I bet you sit at home on your computer. Do you have a computer at home? Yeah. And you sort of look up exciting things like how many stamps to the pound and things like that. Longest snooker game. You see? See what I'm saddled with. It's all these people. The longest... Oh, right, I've done that with people. I've told people a joke before and they've gone... I did one the other day. A friend of mine, I'll tell you exactly what it was after the news, actually. And I was amazed that he didn't get it, but he didn't. He's generally sort of known as being a little bit slow. And it was one of the things he said, oh, what was it? Oh, I sent him some joke ages and ages ago. I can't find the blooming thing. It was very funny. It was something about being in denial. And so I wrote, I don't think he's ever been to Egypt. And he wrote, what do you mean? And so I had to write back and go, denial, Egypt. And then all of a sudden, like 5 minutes later, ha 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 ha. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. It's another wet day, another blustery day, not as bad as it was yesterday. I think London, it probably hit about 3 o'clock. By that time, I was in, battening down the hatches. It was so much better. Steve, I used to like the magic colouring books where you just brushed water on the page to reveal the colours. Or failing that, the other thing they used to demonstrate, I saw them doing it in Harrods and Hamleys, it was pens. Like felt-tip pens, and you put the colour of the felt-tip pen on, and then if you put another felt-tip pen over the top of it, it changed the colour. And they did it with sort of crayons. They were very good. Very, very popular gift for Christmas. They were like sort of a £5 or £10 or whatever they were, I think, at the time. And I remember thinking, that's great. And the people who demonstrated them were really good. It's like the other thing they always demonstrate at Christmas is this sort of stuff which turns into snow. You know, and so you've got, what are you supposed to do with that? I've got no idea. You know, your favourite aunt sitting there drenched in snow and you go, ha, 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 Merry Christmas. You know, she's just about ready to kill. And all these, but it was definitely the pens that I remembered, and and all the other things. They were quite good fun, actually, even for somebody my age. Steve, we had different coloured Tipp-Ex in the 70s to match the coloured copy papers, pre-word processors. Oh, and by the way, says Pippa, I watched Steel Magnolias yesterday. Loved it. Wet buckets. Was it Michael Nesmith's mother who invented Tipp-Ex, or was it the aunt who invented the Tipp-Ex? Was she the aunt of Michael? Or was she... I didn't think it was... Was it the mother? I might have got that bit wrong. I can't remember. I'm just having to find it very quickly. So wait a minute. Betty No, it was America. She was the mother of Michael Nesmith. There you go. I'd love to know how much money they made out of that. That would be... I mean, because that went around the world, didn't it? Went around the world. Absolutely phenomenal. They still use it today. We have a Tipp-Ex king at work, Steve. And a lot of people remembering the magic colouring books. Fuzzy Felt Fish. Yeah, Fuzzy Felt. We had Fuzzy Felt Farm, Fuzzy Felt Zoo, Fuzzy Felt something else, I think, and magnetic fishing, wooden rods, plastic fish, and a cardboard pond scene around the outside. Yeah, I remember that very well indeed. And you have to sort of get the magnet on the end to sort of hit the... That was good fun, wasn't it, actually? Not unsimilar to some of the games that you used to play at the fun fair. Do you remember clackers? Oh, do I ever. Do you remember dealy boppers? Dealy boppers, that was like a thing you put on your head and it had two balls and they would sort of... Yeah. Did they light up? Oh, I don't think so. I don't remember them lighting up. But clackers, I remember, you went... with two balls. That was very popular. Very dangerous, though, when they broke. Steve, got any anti-bug masks yet? Very hard to find. No. I'm still waiting for a few other bits and pieces at the I bought my car tax the other day. I nearly fell off the car seat. £570 for the car tax. I'm sure it never used to be that much money. It's an awful lot. But I did buy my Manuka honey. I bought a jar of Manuka honey. Most expensive one I've ever bought, £100. For this jar of Manuka honey, but it's not the most expensive. The most expensive we found is Turkish, and it works out at $6,500 for a tub. But it's from bees who live in caves. I think it's called Elvish or something like that. It's very, very expensive, very, very expensive. But apparently, because the better it is, the better it is for you. It's good. So, but I thought £100 was sort of stretchy a bit, but it's lovely. It's really nice. I shall never be ill ever again. I shall be one of those healthy people. We're going to talk to Charlie Girling about the Oscars. She can bring us up to date with who has won what. Nice picture of Jamie Oliver and Gennaro Cataldo with a bowl of spaghetti, like the scene from Lady and the Tramp. Because you remember Gennaro was Jamie's mentor in the 90s and helped to develop the menus at his Italian restaurants. So the pair got saucy to plug the Jamie Oliver Cookery School. Do you know, I've not had spaghetti for ages. Can't be that difficult, can it? Can't be that difficult to do. Perhaps I should try and do so, because you just need to sort of do spaghetti and then do some mincemeat, which you put a jar of stuff over the top of. I might have that today, actually. See if I can create something in the kitchen. Not. I'm not very good at stuff like that. Mark Billingham, the SES Who Dares Wins person, says the PC culture is so bad he's scared to talk to children. The former SAS soldier, who's led dozens of hostage rescues, fears he'll be labelled a dirty old man. Oh, people are very stupid. If they say that, they're generally talking about themselves. That's the thing, isn't it? Ridiculous. Lovely. What else do we have here? I'm trying to find something that... Oh, pets talking. There's a golden retriever, Finley, who breaks a record whilst a water-skiing squirrel called Twiggy risks breaking the law. Twiggy, a regular at US boating shows, has been banned from performing in Toronto, Canada because of laws about captive squirrels. Don't know there was such a law, but it is over there, actually. It is over there. Slade drummer. This is such an old story, which is in the Daily Star. We did this more than a week ago. That the Slade drummer, Don Powell, was stunned after being booted out of the band with a brutal email. Dave Hill sent him a cold message last week. They're both in their 70s. He said, I've been working with him since 63. He said, and then I just get this email, and I've been fired. He says, you'd think after all these years, he could actually tell me face to face. So he threatens to challenge Dave unless he agrees to change the name of his own outfit. He said Dave can't use the name Slade anymore. He'll have to use the name Dave Hill's Slade. So you can have two of them out there. Don Powell's Slade, Dave Hill's Slade. It's going to be a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Because it still doesn't sound the same as the lead singer. There's a series coming up on the television, Making a Monster, on crime and investigation tonight, and they've got all sorts of people like Fred and Rose West. They reckon they were responsible for about 42 deaths. Sadistic pervert is Rose West. 7 other people. Levi Belfield, spending life behind bars for 3 murders. Robert Maudsley, believed to be the country's most dangerous prisoner, killing 3 of his 4 victims in jail. Robert Black, a Scottish serial killer. Stephen Griffiths killed 3 sex workers in Bradford. Aileen Wuornos killed 7 men in Florida. And John Wayne Gacy raped, tortured and murdered at least 33 teens in the 70s. Unbelievable. What makes somebody do something like that? We do not know. They do television programmes about it. They don't solve anything. Louisa Lytton has pledged her future to EastEnders. She said, I'm staying till the end. I know, that's always a nice thought, isn't it? Always a nice thought. And Ladhood is returning to BBC Three. I don't know what Ladhood is. I have no idea, but I'm sure it'll be brilliant and absolutely wonderful, as indeed all these things are. I like the idea of sort of moving all the BBC radio stations to online. That'd make life so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Pictures of the storm in the Daily Mail today. Reports and pictures on pages 6 and 7. And the designer who puts the flow into flouncy. How the British hopeful Pugh acquired her unique style. I think the dresses are awful. I mean, absolutely dreadful. But that's just, I don't know anything about fashion. I clearly have to admit that I don't know anything about fashion, because every time I criticise something like that, people say, but you don't know anything about that. I go, no, but I'm allowed an opinion. Here's the 97-mile-an-hour storm bringing havoc to roads, rail and flights, and swamps new flood defences. In fact, in one place in the Pennines, the whole village is underwater. Dreadful. I mean, these poor people, dreadful. A resident driven out by the floods in Bury, a crushed car in Flitwick. Nobody was hurt. And in London, a tree is ripped out the ground in Victoria. I was sitting waiting for a bus the other day just to nip up the road, and the bus shelter was moving. The bus shelter, because the wind was so much. It was really... And the bus shelter, there was a couple of people, they went, oh, the bus shelter was moving. So that was dreadful. I felt quite frightened, actually. If you've been out somewhere exposed or driving down the motorway with sort of a high-sided vehicle, there is a very good chance you wouldn't make it to the other end. Did you British kids play cowboys and Indians with all the figures of horses, cowboys, Indians and bison? No, but in the shop that I worked at, they had a toy department, and they did sell plastic bison, horses. Also, there was nothing you couldn't get. If you were opening a zoo, that would be the place to go. And I thought that was brilliant. And I used to collect. I think I saved up to buy an elephant. And why? I've got no idea. When you look back at it, you think, what on earth was I doing with an elephant? And I bought some lions and tigers. Then I bought some plastic fencing, which made cages so you could keep things in. Unfortunately, the cage for the elephant is a little bit smaller. Steve, what reason did Dave Hill give for firing Don Powell? I didn't get that far. I just thought it was an old story. I'd read it. Steve, morning, and the Groovy Gang. I've just found Steel Magnolias on Netflix. I should be watching today. I don't think Corey's watched it yet, have you? No. That's all right. I mean, I knew you hadn't. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, for homework. Okay, but any time this week, actually, would be fine. Yeah, if you just can manage that, Do you have Netflix as well? Are you going to watch it too? Okay, good. It's on your to-do list. It's a bucket list. Fantastic, I love it. LBC's entertainment editor, Charlie Girling, will join me after the break to bring us up to date on all the winners and losers at the Oscars 2020, which is fantastic. Now, of course, coming up, it's the LBC News we'll do in a moment, and then more on Philip Schofield. This time his wife, who says it's been so painful since he came out. But I thought she's known for ages. It was a very bizarre story. But at the end of the day, he's still living with her. Whether he's got somebody, because he hasn't said that. He hasn't said, when he was asked the question, do you have somebody? He said, I don't want to answer that question. So for me, that says yes. That's what I'm assuming. But 27 minutes past, what time? Past 6. I have to try and work out what it is actually now. All the papers still running with Philip Schofield. His wife saying it's been so painful since he came out. To be honest with you, I'm mixed feelings. I'm mixed feelings because I think it's something that a lot of people knew about. And good for him. Is he going to move out of the house? I shouldn't think so. Why would he? He lives down in Henley. He might even keep a flat in town. I've got no idea. Most people have got that much money. And he is busy. He can't be going backwards and forwards. Although, strangely, I spoke to one of his drivers the other day. It might be the only driver. Because in Costco, we were chatting. He said, I drive Philip Schofield. Before all this came out. So it's interesting, isn't it? I don't know why I'm interested. I'm not supposed to be interested. I keep reminding myself, who cares? 2020, it's like I don't know anything about the boys next door. Well, we know a bit about Luke, but that's too much, isn't it? Anything you know about Luke, you could write on a grain of sand about stamps and things like that. Sorry, we're talking about you, not to you. Just trying to make you feel loved. You know, in this day and age when sort of people are so flippant about things and nobody appreciates what you do, you know. I didn't say you were good. No, I'm just sort of saying people don't appreciate what you do. No, we're not going that far. We're not pushing it that far. Even the producer says that one. And he's generally my sort of benchmark, bless him. And he does speak Chinese. What languages do you speak? Do you speak Chinese? Bit of English, if we've heard. A little bit of English. That's what I said to Charlie Girling. Do you know, I forgot to ask her. She's been up all night, has she? I don't know how seriously, I don't know how she manages it. You know, I mean, I've sort of been out, you know, admittedly, she is quite a good deal younger than I am, but she seems to have boundless energy. I don't know how it works. Holly Willoughby could be a regular on the BBC. She did The Chase. There was a festive special with Bradley Walsh. We have a story about Bradley Walsh, don't we? Did we tell you the other day? Did you not? Oh, it turns out that J. Louise Knight, who came in the other day to do the travel, she'd sat on a train with... Don't ask me how this worked out. This is the most bizarre thing. And she sat on a train and Bradley Walsh was on it. And for some reason, they entered into a conversation. And he said, "Where are you going?" She said, "I'm going to work." Is it Bradley Walsh? And so he said, "Where do you work?" And she said, "I work at LBC. I love Steve Allen Show. I mean, you know, to be honest with you, we get quite used to this. And he's only human. I mean, you know, you cannot stop progress. And he said, "I'd love to be on In Conversation." So if you hear Bradley Walsh in a few weeks' time on In Conversation, you know how it started with just that chance meeting with lovely J. Louise on the train and him saying he'd like to be on the programme. Because I'd quite like him to be on the programme as well, but he needs something to plug to come on. I'm just sort of mentioning that now. We get this all the time, seriously. We've got loads of lovely people, loads of lovely... That's why, well, I think that's one of the reasons that the audience figures have gone up. Mind you, there is going to come that day, isn't there, that they're going to go through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. I mean, at the moment, we sort of be adding them on an hour-by-hour basis, which is great. This is Steve Allen's experience with Sainsbury's in Hampton, trying to get the money out of the Coinstar machine, which normally goes without a hitch, except yesterday. But we managed to fill 15 minutes with it, so I was quite pleased about that one. It's a good story, very good story. Steve, do they sell Tipp-Ex in giant size? We could use it to erase all the mistakes, says Ian the Skip. All the mistakes that Ian the Skip makes. Oh, I don't think there's enough Tipp-Ex in the world to do things like that. I used to love Tipp-Ex. I've got some at home. Why? I've got no idea. I don't type, and I've never used it. Perhaps it was cheap or something. Perhaps I just bought cheap. But it was called liquid paper at one time. Another one here says... oh, that's right. Will we be quizzed on Steel Magnolias on Sunday, Steve? If so, better make sure I watch it this week. You might be, or you might not be, actually. One here, Steve, Flitwick. It's actually pronounced Flitwick. Well, that's really... Why don't they spell it Flitwick then? It's so annoying, isn't it? We had all this a few weeks ago. Saw Parasite yesterday. Absolutely fantastic. Gripping and funny. Just so clever. And also Joaquin Phoenix as the Joker. Superb acting, says Joe in Leicester. Jill wants to know whether or not Bucks Fizz or Brotherhood of Man have two different factions. I don't think Brotherhood of Man do. I think Bucks Fizz do. I'm pretty certain. I did see Dancing on Ice. I did see... Not all of it. I just sort of watched a little bit because I wasn't sure if it was live or if it was Memorex. But apparently they said the audience was very nice to Philip Scopey, which I predicted they would be. There's no reason not to be, is there? Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 this morning for breakfast. What is he going to kick off with? Well, it's that reaction from across the UK as flooding and transport chaos continues after what's being dubbed as the storm of the century. We got away quite lightly in London compared to some parts of the country, which it looks absolutely... You know, when you've lost... There's one house... You could see the water racing past it, and then all of a sudden the whole back of the house just drops into the water. It was like, where was that place? Was it Boscastle years ago, where the water rushed down the main street, bringing cars with it? It was absolutely terrible. It'd been a build-up. And I remember thinking to myself, God, and I think it then happened a few months after that as well. Some people, where you've got the water coming off the hills, but some of these towns... absolutely dreadful. So Nick will talk about that. He'll also take your views as Boris Johnson is set to give the green light to the HS2 despite criticism. I think it's something like 90 Tory MPs have complained about HS2. And as the death toll for coronavirus overtakes that of the SARS epidemic, Nick will be asking, is the UK taking this outbreak seriously enough? That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 right here on LBC. I'm Steve Allen with you every morning, 4 till 7. You're always welcome to drop in. We don't, we like to start at 4 if you could manage to make it for that. Did Dale and Biggins get on, Steve? You speak warmly about both of them, and I just wondered. Yes, fine. I think the thing is with Biggins, you can catch up with Biggins after an absence of ages and ages, and it's exactly where you left off. Biggins and I like a good old gossip, and at this precise moment in time, I should imagine there is gossip going the rounds on all sorts of levels on the internet. People love a good gossipy story. Producer looks slightly nervous, but people like gossip. You can't help it. That's what the papers thrive on. Every single story in the papers, it's to do with gossip. It's to do with what is more interesting, Brexit or the storm of the century? And the answer is storm of the century. What is more interesting? Is it Harry and Meghan basically saying, oh, sorry, we're nothing to do with sort of saving the planet because we've just taken a private jet to fly to a thing from a bank who indulges in practices that they wouldn't normally agree with. But there again, I should imagine now that they've sold their soul to the devil, they might as well make the money. Steve, it was Britons that made all those lovely plastic animals. You're right, it was actually. My brother and I had the zoo and the farm. I wish I'd kept them. Do you know, I don't know what ever happened to that. Years ago, when we were little, we played with cars. Toy cars. I don't know what we did with them. I got no idea. They just seemed like toy cars. And then you just get rid of them after a while. They're all damaged. And if we kept them, they'd be worth a fortune. I had all the models of yesteryear in their boxes, and I used to put the car on top of the box. That was the sort of the display area. And if we'd actually kept them, they'd be worth a fortune, really. But sadly not. Steve, I watched Steel Magnolias last night again after 10 plus years. It still has that great effect on you to make you cry. It really does. It's sort of because the music's great, the characters are fantastic. I just love it. I started watching it again yesterday, but I promise you, I don't think there's going to be any stories about Steel Magnolias or any questions you don't need to swat up, because it's this coming Sunday that we all assemble in the Leicester Square Theatre. Bring sandwiches, and the boys will be there as well. So it'll be nice. It'll be very nice. Nice afternoon. Hope the weather's going to be nice. We don't need miserable weather, thank you very much indeed. I don't want anything like that. The Mirror this morning. This is two people from a dancing programme. This is Kelvin Fletcher and Oti Mabuse, who turn up at a hotel at about 3 a.m. in the morning. I always worry about things like that, as indeed do the papers. They're quite interested. Also, Harry and Meghan continue their courtship of American A-listers by dining with Jennifer Lopez and her baseball star boyfriend. I mean, the trouble is, he's little Harry. He was a member of the royal family. Now he's not a member of the royal family, and he's obviously revelling in it. They'll be bored with you. You'll just be another one of the family who sort of wandered off and got lost along the way. So, and here's more pictures. Somebody must have tipped off the press about Kelvin Fletcher and Oti Mabuse, because these are pictures, they're not great quality pictures, so they're obviously taken with a phone or something like that, but it's enough to see them standing outside a hotel. What you read into that, I have no idea. Audience cheer Philip after he comes out as gay. Well, he's sort of been 27 years in the making. He thinks he was gay when he got married, which was 27 years ago. So, but at the very least, I would have thought he could class himself as bisexual, seeing as they had their first child just only shortly after they went out. He was working, I think, at Children's BBC, and I think she was, Stephanie, working there as well. But they continued to live together in Henley. Perhaps they have an unorthodox relationship. Perhaps it's quite normal. There's probably loads of other people out there. I don't know. We don't know what goes on in their private life. Well, we do now. We just want to know a little bit more. And so, hence the questions. You know, are you in a relationship with somebody else? I don't want to answer that. Why not? Why would you... I mean, if I said to the producer, are you in a relationship with somebody? He's not going to say to me, I don't want to answer that. He's going to go, yes. Because yes is the answer. You know, I don't want to answer that. It's not the answer. It's a straightforward, either you're in a relationship or you're not. But at the same time, I shouldn't be asking. I shouldn't be wanting to know it unless there's something strange going on, which perhaps I should want to know about. But then again, I shouldn't. But there again, I'm doing a programme. So, you know, naturally being curious. You know, that's the way it goes, isn't it? If you're very curious. Kevin the Milkman has reminded us numerous times that it is only a matter of days to Valentine's Day. So all the supermarkets are full of pictures of red roses and boxes of heart-shaped chocolates and all the rest of it. And I don't know where it came from, Valentine's Day, that on that one day of the year, you're supposed to be nice to the person. So in other words, if you don't actually take somebody some flowers home, or you don't take a box of chocolates, or you don't go and get the meal deals which they're offering in all the supermarkets, which is the easy thing to do. You know, you can have a couple of steaks and a bottle of wine. I mean, seriously, only one bottle of wine. Why don't they just make it 50 quid and chuck in a case? Come on, make it fun. Who just want one bottle of wine between two people? What a stingy evening that'd be, wouldn't it? I mean, even Luke could manage a bit more than that, couldn't you? Definitely. I mean, if I went out and there were sort of two of us and it was just one bottle of wine, I'd be going, sorry, have you got any more? You know, that's what I would be expecting. Yes, it's just, but exactly. I mean, you know, some people like dessert wine. Have you had dessert wine? That's quite nice. It's a bit, maybe a little bit too over the top, but no, it's like a bottle of Prosecco. Not one of these tiddly things that they give you. You don't want one of those. You want the bigger bottle. Because you feel a bit guilty when you go, can we just get, we'll have the pudding, I'll go for the panna cotta, and, another bottle of Prosecco. And you sort of throw it in as an afterthought, hoping that they've actually heard you, but nobody around you is going, they drink a lot, don't they? You don't want anybody to start judging you on how much you drink. You know when you've had enough to drink. You generally fall over. You can't. It's like Victoria Beckham. I mean, I don't think she knows when she's had enough to drink. She just falls out of places and they have to help her to the car. It's always quite funny, actually. Always quite funny. Steve, did you... Oh, I keep getting... These things start repeating each other. I sort of get all these messages which sort of come up. Bono and The Edge walk into a bar. The barman says, oh, no, not you two again. Oh, God, honestly. That's how bad it gets, I'll tell you. We used to be funny on this programme. A lot of people... apparently David Van Dave from Dolly used to work in a burger van. Who knew? Only for about 10 years we knew that. A little bit late with the news, I'm afraid, on that one. Also, cash pressures have forced 44% of over 50 savers to put building their nest eggs on hold. I'm not one of these people who knows how to move stuff around, actually. I have people who sort of help me with that kind of thing. Plus, Sophie Rayworth has been picked for the English athletics team at the age of 51. Who'd have known? Ex-Common Speaker John Burke, John Bercow, yesterday claimed it was blindingly obvious there was a conspiracy to stop him going into the Lords. What do you want to go into the Lords for? They were all asleep in there. Seriously, you don't want to go into places like that. That's ridiculous. Plus a man who went looking for his real dad and found a brother he never knew he had. That's always a bit of a shock, isn't it? I don't know, can you actually have a normal sort of existence? So that's what the papers are running with. The Telegraph, a lovely picture. There's always a picture of a lighthouse with lots of water around it. That's how it works, because they're built there to sort of help ships out. And this huge wave, which is sort of crashed into it. I'd love to live in a lighthouse, but I'd be frightened about a huge wave crashing in, thank you. The front page of the Mail is the storm of the century. The internet chemist cashing in on the UK HRT crisis, because apparently desperate women are being charged up to 4 times the NHS price for treatment. Daily Star, Kelvin and OT's 3am hotel nightcap. I mean, I suppose it could be innocent, couldn't it? Let's err on the side of caution. The Daily Express, the 10 foods that could prevent cancer. It's things like apples and blueberries and stuff like that. Plus the 9th UK national tests positive for coronavirus. This is RAF Bryce Norton. Funnily enough, the people who were on the coaches, the coach drivers, they didn't seem to have any protection against driving these people at all, and they're not being kept in quarantine or anything. Storm of the century batters Britain. My God, did it batter Britain. I mean, this is a driver being rescued in Blackpool. I mean, there's a place. Plus a guest house collapsing in the Borders. I mean, just literally, I mean, I don't know how these things work. Literally, one time I was watching it on the television. There's the house, the water rushes past, and the house is sort of to the left of the picture. And then all of a sudden, the house just drops away in front of your eyes. I said, and the forecasters have now said, just to add to your woes and misery, trains and flights will be cancelled, roads will be closed, and they say snow is on the way as well. Well, that's just about all we need. Is it cold enough for snow? I'm not sure. The Sun, I stand by my Phil, Steph's vow. After he comes out, Steph says, I love Philip as much today as I ever will have and always will. Exactly. Why would anything change? you know, he might be gay. She's still allowed. I mean, let's say they have 2 daughters. They are a unit. I don't see any problem with that at all. I love the way that sort of people sort of think, oh, poor old Steph. Listen, she's a lot tougher than you think. Believe you me. It's a tough old business. Plus, Premiership ace and model in 17-hour booze up. You know she's a model. She's wearing her underwear. You know what sort of model she is because she's wearing her underwear. You know what sort of story it is because she's wearing her underwear, OK? A 17-hour booze up. Who can have 17 hours as a booze up? I couldn't even manage 17 hours as a booze up and food. Daily Telegraph, pressure on health chiefs over the British virus super spreader. Also, the incredible ballet inspired by the tragic life of Jacqueline du Pré. Jacqueline du Pré played the cello. And the link to this programme is that one of my contributors used to own the house that Jacqueline du Pré had down off the Euston Road. And it's a lovely, beautiful house. He doesn't own it anymore. He actually sold it on. Paul Savory owned the house. But the interesting thing was that in her cellar, which is converted now into a cinema, with proper cinema seats and everything else, the Beatles used to play. The Beatles used to rehearse in Jacqueline du Pré's cellar. And Paul Savory owned the house. There you go. Little known fact. Times. Labour at war after Starmer campaign accused of hacking. Somebody's obviously made a fortune through this photograph of the lighthouse and all the water crashing. I mean, it really is phenomenal, isn't it? Winds of 90 miles an hour. Trains, ferries cancelled. Power was cut. Also, there was one beneficiary. A British Airways flight broke the record for the fastest subsonic journey from New York to London. The Boeing 747-436 landed at Heathrow 4 hours 56 minutes after taking off from JFK Airport, 100 minutes ahead of schedule. Good Lord. Parts of the M11 in Cambridgeshire were closed amid fears that the roof of a hangar at the Imperial War Museum at Duxford might blow off, and 539,000 people lost power. Plus, the Coast Guard rescued a surfer caught in rough seas. What in God's name was a surfer doing out in rough seas? I mean, that is idiot of the century, I would have thought. Plus, Britain infected, 7 with virus. Guardian this morning, known Windrush victims, maybe tip of the iceberg. Deadliest days so far recorded for China virus. 813 people have reportedly died from the disease. 813 people. Plus, here it is. Flooding in Appleby in Westmoreland. I mean, this poor bloke, he's literally got his garden gate obviously prepared for flooding, and he's literally throwing buckets of water out into water that must be standing about 4 foot deep at the moment, which is absolutely terrible. Plus, Christopher Eccleston, depression, divorce and anorexia. And on the Eye, storm of the century, the heavy rain and the winds reaching 97 miles an hour. Energy firms struggling to reconnect power to hundreds of thousands of properties. Airlines cancelling the flight. Many rail passengers told, don't travel, we can't get you there. Also, Harry Dunn's family seeks answers over the spy claims. It claims that the woman who they think was responsible for the death of their son is an agent, a CIA agent. I'm not surprised she doesn't want to come back, but she's carrying on her life as if nothing's happened. Fantastic, isn't it? No, it's not. And Liverpool lingo, the surprising roots of the Scouse dialect. And I suppose for that, it was sort of, Cilla Black used to be classic for saying not hair, but her. She used to say her. And I used to think to myself, does she talk like that all the time? And the answer is probably yes. Steve, the M11 is still closed, says Peter in Dartford. So now you know. Now you know. Plus, David in Sunderland says, did you see the Masked Singer CeeLo Green was unmasked on Saturday? I have to show my ignorance. I've got no idea who CeeLo Green is. Who's CeeLo Green, for God's sake? A singer. What does he sing? ABBA songs? Oh, what does he sing? Does he sing in? Forget you, do. No, it doesn't mean a thing to me. I've never heard it. He didn't do Crazy. Yeah, that's Miles Barkley, you fool. Honestly, you're an idiot. Never did that one, honestly. Where are you from? What planet are you on? You're now trying to push songs onto different people. You never sang that one. But I'd never heard of him anyway, so that's all that matters. If I haven't heard of somebody, they don't exist. I love doing that, actually. Steve, will 2020 be known, says Phil, as the year of coming out? The UK out of the EU, Harry out of royal duties, and Philip Schofield coming out. I don't know. Steve, if you go into the Modeller's Loft website, they sell all the old toys, Britons, etc. Says Mike in Bromley, thank you. And then somebody says, I only found you 3 weeks ago. Only 3 weeks ago. Where have you been all my life? Here. Here. If you're about 40, then I've been here all your life, actually. And I love your show. I set my alarm for 4 a.m. And so you should do. So you should do. Steve. Somebody said there was a dead sheep floating down a river in the storm. I'm not at all surprised. I don't think actually sheep swim, do they? As far as I know, they don't swim. Sadly, I've got to go. Because it's Monday and we're going to be talking later on. You'll hear it in probably about a week's time. Bill Ward, the actor who was not only Charlie Stubbs in Coronation Street, but he was in Emmerdale as James Barton. And he's touring in the Glee Club. And so we're very much looking forward to that. We'll have a nice chat to him. We'll try and find out all the gossip and bits and pieces. He was the date. You'll know him. You only have to look at a picture of Bill and you'll go, I know exactly who that is. Somebody who says, I think Schofield should have said nothing. He's been untruthful for his work. No, I think they knew. Absolutely. I don't think there was any surprise to either of them. It was the coming out bit that was the interesting thing. Why at that particular time? That's the big question. But no. They're very strong. Believe you me. That should be. They've been married 27 years. Today on my Little Bit Extra podcast, Gemma Collins goes on a fat burner diet to look like one of the Kardashians. Highly unlikely. Piers Morgan tops the Weird Crush survey, which also features Noel Fielding, Eamon Holmes and Lord Sugar. Who in the world were they asking? And James Corden looks all loved up at the Oscars. We love James Corden. Move over David Starkey and any other historian. TV's getting a new one. Mark Wright, formerly of The Only Way is Essex. He's going to be a historian because he likes history, apparently. Likes history, you know what I mean? Like history, I do, mate, yeah. Yeah, it's like most of your girlfriends. Lauren Goodyear could be described as history. Perhaps that's what it's going to be about, actually. Tyson Fury, who's a boxer, dips his hands in petrol to make them hard. I don't quite see that at all, but there you go. And the Pussycat Dolls are back. Snowflake Coppers quit over working weekends. And the other one is Ulrika Johnson has just had sex for the first time in 5 years. And she's telling people about it. I don't know why, she just is. Plus the roll of shame for the vegan snack. Yes, step up to the mark. Full of saturated fat and salt. The Greggs vegan sausage roll. No better for you than the meat version. Peter Phillips' wife splits from him. He didn't split from her. She's dumped him. Might go back to Canada. Perhaps she's going to be friendly with Harry and what's her face. Plus the what was the other one? Diabetes raises the risk of an early death by 50%. A cheering thought this morning. And how many more people are infected in this country? The virus hits 8 in Britain. Plus, company bigwigs are so elusive that a third of the workers have never had any contact with them. Not here. Not here. Seriously, not here. I mean, I've lost track of the amount of... Almost on a weekly basis, I see, my boss or any one of a number of my bosses, because there's a level of bosses, and they're always very charming. They're always very nice to me. I think they think I've wandered in from another place. An old people's home, I think. Plus, John Lewis have now got, for you blokes, a whole counter devoted to makeup for men. I mean, the only thing that can put it off in John Lewis is if the person working the counter, a bloke, is very camp. You want to, because they're selling it as butch. So in other words, you could put your makeup on in the morning. They've got spot concealer, under eye concealer, tinted moisturiser, and like a bronzer. But it was done years ago by Guerlain. Guerlain brought out a brush. It was like a shaving brush because I bought it, and it was bronzer. And you put the brush in there. It was a sort of an odd-shaped thing, and it had compressed powder. And you did the brush, and then you did it on your face. It was a bit camp, I know, but I mean, nobody could tell that I used to use it on stage all the time. When I went on stage, because if you're under studio lights, which I am in the studio permanently, it's like living on a sunbed and doing a programme. It's horrible. And am I wearing what? No, I'm not wearing anything. No, I'm going to be on Sunday. I've got my my one-man show, loosely called, and the boys are coming down to that, so it'll be quite... You can turn the lights off now. All right? I don't want to get a suntan before Sunday. I don't want to walk on stage. It's like, when you're little, you go to the beach, and then you come off the beach, you've got your little Speedos on, and then when you pull them down, you've got a mark, because the bits that haven't tanned. So if I'm looking particularly tanned on Sunday, it'll be Are you working out where all the lights are? You're going to put the lights back on again, aren't you? I can tell. They're very bright. I don't know how people do a show in here with the lights on, but they do it downstairs. Yeah, you can put it back on and show they're just so bright. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm very lucky that I look this gorgeous at this age. Very lucky. But my finger's swollen up. Through no reason whatsoever. It's got big. I was showing it to Corey earlier on. I said, look at the size of that. He expressed amazement. And I remember thinking, I think I might have been bitten by something. Like a mosquito or a tsetse fly or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's made my finger swell. Well, I don't know how many tsetse flies there are in Twickenham. But it's typical, isn't it? You know, the bit that you want to swell, they never bite. So they do the finger. And so here I am. And I don't know... tsetse... Well, they spread malaria. When we lived in Hong Kong, and that was back in the 60s, my bed had a mosquito net over it, so that the mosquitoes couldn't get in and bite you. Otherwise, you'd wake up in the morning with bites all up your arm. Now, I don't know whether or not they've spread. They look terrible, don't they? Yeah, they're about as big as an aeroplane, and they come in and they just eat everything. They eat everything. But yeah, you can get bitten by tsetse flies. Spelt TSE, I think, isn't it? Something like that. It's one of those peculiar spellings. It's like, who's that actor, Joaquin Phoenix, but really spelled Joaquim? I mean, come on. Get a life, pal. Get a life. Like being on Love Island, isn't it? What's your name, love? Shauna. S-H-A-W-W-N-A. Yeah, of course it is, dear. They always do things like that. They've all got... There's a very odd one in there, isn't there? Is it Shanice Fudge? I mean, who's called Shanice Fudge? I mean, seriously, you have to change that one, dear, to... I don't know, Ruth Robilo or something. So there's the new makeup counter at John Lewis. I should be buying that bronzer, but I've had one for ages. You can use the same bronzer that Estee Lauder do. Just buy a big brush, and then you put it on, but make sure you tap before. So you run the brush round the compact kind of thing, and then you tap it, because otherwise you get big clumps of it all over your face, which looks ridiculous. But it's obviously very, very good. Piers Morgan says he had no idea that Philip Schofield was gay. I don't believe him. He cannot have been in Fleet Street all those years and not heard all the rumours. We were in Fleet Street and I heard the rumours within a short space of time. Even Joan Collins had heard the rumours. There's also a bloke. He's a suspect in a case over in Spain. He said he's never going to get a fair trial because he's deaf and he can only lip read Scouse. Well, that's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? I've never heard of that at all. Plus, Prince's name removed from pitch at Palace. This is Prince Andrew, still as ghastly as he was before. Girls start puberty a year earlier than in the 1970s. What are you all looking at? What is it? Is it... Oh, the computer's messy. Oh, right. Poor old computer. Oh, and Take Me Out. Nor likey, nor lighty. They've decided to get rid of the programme after 11 years because it's run its course. By the same token, you can probably lose half a dozen of other programmes, but they haven't got anybody else to present them. What they're going to replace it with, I don't know. I thought it had a few more years left. A lot of the blokes who are single like looking at it, seeing what sort of people are on the market. Answer most of them, oh, God, they attracted some weird people. But the trouble is now they've all learnt how to play the game. And that's why it sort of spoils it. It was like, you had to get rid of Celebrity Big Brother because in the very early days they didn't know. They really didn't know. But now... They actually know how to play the game. They know what the public are looking for. It's like Love Island. I mean, it saves them advertising in phone boxes, I suppose. But to be honest with you, to say, oh, I'm prepared to do anything to win this programme is just a bit tacky. But, of course, heterosexual men think this is fantastic. This is way... and all the blokes who, to be honest with you, look as camp as Christmas trees. They've all waxed their bodies. They've all had, they've all got eyeliner on. It's a bit tedious. The whole programme was rubbish first time round. Now, at the time we've gone this far down the line. What else have we got? Oh, Ulrika Johnson having sex for the first time in 5 years. Can you imagine not having sex for 5 years? Do you remember the 80-year-old woman we had the other week? And she just had sex with a very young Egyptian lover. She said she couldn't walk the next day. I don't know whether or not she'd stubbed her toe or something. I've got no idea. But whatever it was, she said she was in a terrible state. I, of course, thought the obvious, like everybody else did. I thought, of course, you're 80 years old. I mean, goodness sake. Kids, I mean, can you imagine going that long, though? Ulrika Johnson says she's been 5 years without sex. I don't believe she's been 5 years without sex. I believe she's been 5 years without sex with another person. But you don't go 5 years without sex, unless it's one of those things. Perhaps it's like giving up cigarettes. You just lose the interest in having sex. I mean, to be honest with you, most of us would rather do a jigsaw or painting by numbers or something like that, or go and get a Chinese takeaway. Plus, there's a drive for a digital device to detect Alzheimer's. And Elton John speaks of the joy at winning 2 Oscars. Well, nice. 2, one for each of his boys. And he mentioned them at the Oscars. They'll be thrilled. There's Daddy. Lorraine says, take some Piriton. You have to be careful. This thing here is very annoying. It's very annoying, actually. And it's what it is. I don't know what it is, but it's my... How can I sneeze? Dear. Another one. Could be another one on the way. Just got a feeling. Oh. Only one. No. Thank you. 2 more, yeah. Well, you know what they say, 1 a wish, 2 a kiss. Brace yourselves. But anyway, so the finger has swelled up on the middle bit. What do they call that? Sort of the knuckle kind of thing. And it hurts. It's a bit painful and it's warm, and I only noticed it the other day. And so Zora Suleiman very kindly got me a bowl of hot, salty water, which we waited till it cooled down, then I put my finger in there. And that sort of eased it a little bit. But I'm going to go, when I finish, go to the chemist and get some spray, because it's a little bit... It's not worrying. I don't worry about things like that. God knows. Not with the rest of the stuff that's going on in my life. Got in the car this morning. Driver was early, which is good. I always like the drivers early. And he's obviously a listener to the programme. And he said, sometimes I get people in the car, and I don't know who they are. He said, but your name came up. He said, and I knew who you were straight away. So that's good. So he was very excited. He thought I sounded the same as I do on the radio, which is true. So summer barbecue, 12th of July. I will make it this year. And love Guerlain Mitsoko. It's a woman's perfume, but I love it, says Warren. We used to have a presenter on LBC. He only wore women's perfumes. What was one that I really liked? I liked Poison. Have you ever smelt Poison? That's probably quite a heavy smell, but I loved it. I love stuff like that. It's good. Somebody said it could be a chilblain on your finger caused by the cold. Well, why does it only affect one finger? I mean, they're all the same, my fingers. Ridiculous. And, whatever. Also, Steve, continuing on the conversation with Darren, of course we start our day now, not finish it by 10 a.m. Go to bed in the middle of the day. There, madness lies. After all, day starts at 0:00 a.m. OK, she says my people have different ideas. Your favourite Jewish cabbie. It's odd, though, isn't it? Because people always say, so what time do you go to bed? I said, what, about 6 o'clock in the evening? That's how it works. Sleeping sickness from Tetsi Fly. I feel quite tired, actually. But it could be a chilblain. Whatever it is, it hurts. It hurts. And also, I mean, why would it be a chilblain? I can't quite work that out. But it's definitely slightly bigger. Not enormous. It makes it sound like I've got sort of a bandage on the size of a planet. Lucy Mecklenburgh has quit her clothing company, mainly because it's in debt. Best to walk away, dear, I think. Right, we'll take a short break, shall we? I'm in one of those moods today. I'm in a very good mood, very nice mood. We've got 2 interviews to do today. Ruin my day. Go on, turn up. And, that'll ruin my day. He's in a very good mood today because I predicted something a short while ago. And it's coming true. So he owes me big time. Have you told him yet? No, not yet. Yeah, tell him in the break. Stretch it out a bit, spread it over 2 breaks. So don't just give it away all at once. That'd be ridiculous. Donnie says peas, steamed or boiled? Steamed. Strangely enough, and I had peas yesterday. Finger gout, too much fancy food, says Stuart. I don't think so. The one thing I don't eat is fancy food. I mean, I have meatballs. I've had meatballs about 3 times in the last week and a half. Perhaps it's meatballs. But then why would just one finger be infected? And I'm looking for sort of a little hole in it to see if it's been pierced by an insect or something like that. But I think it's unlikely. Les says, Warren, was he on yesterday talking to Ian about the fast BA flight? He was very good at explaining. Quite a clever boy. He is quite a clever boy. He is. Little Julie says the original Spikers Facebook group are meeting for Sunday. Quite a few of us are meeting for pre-show drinks, but don't worry. Heather, the Norwich nurse, will be keeping us all in check. She'll be the first one under the table. Absolutely. But you have to remain sober for my programmes. You can get tiddled afterwards, which probably a lot of people will do. The boys are going to be there. Thomas and Corey will be there as well. Thomas worrying about, what to wear and all this. I said, well, just turn up in what you normally wear. It's what you say. Because I'm making him introduce me, and he's obviously been thinking about this and pondering on it, and it's now driving him to distraction. So I'll give you a clue of what it's going to be like. Okay? He's actually going to say, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen," and then after that, it's freewheeling, isn't it? He won't upstage me, Corey, thank you. I don't need to say things like that, make me insecure before the show. I've done quite a few of these shows before, so I'm not sort of planning on being upstaged by him, because, although, actually, I remember somebody telling me this before, they booked me for an after-dinner speech, and this bloke said, because they obviously, if you do a speech radio programme, you just stand up there and chat for the country, which I can do, actually, I don't have too many problems, and he said, I'll just go on before you and do a little sort of warm-up for you. He did 25 minutes! 25 minutes. And completely ruined it. All of a sudden, I was out on a limb. I thought, oh, no, definitely not. But honestly, having had my hand in salt water, I don't know if this is good or not, but I'm going to go and get some cream that you can put on which stops inflammation. I think so. So it was Stuart who said finger gout, too much fancy food. No, that's what I originally thought. Maybe it could be gout. I thought I might have to drink some of this cherry stuff, because apparently gout's quite painful. Well, this is quite painful as well. But my finger is glistening. If I hold it in the light, it's glistening, because obviously all the little crystals in the salt. So I didn't actually wash it off. So in the next break, when I get about sort of 2 or 3 minutes, I shall rush out and quickly wash my hands, just to make sure it goes well. So the showbiz legend's son uncovers candid clips of his mother, Cilla Black. Yes, Robert has found all these bits of footage. They've put together a programme on Cilla Black, who, if you remember, when she was 16 years old, she was the hat check girl at the Cavern. That's where she was spotted. Hat check girl at the Cavern. Dale and I came all the way down to interview her. I told you, when she was at the Wimbledon Theatre in pantomime. She loved her pantos. And we get all the way there. We'd beetled down from Nottingham, and we get to there, and it was quite close to curtain time. And Bobby, her husband, said it's too close to curtain time. She's not going to do it now. So we had to go away. We'd driven all the way down. I mean, it was okay. We're coming back to London anyway. I was watching. What was I watching the other day? Actually, I was watching something, and it had. Who was on it? Oh, it was Anthea Turner. Oh, God, she looked old. Photograph from the wrong side. Whew, don't ever allow them to do that again, dear. Have you forgot to rest your finger on a cushion after all that pointing and delegating? Husband has the same problem, Steve. I've never done pointing. I don't do pointing. They actually point at me more than I point at them. Corey will stand up and do the tea thing. He'll either do the drinking tea or tea, and I go, yeah, tea, and that's it. But I never point. I never go, Thomas or I don't. I've never pointed. I so don't. It's not even. Why would I point? Oh, right. I've never done that. I don't know what you're. Oh yeah. When I'm going, I hate you. I'm pointing at you, so I don't have to sort of mix it up with Corey. Otherwise, I'll be going, I hate you both. But I never say that, do I? I just say I hate you. You better be good on Sunday, mate. I'm telling you better be really good on Sunday, because I don't want to have to walk on and destroy you quite quickly. Because remember, this is a show where anything goes. We don't use... I have to keep warning people, there might be nudity in it. Won't be me. And that's all I'm saying. Yeah, poor old Corey again. Corey and his trapeze act, which he took around the world. Well, he took it to Brighton and Lowestoft, and that was as far as it went. And I'd love to do that. That could be so funny, couldn't it? Corey does a trapeze act. Has he ever... Or knife throwing. I could do knife throwing, but me and my hands. I mean, you could die within about the first knife. One of those spinning wheels, you go round, and then Corey goes, I'm going to be sick. I go, stop the wheel, quickly. That'd be so much easier. I love the way that the papers are very interested in another member of the royal family whose marriage has split up. They've been married about 12 years, I think. Peter Phillips, his wife, has split from him. She's Canadian. She might go back there and take the kids. She's perfectly entitled to, and he'd have to... That's the problem with things like that, isn't it? You've probably got experience of it. And then it's a case of, You know, you'd have to trek over there to see your own children. I mean, hopefully she won't do that. The Queen's meant to be terribly upset, because apparently he was her favourite. Mind you, we all thought Harry was her favourite. We thought Andrew was her favourite. Sarah Ferguson was nobody's favourite, apart from that bloke who sucked her toes. And the rest of them are sort of just tootling on in their own way. It's all a bit bizarre, really. They've got a Beetle car, Beetle Volkswagen, and apparently this one has got 558 miles on it, and it's in mint condition. Could fetch up to about £35,000. My uncle Alan used to have a Beetle, and I always remember they were famous because if it fell in a river, they were hermetically sealed, so you could stay in the car. As long as you didn't try and open the door or wind the window down, you were fairly safe, unless it was sort of really fast running. And so it was all sealed in. I quite like, because I like the film Herbie. Herbie was good. You know, so the car had a mind of its own. Always wanted something like that. Always, yeah. And the people who put the stripes on the number, what number is it on the side of the car? I thought it was 7. Was it 7, Herbie? You think it was 2 numbers? Oh, right. Well, you might be right. I mean, I can't remember. I can barely remember yesterday without thinking about anything else. Was it 53? Oh, right. Oh, well, we didn't know that. You just knew it was 2 numbers. But it's still good, though. Yeah, all right, you said it. But don't make a big deal about it, all right? Just accept the fact that I was nearly right. Janie says, having sex at 80, that's gross. I'm 50s and quit all that nonsense almost 20 years ago. No, Janie, it quit you, OK? Caught the back end of your conversation yesterday regarding Britain's farm toys, the farm animals, which I loved. Laura says, you said it, 1 a wish, 2 for a kiss, but 3 for coronavirus. Yeah, there's that doctor's surgery. They've closed it down immediately, haven't they? Little Judy says, don't worry, I'll look after Heather. Well, somebody will need to. Barry says, my wife, Pat, has got a birthday today. She's on her way to work and I'm still in bed. Isn't that nice? You know when there's 2 of you in the bed, he says from memory, and then one of them gets out, you immediately, it's all warm on that side, isn't it? So you move to the warm side. I like that. I'm very good at those sort of things. I'm gutted, says Amir, that I won't be there on Sunday to see you, but I'll just imagine you with a manky finger having a great time with all those people who managed to get tickets. Not at all jealous. No, you don't need to be jealous. There might be an opportunity of hearing the show. I heard a little rumour the other day. I was eavesdropping on somebody's conversation, and there might be some way of doing that. I think actually, but I don't want to sort of preempt anything. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says it was 53. I love those movies. Well, there was an innocence about movies that we watched in our childhood. It doesn't matter whether you were a fan of the Indian cinema or if somebody said to me, which is your favourite Indian film? So it doesn't actually make any difference. The only thing that was different about the Indian films was the music. The storylines were exactly the same in every single Indian film, pre-sort of Kabhi Kabhi. And people used to say, what's the storyline? I said, it's the same. Boy meets girl, boy kisses girl, end of film. That's how it works. Or they get married and then there'll be a big dance number, which is always so good. So, locals in a posh town, I'll tell you which one it is actually a little bit later on, are not reporting drug crimes. They don't want people to think it's a drug haven, and it reduces the price of their property. It's interesting, isn't it? You wouldn't think about that. But they have, so they're not reporting anything. You know, carry on doing your drugs. If we tell people, they might not want to move here. And then I saw another programme on the telly last night, sinkholes. One bloke whose house, they had a few in America, and 1 minute he had a house, and the next minute, the whole side of it fell into a sinkhole. It turns out there were mines all over the place, and in this country. There was one the other day in Brentwood. I think it was in the High Street, or certainly very near to the High Street, and a sinkhole opened up and a car vanished into it. And it will be the earth underneath being eroded, and then all of a sudden it just collapses in on itself. Those poor people, and the pictures in the papers today are horrendous. I feel so sorry for anybody who got flooded, and the flooding is as bad as it was last time. You know, and all these defences, the government say, we're going to do something about that. The hell they have. Nothing. Just putting a few sort of sandbags out there isn't stopping anything at all. These people were bailing out for the umpteenth time. You know, I've always thought lovely to live by a river. Luckily, I'm quite high, So it's very unlikely that I'm ever going to get flooded unless the entire town of Twickenham goes underwater, which is very unlikely. Very unlikely. Steve, Boris should get Diane Abbott to work out the cost of his bridge. She'd get change out of 50 quid, says Gerard. Very cruel. It's not her fault she can't do money. And Bill says, I hope to continue having sex at 80, but not with 80-year-olds. Oh, it's too rude, says the producer. If I told you what he said earlier on today, he was so rude. I said to him, there's no need for that, Thomas, is there? You remember what it was you said? You remember what you did? You know. I love the way he sits there and he sort of plays the butter wouldn't melt kind of thing, and he does his little sort of cute face. We go, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Steve. And then the next minute, he's being as rude as they come. Really terrible. Steve, the wind has gone, says James. I'm so pleased. So pleased, because I was just about to go and buy a kite. He says, Roger, my cat is fine. Hello, Corey. Oh, dear. Slightly worrying. Arthritis for sure, says Stuart. Take naproxen. Is that prescription only? It's very annoying. Whatever it is, it hurts. My little finger, it hurts. Hopefully it'll go. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Everything you've heard about the programme is absolutely right. Absolutely right. John in Brightlingsea says, up here on the North Essex coast, my little town of Brightlingsea suffered an unexpected North Sea tidal surge yesterday. It's completely wiped out the promenade area. We're on alert for further flooding on today's high tide. Mercia Island was quite badly hit as well. If you see the pictures in the papers today of the people who are bailing out their houses, I mean, and a guest house which just fell into the waters. I mean, really terrible. It did remind me of that place that flooded the other year, and all the water was coming down the high street, dragging cars with it. The power of the waves and the power of the water. And then there's always somebody who wants to go and stand on the pier, don't they, and take pictures of it. You go, listen, it's dangerous. It's very, very... It's not just getting a light dampening of water. You know, you've got to be very careful out there. But I felt so sorry for these people. You know, the sinkhole... Somebody wrote to me about the sinkholes. It was very cruel, actually. And they said that when they actually saw the sinkhole in Essex, but then they noticed it was a Prius, and they felt better about it. Another eco-warrior off the road with their hypocrisy and token Priuses, says Amir. Was it I didn't see what it was, actually. You imagine, though, there was one bloke, he bought a house... well, there was a bloke selling a house, and then they discovered that he was on top of a sinkhole, and it could go at any time. So he had the house up for, I think, 300,000. Eventually, it went for about 150,000. And the bloke there, he said, I'm not having anything done about it. You'd think that you could get sort of one of those lorries with all the concrete in and pour all the concrete into the hole that is sitting under your house, and then it just opened up. The bloke in Florida, whose house vanished, I mean, it just went, and now there's a patch of grass where it was. Far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. Very breezy on the Isle of Wight, Steve. Spiker Dave is over there. Somebody says... Where's it gone to? Somebody says ibuprofen. That's what I need. I don't know, actually. Somebody says, I had sex at 80. I was flashed by a speed camera. God, honestly. You really are terrible. No, I'm sort of a little bit worried about that. Only a little bit. It seems it's getting a little bit better. I'll feel better when I put some cream on, like Deep Heat or whatever it is, that can go through it. It's such a pain, it really is. Matthew says, talking of Anthea Turner, she was my boyhood crush as a teenager. Yes, I think she was quite a few people's crush. I think so. Steve, as you're diabetic, you could have flared up. It's a common thing. Is it? I haven't flared up for ages, as you know. I saw Gemma Collins on dinner dates with an ex-Corrie star. I haven't seen a fat woman with a double chin before. Oh, you must have done, Max. You're in Tooting. Place of fat people, isn't it, Tooting? You know, there's so much food available. I mean, if we all had our choice, you could eat anything you wanted. I mean, we would be eating all the bad stuff, wouldn't we? You'd be eating... You know, if somebody said you can eat whatever you like, but you're not going to put on any weight, I would generally go, you've got a Coke problem, haven't you, or something like that. I would love to be able to eat anything. I would love to have chips every day. I haven't had a portion of chips for... months. Ages and ages. I might have a portion of chips today, actually. Mike on the Wirral says the zebra black and white stripes stop predators. Lions and flies, e.g. tsetse flies, confuse them in large herd numbers. Don't take them long. I've seen lions bring down zebras very easily. Very easily. You know the little lad who died? He was in Nanny McPhee. And he was only 25. He was in, I think, the Nanny McPhee films. He was a gingerhead little lad. He was your age. And he went out for a jog. Well, I mean, luckily you don't go out for a jog, do you, Thomas? It's not worth it, really. And he went out for a jog and just dropped dead. No history of illness or anything at all like that. And I remember thinking, oh, that's awful, at 25. He was also an eco-warrior. He was a member of Extinction Rebellion. He had a name. He didn't use his own name. He used another name. And I remember thinking, 25, how parents come to terms with stuff like that. There's so many bad things, isn't there? So many bad things. Kevin the Restaurateur says it's brass monkeys outside today. At the market, there's a wonderful Portuguese cafe. I've just had homemade donuts dunked in hot chocolate. Wow. That's nice. That's not a British thing, is it? I bought in donuts the other day at the weekend for the boys. Well, it turned out just for Nick. And they were little tiny donuts. They're not called donuts, they were called something else. And you get like 6 or 8 in a box. And the filling is, this was berry fruits, and the other one was like a Nutella kind of thing. He loved them. In fact, he ate most of them himself. EastEnders has become my favourite soap these days, says Matt. It's outstanding. I've not seen it. Shane says, I wish you could make a DVD of your shows so your listeners here in Sydney and around the world can see your shows. Oh, you bet your bottom dollar there'll be somebody filming it. I think there generally is. Somebody sent me once a DVD of my a few of the shows and of me walking on stage at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon when we were sort of in the infancy of doing shows. And it really was. It was. I told you, it was Nick Ferrari started this trend for doing presenter-led shows where he went out and he did his one-man show, and I didn't have a one-man show, but my boss said, why don't you do one? And so I said, yeah, okay. And so they put me in contact with this guy who was organising Nick's, and I went down to see the godchildren. We were going out, their mother and I, for some lunch in a pub, and the phone rang, and it was the producer of the shows, and he said, we put your show on sale this morning. He said, it's sold out. I said, you are joking, thinking he was having a wind-up with me. He said, no, quite serious. I think the fastest place that we sold out, and Jan will tell you this one, is the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. And that one sold out very quickly. The one down the Shaw Theatre, down the Euston Road, they were queuing at 3 a.m, waiting for the box office to open at 9 or 10 or whatever it was to buy tickets. And so we had quite a number of these shows which went on. And I'm looking at the wrong picture. Samuel says, I don't put on... This is the one who, you know, Sam, he texted me yesterday, and I was saying, what on earth are you doing up at this time of the morning? And he says, I didn't put on weight. I don't put on weight, he said, but also I don't have a Coke problem. Well, maybe the drink. He's this thin, isn't he? I mean, he's thin. We like Sam, don't we? We like Sam a lot. But he's okay. Yeah, he's not really my favourite at all, actually. I don't know why I mentioned him. Joe Pike wants to go for breakfast at some point this week. I don't know when we're going to manage that one. I don't know how that's going to be managed. Today would be good, but of course I can't do anything today now because I've got interviews. Monica says, Steve, ibuprofen, naproxen and similar are anti-inflammatory drugs. It may work because it's probably caused by some inflammation, but go to the pharmacist or the GP. I've got the GP tomorrow. So I shall go and sort that out. I mean, but when I say it's swollen, I mean, it's not absolutely enormous. And you wouldn't notice it if I didn't point it out to you. So I pointed it out to you. Desiree is a wee bit concerned in Sheffield. So it could turn to diabetic rot. Well, not on the finger. It's not at the end of the finger or anything like that. So it'll sort out, don't worry. Probably caused by some inflammation, but go to the pharmacist and I shall show it to them and go, what do you think of that? Somebody says, take some turmeric every day. I've got turmeric. I take a turmeric tablet every day, strangely. And of course, I've got my new Manuka honey. I could have dipped my finger in that. Another one here. Try a cream called Nature's Kiss, a natural anti-inflammatory. See, the trouble is, at our age, ladies and gentlemen, we're all experts on medical conditions. Kevin the Legs Milkman heard his text yesterday. I'm sure he'll get a few Valentine wishes, says little Julie. Oh, I do hope so. I couldn't bear it if he didn't. I really couldn't bear it. I think he really has to get some Valentines. Did you see you can get 100 roses in one of the supermarkets for 25 quid? 100 that's what Thomas is going to be buying for his girlfriend. 100 roses, 25 quid. It's like box of chocolates. Oh, right. Is she still in the country? Right. How long for? Till Monday. And she... right. And all she's going to get is a box of chocolates. If she's lucky. Oh, right. Yesterday. Oh, Luke, we had a fine time with yesterday. He came up with the pronouncement that apparently stamps are legal currency in this country. Stamps are legal currency. If he's got the Queen's head on it, so you can go into a shop and say, I'll have 2 pounds of potatoes and some grapes. How many stamps is that? I said, don't be so ridiculous. But he was totally convinced that stamps were legal currency. Corey and I sat here, you know, with our mouths on the floor, and he's got the oddest idea of things. And he was totally convinced that, he says, anything with the Queen's head on it. So, of course, I've got a tea towel at home, I've got some mugs and bits and pieces. Not that I've got a mug of her mug. And he said, you can go and exchange it for things. I said, but why would you want to go out and buy stamps? Why don't you just use the currency to go and buy things like normal people? But then we suddenly realised he's not normal. Not normal at all. Very bizarre, isn't it? Have you ever heard of such a thing? Queen's Theatre, says Ian, have already announced their panto this year. Maybe they need a Steve Allen Christmas show. Get some new badges made. Yeah, they have announced their Christmas show at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. It's a nice little 600-seater theatre. It's very nice. We liked it down there. We actually played that a few times. I forget how many times we played it. Probably 2 or 3. Jan will have to tell you. I can't remember everything all the time. Steve, without doubt, I'm sure it's a spider bite. If you examine it closely, you'll see 2 small puncture marks caused by the fangs. No, I don't think so. Wait a minute, what's that? No. Oh, God, honestly. Perhaps I need a torch. Wait a minute. I don't think it's a spider. I don't have spiders. They're all dead if they're round my way. Wait a minute. Let's have a quick look. Sorry about this. We're just in the docks. I'm just taking my clothes off. Yeah, but I'm not... I'm sort of looking... No, there's no holes or anything like that. And also, why would a spider just pick one of my fingers? I mean, that would be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? Definitely not. No, definitely not spider bite. I have heard of spider bites. What do you think? Tarantula? Something like that? No, I don't think so. I could then become Spider-Man. Who was that bloke who starred in Spider-Man? And he shelled out his hand with, Spider-Man, Spider-Man, doing a thing. Yeah, but who played him in the film? There was a film about Spider-Man, wasn't there? Oh, there's been 3 films. Which is the one? Was it Jeff Goldblum who turns into a spider or something in his room? What does Jeff Goldblum turn into? He turns into... Was it an ant? Not an ant, a wasp. Why are you looking at me stupid? During the break, we'll go onto the internet, hello, and you'll find Jeff Goldblum changed into somebody. Maybe it wasn't Spider-Man, but it was certainly some told you, Jeff Goldblum. They were going, oh, what was it? And I said, he was the Fly. And as you know...
Never question Steve Allen, he's always right.
Thank you. Honestly, I tell you, I get more apologies on this programme than anybody else. Why? Because I'm always right. Thank you, Lorraine, you see. Jacqueline in Lincoln says, your finger could be cellulitis, where it swells up and gets very warm. The doctor will send you to hospital to get medicine into it. Oh, my Lord above. Well, I'm going to try just something over... I don't believe in taking up hospital space. So I'm just going... I mean, it's not a huge... It's not, you know, it's not like it sort of looks as though somebody's sort of blown your finger up or something like that. Somebody says, judging by the symptoms, Steve, I think you've either got leprosy or gangrene. Best just to get rid of it. No, that could be it, actually. I don't have a problem with that. Debbie and Cy Leicester, the Fly, thank you. Tom Holland, Spider-Man. Ask Henry, he knows him, lives locally. Henry, what are Henry? Oh, Lord, I couldn't bear it. Couldn't bear having to ask Henry. Because he'll do it with a smile on his face and it'll drive me mad. So does Henry know Tom Holland? Because they're like chalk and cheese, aren't they? You know, Tom Holland was in Billy Elliot, and Henry wasn't, or ever likely to be. But he could have actually played an Oompa Loompa in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Steve, I got a return ticket for your show yesterday. Yes, I mean there is actually. A system whereby if somebody returns a ticket, then they can resell it on. You can go on a waiting list. So that's it, because otherwise you end up with a sort of a thing there. Jan says, if you do find 2 small puncture holes in your swollen knuckle, it'll be the miniature vampire. Oh, dear. All the old jokes, we've all done the one, haven't we, about Bob Monkhouse. I still have sex at 80. I live at 70, so it's not too far to walk. What's he? Oh, God, he's in already. Here we go. Do you know Tom Holland, Popsy? Yeah. He went to your school, right. So you're now claiming that you were busy mates with him, are you? Yeah. He said he loves him, and that's the kind of thing. So did you used to hang out together in the youth club or something like that? Yes, he was very good in Billy Elliot. Very good. I loved it. Did you ever see Billy Elliot? Yeah. Did you ever see Billy Elliot? What a fab show. You'd have loved it. Yeah. Who did you see it with? Yeah. I loved it. I've got it on DVD. They actually filmed the stage show, which they put it out in cinemas. Yeah. I just thought it was a great show. Very great show. And, because he tap dances, it was really good. But the worst thing for us, 6 of us went to see it. And, of course, there's little children in there swearing, using really rude words. And I often thought, how do you explain they were little children, how do you explain that this is just a word you're using in the show? But the songs were great. They were really great, and it was very sad when Billy, whose mother had died, comes back as a ghost and talks to him and says, "You're going to be all right, son." And he goes, "Yes, ma'am." And all very sad. He read the letter out. I was sobbing into my handkerchief. I mean, I was a right old wuss. But anyway, it's cold out there this morning, isn't it? I'm surprised you haven't put a vest on or something, or perhaps some sort of thicker jacket. Honestly, you come in here dressed for the summer in Saint-Tropez. Everybody else is freezing their bits off outside. And it must be cold where you are. Sorry? Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, you're so far out of town, it must be... I'm surprised you've not got snow out your way. Because it's cold enough. It's definitely cold enough. Oh, I bet. Oh, did you come in on the night bus again? I've warned you about that. Don't talk to anybody. Don't catch anybody's eyes. They're all mad. Somebody was eating kebab. Oh, dear. Oh, I had that experience years ago. I was desperate to go to the toilet. Luckily, I had a small bottle with me, so I was able to wee into the bottle. Unfortunately, when I got off the bus, I completely forgot that I'd left the bottle on the bus, and it was a little whiskey bottle. I can imagine somebody picking it up and going, somebody's left some whiskey. So have a taste of it. Oh, it tastes like... you can just imagine, can't you? I smiled. So there you go. Steve, stick your finger into a warm apple pie. How lovely. Do you remember Cilla Black and Frankie Howard in the show called Way Out in Piccadilly, says Ian? No, I don't. But I was a big fan of Cilla Black. Always was. I loved all the songs that she had, all the hits. And they're bringing them out, aren't they? Again, I think there's a new Cilla Black album, which has got Cliff on it and loads of different people. I shall be buying that. Steve, I do actually have a photo of Henry as an Oompa Loompa. Wow. Henry's marvellous. We love him. Steve, I'm short of a speaker for an event later on today in West London. Could you fill an hour and a half slot? I can't pay you, but I can provide food and liquid refreshment. Oh, I think not. Check with the doctor before using ibuprofen as you're diabetic, says Brett. And Martina has finally come in with Jeff Goldblum turned into a fly. Yes, I met Jeff Goldblum on the set of Jurassic Park, surprisingly. Steve, loads of quality Indian movies out there. I can't stand the ones who are all singing and dancing around. Oh, I love them. I love the singing and I love the dance, you get hundreds of people doing. I love stuff like that. Steve, I wonder if Greta Thunberg's been penciled in to play in a Swedish kitchen sink drama about climate change in the 70s, in which a young band of hopefuls called ABBA are thinking of entering Eurovision, and people are anticipating a new ice age. I'm a bit bored with her, actually. It's not PC to say that, but to be honest with you, I am. Can't help it. It's just one of those things, isn't it? And what else have we got here very quickly? Somebody else saying check with the... Anything to do with your nail? Do you have a trigger finger? No, nothing at all. It's a bit warm. Not hot. Matthew says, you talking about this Siberian weather. Popped into Twickenham yesterday, never felt so cold. I came out the station. For the first time in ages, I thought we were having escalators at Twickenham station. Obviously, I run out of money. I had to walk up the stairs. I was looking forward to an escalator. Get to the top, and then you walk for about 30 seconds to get to the bus stop. And the wind, it's dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. And you think your hat's going to blow off and then people are going to look at you and laugh and stuff like that. New species of dinosaur is discovered. It's not alive. They reckon there was one years ago, which sounded dreadful. It weighed 20 tons or something. I think it was 20. Whatever it was, it sounded like it could run faster than we could. So we don't want to do anything like that at all. More than 40 British children could be made fatherless if a planned deportation flight to Jamaica goes ahead on Tuesday. I think it's been cancelled, hasn't it? I think so. I'm pretty certain that the flight has been cancelled. Something to do with phone cards and the fact they didn't have access. I mean, there's loads of people who find all sorts of excuses now. But I thought these people were criminals. I've obviously not followed the story enough, and I probably should. So I shall find out about that later. And Brexit is at fault for the massive decrease in foreign dogs taking part in this year's Crufts. I didn't even know they still had Crufts on. I'm not in favour of stuff like that. Simon Cowell gets a thrill from sex bombs in his bath. He takes these fizzing bicarbonate of soda things. Lush sell them, and very popular they are too. What else have we got here? A script has been rewritten for a reboot of Frasier. Kelsey Grammer, who played the psychiatrist Frasier Crane, says an idea had been pitched. Speaking to Lorraine from the Oscars, he says, we've got a couple of TV things coming up, a possible Frasier reboot. It ran for ages, didn't it? It was something like 11 seasons from 93 to 2004. Joan Collins in all the papers today. When she was on the television yesterday, she questioned Philip Schofield's decision to publicly come out as gay. Because, as she said, and everybody else has said, and I spoke to loads of people in here yesterday, they all knew that Philip Schofield was gay. It was never any big surprise at all. Somebody wrote to me and said, why are you not giving sympathy to the wife and the children? Because they knew about it. The wife's been married to him for 27 years, for God's sake. The Hollywood legend, who is Dame Joan, 86, claimed a lot of people already knew and said it seemed odd to make a big announcement. And then Amanda Holden set tongues a-wagging. She says, always more interesting what goes on behind the scenes. Yeah, she said, why Philip Schofield coming out now when a load of people knew about it? I couldn't understand it either. I really couldn't. It didn't make any sense. She said, why does he want to tell everybody or confess, as it were? We so take for granted today that people are gay or lesbian or trans or whatever. Seems a little bit odd to make that big pronouncement. Yeah, we didn't understand it. I thought there was something else odd behind this. I think there's more to come out. I just think there is. It seems odd. There's no logical reason why he decided to come out on somebody else's programme. Dear. Donnie's going off to a folk dancing club tonight. I quite like folk dancing. I don't do it. And another one here says, Frankie Howard used to call Scylla the woman with two backs, insinuating she was flat-chested. Who cares? She said, step inside, love. I love her. Seriously, every one of her hits. I don't think there's a hit I don't like. Ooh, you are a mucky kid, dirty as a dustbin lid. They made a cartoon, didn't they, about Scylla as well? But I tell you, if you really want to watch a eulogy, a very good eulogy, then you can get Paul O'Grady doing it. It's on YouTube. Paul reads, a tribute to Cilla Black at her funeral. Strange enough, Dale didn't. He didn't say anything about it. He didn't go to the funeral, and he didn't say anything about it at all. He was phoned up to try and get a quote, and he said, I didn't want to do a quote. He didn't have anything, and I remember thinking, I wonder if there was some reason I didn't know about, but it certainly didn't resonate with me at all. Love Island hunk Finn Tapp. Last night teased he and Paige Turley, another dreadfully badly bleached person who's put on some sort of bikini and is waxed within an inch of her life, said they are the first couple to enjoy some X-rated action. Ugh. God, honestly, how disgusting. It really is. The footballer blabbed about the pair's antics to pal Luke Trotter and Luke Mabbott using a special code. Oh, God, honestly. These people, they're trash, aren't they? Absolute trash. And then I was watching that very lame producer. Who's the Irish girl who now presents Love Island? Can't remember. Laura Whitmore. God, blimey, talk about average presenting. Whew, crikey. Most of it done over here. She doesn't have to go over there to do it. It's very lame. Made Caroline Flack look almost professional. Dreadful. Maybe one of the newspapers were going to do something on Philip, says Lee. We don't know. Well, that's what I don't know. I have no idea. I just think it was odd. And everybody I've spoken to also thought it was odd that he sort of chooses to come out. They had a big meeting on the Thursday. He comes out on the Friday, which wasn't his show anyway. He could have waited till the Monday. Or were they worried that somebody was going to sort of, sell the story? Because he must have been out with... Nice to have your company, Nice. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Tuesday, the 11th of February. More people than ever before listening to the programme, so we're very grateful for that. Bad news, JLS. We did this story months ago. I seem to remember there was a rumour that Oh, sorry. Oh, thank you. That's all right. The hand drive didn't work I had to wash this salt off, which is good before my finger drops off completely. But, the JLS were getting back together again. They're in talks to What for? What on earth is the point of that? I mean, they did disband 7 years ago. I suppose the answer is that, perhaps people forgot why they disbanded. It's because nobody was buying the records. And whether or not they can come back again. But JB has said that they intend to reform. It would mark the 10th anniversary of the release of their self-titled chart-topping debut LP. We're all still brothers, says JB. I don't think they are. I think that's like the Walker brothers, isn't it? Their name wasn't Walker and they weren't brothers. He said, we met up recently a few weeks back and we've always said when the time's right we could do something, so a reunion. Oh, Lord above. I mean, they did have 5 number 1 singles. Beat Again, Everybody in Love and She Makes Me Wanna. Makes me wanna what? I've got no idea. But they could come back. I don't know. I mean, Bros did their thing and they were playing to, not sold out places. So they had to cut their tour down. Do you remember they were going, oh, yeah, we've sold out this, it's going to be fantastic, and the fans are going to love us. Turns out the fans didn't, so they had to cancel left, right and centre. I don't think people want reunions now, unless it's somebody really, really big. And I don't think that... Thank you. I don't think that JLS were that big in musical terms. They were very good. They did the dancing, and they did, all their other little bits and pieces, and the fans loved them. But then, unfortunately, fans are a bit fickle. And for people in the music business, they then move away from them. And that's what I sort of, worry. Steve, if people in the business knew he was gay, then surely he was having affairs. So it's like, why? Why would that be? I mean, you do get people who are well, I don't know anybody personally, but you do get gay people who are celibate. They decide they don't want they just happen to be gay, but they don't necessarily want to sort of mess around with all the other little bits of pieces. So I've got no idea. I just think it's very odd, to actually come out just like that for no logical reason. Unless, I mean, something must have prompted it. It can't be anything else, can it? So there you go. Another one here, which says, busy day today. Oh, this is the, I always call him the vicar, but he's a Methodist pastor. It's somewhat different, for Jake, who says, taught Bible study this afternoon, had a delicious supper of sloppy joes. What are sloppy joes? Thomas? What are sloppy joes? What is it? We don't know what that is. Is it hamburger? Pulled pork or something. Oh, right. Sloppy joes. We don't know what that is. We're all looking a bit blank round here, Jake, I'm afraid. You think you've had one? You know you've had one. Oh. I've heard of it, I think. But I can't remember what it is. You think... Oh, right. Oh, it's a sandwich consisting of ground beef or pork, onions, tomato sauce or ketchup. So it's basically a beef burger. But it's ground beef and pork. So in other words, it's not even formed into a beef burger. So that's what it is. Oh. So it's a bit like, I don't know, meatloaf. The dish originated in the early 20th century. And you could do homemade sloppy joes. It sounds quite nice, actually, but by God, it sounds messy. At least with a beef burger. I had beef burgers yesterday, too. I bought 2, so I'm not eating sort of really, really fancy food or anything like that. So, busy day. So he had this delicious supper of sloppy joes, which sounds delightful. He says, do you have any recommendations for good British TV shows? Oh, lummy. Good. And now, are you talking about comedies? Or are you talking about sitcoms? Are you talking about... the sort of the Emmerdales and stuff like that. Because if you're looking at sitcoms, I mean, there is a raft of them. I mean, absolutely. I think our ones are really good. I liked for example, Only Fools and Horses. I like One Foot in the Grave. I like Hetty Wainthropp Investigates, which is completely off the end of the scale. Stephen Fry did a lovely one where he played a small-town solicitor, which was brilliant. Then they axed it. I asked him, when he came in, I said, why did they axe it? It was lovely. He said, we didn't know. They never sort of tell people things like that. But, there's so many. They go back years. I mean, I've got, like, thousands of DVDs. I mean, I promise you, thousands of DVDs. And I still end up watching films. I do watch the sitcoms, but I listen to them in bed. They become like a radio for me in bed. It helps me sleep. So I put it on and it plays, and then I fall asleep. So when I wake up, it's reached the end of it. I've obviously listened to the whole thing, but I don't remember it. Go on to Amazon. I always think Amazon's a great one, Jake. I really do. Go on to Amazon, type in British sitcoms, British comedy shows. There's been so many good ones. By the way, over there, because he's over in Minnesota, what do you think the temperature is? -31. -31. I think that's about to freeze extremities, isn't it? So now we know what a sloppy Joe is. That's very interesting, because that bun must fall apart. So what it is, it's basically a sandwich with ground beef or pork, onions, tomato sauce or ketchup. It's a hamburger, but not formed. And you put it on there, and then it must be the messiest thing ever. See, I mean, I don't know why. Do you have... I mean, it's Terry and June. You can get the whole Keeping Up Appearances, the complete collection, which is lovely. Love Thy Neighbour. You're quite like... That's a very interesting one. There's... I never saw the Green Grass thing. Carry On, the complete collection is very good. As Time Goes By with Judi Dench, the complete British Empire. Dinner Ladies, lovely, typical classic British stuff. Good Night, Sweetheart. The Good Life. Oh, who can forget The Good Life? One Foot in the Grave. All of these are eminently available. Some mothers do have them. Never the Twain was one of my favourites. George and Mildred. When you think about it, it's hundreds, isn't there? Blackadder Remastered. You like Blackadder was great. Blackadder's good, and it was the same cast, but they kept putting them into different scenarios. On the Up, the complete box set there, and then On the Up, and then you've got. I mean, there's just On the Buses, Man About the House, Ever Decreasing Circles, Thin Blue Line, Gavin and Stacey, Rab C. Nesbitt. I was never into Rab C. Nesbitt. Isn't that funny? But. Oh, Gavin and Stacey, yeah, absolutely. That was very good. But then we like James Corden. Rab C, you get the complete series 1 to 8. Last of the Summer Wine. See, that's nice. I tell you why that's good, because you get all the British countryside. They filmed it actually in a proper village. The Likely Lads, great theme tune for that one. It used to go, oh, what happened to you? Whatever happened to me? What became of the people we used to be? It was lovely, really good. Dynasty, but that was an American. Meet the Wife. Don't remember that one. That must be American. Bread was very good. Carla Lane's Gotta Get Up, Gotta Get Up. Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister were brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The Young Ones was a bit of the anarchic. Till Death Us Do Part might shock you a little bit. Rising Damp with Rigsby and the gang. The Office, very popular. Sorry with Ronnie Corbett was good. It Ain't Half Hot Mum, set in the jungle. I mean, really tons and tons of stuff that was very popular. Going Straight, which was the follow-up to Porridge, In Sickness and in Health. Stella, the complete series. Are You Being Served? I mean, there is classic British camp humour. What else do we have? Oh, the Keeping Up Appearances. Dad's Army, more On the Buses. Fawlty Towers. I mean, if you haven't seen Fawlty Towers, you're nobody. Car Share with Peter Kay, the complete collection. Didn't know there was a collection of that one. It's great, isn't it? Rise and Fall of Reginald Perrin, complete Steptoe and Son, Darling Buds of May. And as I say, the list goes on and on and on. And then we came back to Sloppy Joe's, which is, you've got to have some buns on that one, haven't you, as they say. What else we got? What else have we got for you today? Someone says, try some Savlon antiseptic cream. I think I'm just going to have the finger removed, actually. It's so much easier. Try some Savlon antiseptic cream for your finger. Steve? I've got some classic comedies on DVD. I've got Butterflies, Mind Your Language. God, blimey, that goes back a bit. Everybody was a stereotype in it. Everybody was a stereotype. Every single character was stereotypical. There's a bar in Key West that was Ernest Hemingway's favourite haunt there, and there's a tree near it with a chain across it and a brass plaque that says, Hemingway, weed on this tree, says Jeremy. Matthew says, you're talking a boy band reunions. The only successful one I can think of is Westlife. I think you've got to be really, really into your bands. I'm not sure if the time is right for JLS. I mean, the reason that it finished, I mean, do they think that the fans are still... They've been sitting there for 7 years waiting? I don't think they have. Unless they come up with a really cracking single, and they can do it. But then all these bands do it for is the money. They're not doing it for any other reason. It's the money. And some of them were, as I say, Bros completely overestimated how many places that they could fill. They might have sold, millions of albums, but that doesn't necessarily translate into people wanting to buy a ticket. Steve from Mumbai, home tomorrow. Love listening to you whilst packing. I remember serving sloppy joes at a church fair in America one year. I'd also never heard of it. You had a pan full of like bolognese type mix, just slopped it in a bun. Very messy, says Sharon. Normally from Stanmore. Have you ever interviewed Paul O'Grady or Bill Kenwright? Yes. Paul I've done quite a few times. Paul and I go back 30 years. 30 years. What you see with Paul is what you get. Nobody will ever tell you any different about Paul. He's absolutely, as you know, whatever you see on the television, that's the image. Steve, definitely not Kevin the Legs Milkman this morning. Steve, jeans, jacket and hoodie today, colder than my ex's heart out here at the moment. Ha ha ha. Waiting for God with Stephanie Cole, Tom and Diana in the Bournemouth retirement home, says James. Yeah, I love that. Steve, has Jake ever been to Australia? I don't think so. He's never mentioned it, so he might. A lot of people remembering sloppy... I can't believe that's sloppy Joe. So basically what it is, it's mincemeat with onions and all the rest of it, and you just pick up and pop it on this bun, and then you're supposed to eat it. Morning. Shane says still no electricity after the floods here in Sydney. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I seriously don't know that. A sloppy Joe, Steve, is a baggy jumper. Oh, right. Oh, right. Has Jake ever been to Eastbourne? What are you doing? Working your way around the country? Where has he been to? I don't know. Our friend Johnny Perry. Now, if you've ever followed Johnny Perry, you know that he was at LBC for many years. He was my producer for a little part of it as well. And he's got a lot of LBC memorabilia. He runs a hotel down in Bournemouth now with his partner. And he hit the big 6-0 on Sunday. O being the, oh my God. And that means he's 60. 60. So I'm ahead of him by 5 and a bit years. About 5 3/4, actually. He says here, I decided to celebrate with my best friend who treated me to a couple of days in London. What a fantastic city it is. I'd honestly forgotten. Body World at Piccadilly Circus was incredible, well worth the money. Also, the War of the Worlds immersive experience in Leadenhall Street. Finished it all off with a visit to the Science Museum, a great exhibition based around communication and radio. Wonderful city, now back in boring Bournemouth. The museums are great. They're so much better, Johnny, than you ever remember. So much better than you ever... When I was a kid, my worst nightmare was when my father used to say, right, we're going to go up to the V&A Museum. And I was thinking, oh, God. Looking at dusty old objects in cabinets was not my idea of fun. And the Science Museum, they were supposed to go... There's loads of things you can play with. And the fact they've got lots of the old exhibits at the Science Museum. They're so much better. I mean, they really are so much better now. You can spend ages, and of course they're free. You don't have to pay to go into them. They like to get money out of you, but I always think I'm British. That's the way I'm going. They've got a piece of the moon, have they? It's a very small piece, though, isn't it? Yeah. Do you know in Vegas they've got a piece of the Titanic, the ship? It's called the Big Piece. It fell off the ship, so they brought it up. It got to the top, the chain snapped, and it went all the way back down to the bottom again, 2.5 miles, so they brought it back up again, and it's in this exhibition. And it's got portholes in it and everything. It's actually a piece of the Titanic. It's quite amazing. And they've got cutlery and china and bed linen and suitcases, all sorts of things. We love stuff like that. But the museums are great. I mean, even the V&A, the boring old V&A museum, which isn't boring at all. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. I mean, you can go there. They've got shop fronts. They've got whole rooms removed out of posh houses in London, which they've reassembled in there. And they're all gold and wonderful. Oh, they've got a room full of jewellery, diamonds, and the most tremendous stuff. And they've got a whole entertainment section where they've got a box out of a London theatre. And they've got one of the war horses up there. I've got tons of stuff. Seriously, it's a day out, and they've got a very good canteen stroke restaurant type place. Really, really lovely. Really lovely. Johnny, I knew about that. And a lot of other people appear to have got it as well, actually. And I'm also intrigued by the photograph that you have, which is very, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm telling you, there's loads more to come out about certain stories, aren't there? You read a story in the paper, and those of us in the business go, I know what the real story is. You know, and that's what it is. As I say, I wish my life was exciting, but sadly it's quite boring and dull. It's only livened up by the fact I come into work every day. Because my driver this morning said, what would you do if you retired? I said, well, I couldn't. What would I do if I retired? I'd take up painting or something. He said, would you sort of go on holidays? I said, to go where? I've been to everywhere. I mean, I say when I've been to everywhere, I've not been to everywhere, quite clearly. Not been to Machu Picchu. I've not done the pyramids, unless we did them when I was tiny, when we lived over in Egypt, in Port Said. And there's all these different places, and you think, why would I want to go to it? I don't want to lie on a sun lounger, toasting myself, thank you very much indeed. I'm quite happy with everything. If I want to see somewhere, I go and get a DVD. I get a DVD of going around Rome, and they show you everything. You get a DVD of all these big houses and Buckingham Palace and everything, and it's fantastic. I don't want to actually have to visit the places and go with all these other tourists. No, thank you. James says, I've had a Sloppy Joe pizza. Well, yummy. Yeah, we've seen those, actually. We've seen those. They actually look good. But again, it's just mincemeat on a pizza. It's not a complicated thing to make. It's when you put... So in other words, you just go and buy some mincemeat, put it into a wok or a frying pan, fry it off with some onions, throw in some ketchup and things like that, and then spoon it onto a big roll. And that's a Sloppy Joe. That's the way it works. Steve, can you think of any other nation that can do camp humour as good as the British? No, I don't know anybody. I don't think anybody understands it. It's like, you have to convince the Americans that pantomime really is that funny, where a man dresses up as a woman and where the principal boy is a girl. It's a lot of cross-dressing before people knew what it was, but it was happening in Shakespeare's time, so... But you're right, nobody does camp humour as good as the British. Steve, other sitcoms, Eyes Down and Shelley. I like Shelley as well. Steve, Sloppy Joe, it's just leftover bolognese sauce in a sandwich. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not very exciting, is it? Steve, what's the point of antiseptic when there's no damage to the skin? As a placebo? What would your favourite cabbie know about medicines? She just spent a few years at uni and 13 working as a nurse in her previous life. Everybody's got previous life, Monica, haven't they? Everybody's got That's what I like about people nowadays. David, yes, we know all about that. Thank you very much indeed. Does Acorn Antique, says Matt, count as a sitcom? Does it ever? Of course. Matt's in Manchesterford. Oh, we loved Acorn Antiques. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I doubt Jake would be shocked at Till Death Us Do Part because there was an American remake called All in the Family. Aha. Now we know. Also, what else do we have here? Talking of Ernest Hemingway, Math says, I went to his original bar in Cuba. Completely overrated. Everything's always overrated, which I like. I don't think I've ever had a Sloppy Joe, but you could make one yourself, couldn't you? You could absolutely. Somebody says, I adored. Oh, strange enough, it's our favourite Methodist pastor. Jake says, I adored Laughter Some Wine, Keeping Up Appearances. Are You Being Served as a favourite? Watched it as a kid, which my parents didn't like, but watched it anyway. Sloppy Joes are indeed messy, but delicious. We could have one now, couldn't we? I could bring in a wok tomorrow, or a frying pan, and we could sort of fry something off in the studio and then eat. That'd be quite nice. Also, millennials smile less than any other generation and even admit that a third of those smiles are actually fake. Oh, fake smiles. And snowflake coppers, police officers, are quitting the force because they didn't realise they had to work nights and weekends. They don't want to work nights and weekends. Veteran officers have revealed stories of young recruits walking out because they don't like doing unsocial hours. What a waste. You train somebody up and then they can't manage it. My driver this morning and me, we love nights. We love it at this time of the morning. It's lovely. It's great. You can get around town. You can have, you can have a bit of fun. You can enjoy it. This is always the best time. I always say, if you're a tourist going to a big city like London, Get up early in the morning. Get up at 6 o'clock. Get yourself ready and go round town. And as the light comes up, you can then take pictures of all the attractions. Go and stand on Waterloo Bridge. Take a picture of St Paul's Cathedral bathed in light. Go and do that. Take a picture of the river when there's nothing on it, nothing moving. Go down all the streets. Take pictures of Piccadilly Circus, Oxford Street, Trafalgar Square, Covent Garden. Take pictures of all these things. And then you could go back to the hotel by 8:30 and have breakfast. And you've got all your pictures without the worrying thing about, some blooming tourist has just walked in front. I'm not sure whether you'll ever get a sloppy Joe in this country. Probably not, I wouldn't have thought. That would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? That would be quite interesting. So. Do you know how many foreign criminals are living freely in Britain? 7,300. Killers, rapists, drug dealers are among overseas offenders released after their jail terms. But of course, we can't get rid of them because it's going to offend them. Oh, God. Former England ace Alex Scott insists she's earned her place as a telly-football pundit. I'm sorry, dear, I don't give a stuff. Couldn't care less who reads the sport. I'm not interested in sport. She says she's earned her TV job. While she was still playing for Arsenal, she said she'd not been pushed as part of a BBC agenda to promote women. What difference? Who cares? Who cares? You know, it's like, do you think I got this job because I'm sort of, pale and uninteresting, but I can tell a good story? No. I work cheap. That's the reason I'm here. Simple as that. And here's an art sensation. He's only 7. His name's Max Coker. He's so good his teachers call him Van Gogh. He signed his first picture at the age of 3. Max is racking up orders, including one from a woman in Moscow. Clever boy. Who knows? I mean, in years to come, he might be mega. And you might then go, I've got an original. Honestly, you would think by now Denise Van Outen would have got over this, I was on The Masked Singer. Nobody gives a stuff about it. The programme is dire. Absolutely dire. Top Gear's been snapped up to be screamed in India. And now Ian Irritating H really gets on your nerves. Watkins is out of the Dancing on Ice. He's laid down a challenge for the rival Strictly. I mean, nobody cares about you, dear. You're in steps. Thank you. Goodbye. He says, it's your turn. It's a challenge now. And he told Lorraine there was a knee-jerk reaction to our news last year. Strictly paired 2 pros up, but let's do it every week with a contestant and a pro. As long as it's not you, mate, we don't mind. I mean, seriously, get over yourself. So he was gay. Woo, bit of a shock when he came out. I say, not much of a shock as Pip Schofield, of course. Get Some In was very good, Steve, with Tony Selby as Corporal Marsh and Robert Lindsay. We like Robert Lindsay. Need firm buns for a sloppy Joe, otherwise everything turns to mush. Yes, I think so. Plus, the In-Betweeners is, and that's Stephen Fry playing a series called Kingdom. Get it, the music's great. The music's great. I loved it. I bought all the box sets and I watch it. Who was his co-star in Kingdom? Oh, what was his name? He was in Emmerdale originally. Very good. Very, very good. I just thought it was such a good programme. And of course it had Celia Imrie in it. And you know me and Celia Imrie. I think she's fantastic. Steve, we make crock pots for sloppy joes for office or church parties. Really, any party. Secretly add chicken gumbo soup, says Connie in Minnesota as well. Woo! Love it. Steve, American sitcoms are much better than English ones, says Mike. You think? You think? I'm not totally convinced. I think nobody does what we do. I mean, really, nobody does what we do. Nobody has the right... I mean, can you imagine, there being a version of Only Fools and Horses or something like that? The In-Betweeners. Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? No. The American version was awful. Yeah. Mind you, the other good thing, Golden Girls was very good. They made a version over here. It wasn't half as good. Find out who was Stephen Fry's sidekick in his programme, which was... I've now forgotten the name of the blooming thing, honestly. It was only 2 seconds ago. So, yeah, Kingdom. Stephen Fry. What's this bloke's name? I remember him vividly. I'm sure he was in Emmerdale. In Kingdom, it was Stephen Fry, Celia Imrie, Tony Slattery popped up in it as well. And there was this lad in it who was very good. He was sort of like Stephen Fry's assistant. It was very good. I loved it. I mean, I do enjoy things like that. Carl Davies, that's right. I brought him in. He actually came in for an interview. He's done... they need to use him more on television. Seriously, I mean, he was very good, very, very good. But I told Stephen Fry I loved the series. I thought it was the best ever. Love stuff like that. Please Sir was good in the spin-off The Fen Street Gang and Bless This House. Oh yes, oh yes. Another one here. From my perspective, you are here, Steve, because you remind us of what we were and what we can become. Honest, caring, open, and the kind of guy whose company is a delight. Plus, you got great chat, says Des. Not putting that one to the vote next door. I could just see the look on their faces. Well, you're not that blooming popular. You know, we always get that from them. You have to beat them with a stick, you know, to get any sort of reaction out of them. You know, everyone's happy at LBC, working on Steve Allen show. You and me. Oh, look at it, honestly, it is. To have your company. Gosh, it's cold in London today, probably even colder where you are. And now the weather people are saying it's heading for snow. And I'm secretly thinking, oh, God, I do hope not. It's bad enough as it is. All these poor people have been flooded out. And if you've never seen rising waters like it, now they could get snow on top of it. Not so great, is it? Not so great. The Sun this morning... This is the Queen's favourite grandson. Have you noticed, they're always the Queen's favourite. This is Peter Phillips, is to separate from his wife, Autumn. She's Canadian. I think it came as a big shock to him. I think she decided. Her Majesty is believed to be upset. Princess Anne's son is 42. Autumn told him she wants to split after 12 years of marriage. Somebody said he's devastated. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, if ever a marriage splits up, somebody's got to be at fault. They don't just sort of go, oh, we've been married for 12 years, we've got 2 gorgeous children, let's split up. It doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. There's always got to be some reason. Love Island's new series has finally hotted up after 30 romp-free days. So they've got somebody called Paige, who stuck somebody else's, like a horse's tail on her head. And a Darlington midfielder, so he's really well known, called Luke, is on as well. Sienese Fudge stripped naked and did a lap dance for Luke before doing the deed. Whatever that means. I mean, if you're telling me they had sex, then they're even more rubbish than I thought they were in the first place. Lots of pictures of autumn leaves. Get the gag in the paper today. The Sun came up with that one. Another blow to the firm. So, I mean, this Annus Horribilis 2, if you remember, it started January last year. Philip involved in a car crash with that woman who went on all the television. You remember her? Ooh, she turned out to have history. Then in November, the car crash interview with Prince Andrew, a friend of paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And then December, Prince Philip admitted to hospital. January, Prince Harry and Meghan announced they're stepping back from their roles as senior royals. What they ever did, God alone knows. And then, before that, Princess Anne announced she'd be divorcing Captain Mark Phillips, but the details were finalised only in April 92. They had 15 years of marriage. Charles finalised his divorce from Diana. She got a lump sum of $17,400,000 a year. And then in 96, Andrew divorced Fergie. 4 years after they announced that they would be separated, but they're still close. Well, she lives at the same place that he does. I mean, but as I say, nobody likes either of them. They don't seem to be the most popular members of the royal family at all. Here she is, out the other day, and why this girl is not frozen to death. Amanda Holden, sizzling in an outfit on the auditions for the next series in Manchester. They were all there. It was very interesting. David Walliams transformed into an ageing member of BGT security for a prank, which is good. And Take Me Out has been axed after 11 years. I don't know whether they've got one on the shelf to watch. This is Paddy McGuinness's Nor Likey Nor Lighty. And that's where they had a bunch of sort of people who stood up there, you know, people called Chelsea and Remain and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it has had more weddings than Blind Date, but they say it's run out of steam. Well, one of the contestants went in the newspapers and said actually that they, you know, once the people came off stage, the two who'd selected each other, that was the last they saw of each other till they went on holiday. Sometimes they couldn't remember who they'd seen. So, but I watched it a few times. I thought he was good at it. He seemed to like it. Some of the boys were slightly odd, and it ran for 11 years, which actually is brilliant in terms of television. I mean, seriously, in terms of television. Ali Ross writes about Greedy Ed is so shirty. This is BBC Two have said Ed Balls out to do. I mean, I think he's kind of run his course now, don't you? The joke's gone about as far as it can do, thank you. So BBC Two sent him to Europe to investigate the rise of right-wing extremism. I mean, to be honest with you, politicians, not like the rest of us, are they? They all sort of want to be famous. You know, they want to go out there and follow trains or do something like that or appear on Dancing on Ice. They're obviously not satisfied with the fact that they're just losers in the political world. Very worrying, very worrying. Also, he was talking about Philip Schofield. He said, let's not pretend, though, for the sake of looking right on, that Friday morning's impeccably timed coming out wasn't a compelling piece of television. You know, that programme got 900,000. On that particular day, they got 1.7 million, I think. So, you know, somebody coming out on television is a big deal, especially when you think there could be more. It was also an occasion, writes Ali Ross, when it was hard not to feel a degree of compassion for Schofield, who was clearly in some turmoil about the announcement, even if it was hardly going to damage his career. In fact, it didn't damage him in the slightest. The night before it happened, however, he said, I'd had the honour of meeting D-Day veterans and members of Britain's armed forces at our very own military awards. So if it's all the same to you lot, he says, leave me out of the heroic Phil chorus. Yes, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Plus, Love Island's Ched, on his first impressions of Jess. Do you know what, like, you know, when you first oh, she's like, do you know, like a blonde girl, like, do you know what I mean? Like, oh, no, like, do you know what I mean? No, we don't, dear. OK? Go back and sort of try and learn something. They're such thickos. They really are. It's just, I mean, seriously, you might as well just film something in a brothel and have people pay to go in there. I don't see the purpose of it. It's awful. Here's Hebden Bridge. Oh, my God, I tell you, there's a lot of mopping up. A lot of mopping up. West Mercia in Essex, motorists had to be rescued, getting stuck. They obviously think you can drive through this. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. 500 homes were wrecked. Absolutely. Here's a mum pushing a pram through snow. I mean, who are these dim people? I'm sorry, it's snowing. It's coming down a hoolie and you're pushing a pram through the snow. That is really bad. Vegan Greg's sausage troll. Because we all went a bit berserk, didn't we? For this one, Greg's vegan sausage roll is no healthier than the meat version, despite fans thinking it's better for them. It's not. It's hiding behind a health halo where folk overestimate how virtuous they are. Which are the law in this case? They said that people have fooled into thinking that a lack of meat or dairy or being high in protein means food is better for you. But the consumer watchdog found one vegan sausage roll as almost half an adult's daily saturated fat intake and a third of the recommended salt. Which analysed 5 popular snacks with the halo, which are actually ultra-processed, defined as food made in a factory, which has fat, sugar or salt, as well as antioxidants, stabilisers and preservatives. Beyond Burger's plant-based alternative has more calories, fat and salt per 100 grams than a Tesco Finest beef burger. And an Eat Natural Yoghurt coated bar is high in sugar, fat and saturated fat in the form of palm oil, which said these are ultra-processed foods that you might perceive to be healthier, but aren't as good for you as you might think. Nutritionally, this, Greg's vegan sausage roll, doesn't differ too much from the standard meat version. And they know. They don't make it up. They're not in the business of just sort of doing something to sort of kill something on the head. But to be honest with you, I mean, you pays your money. Snoop Dogg loved Benny Hill, reportedly want to play him if it all came back. See, I quite like Benny Hill. He used to live down the road from me. Jason says you missed Bergerac, Morse and Taggart. Yes, I liked Bergerac. I bought the box set of Bergerac. I thought that was very good. Morse. In fact, I was watching a Morse this morning, which is good. Steve, can we forget... Oh, sorry, who can forget Father Ted? Every episode a classic. Yes, I thought that was good. When he died, that was a bit of a shock for me. The other one with Richard Bryars, written by the same people, says Mark, as The Good Life. Only 2 series, but well worth watching. Steve, I made a bread pudding with a new recipe. I used wholemeal bread. You heat milk and butter, pour in the bread, add mixed spice, dried fruit, sugar and 2 eggs, bake on medium heat for 1 hour, says Marilyn. Well, there you go. There is this morning's breakfast sorted out, thank you. Good Life, Phoenix Nights. Oh, Phoenix Nights was good. That's coming back. I think I told you that ages and ages ago. I like the idea. And by some... Oh, that's... Have you seen the Goes Wrong show on the Beeb? No, I haven't, Daryl. I haven't. I did love Will and Grace. I thought that was fantastic. That was the show that taught people, you know, it's okay to be yourself. Absolutely. I said to somebody this morning when I was talking to the driver, I was saying that, you know, if you're a driver nowadays, you pick the hours you want to work. Nobody tells you what to do. If you want to be independent, that's the way it works, which is lovely. Steve, the Americans wrecked The Office, says Jill. I don't know. Bet you don't know this one, Emergency Ward 10. Of course I do. Of course I do. I used to watch Emergency Ward 10. George and Mildred was great. It was great. Some mothers do have them, to name but two, says little Julie. And a lot of people talking off. Somebody said, Anastasia says, I'm off to a specialist health appointment. I have a serious health condition other than cerebral palsy. I've got a long journey ahead. I know what journeys are like. Steve, Ian Dale gets a storm update from John Ketley. They use John Ketley at the weekend, actually, don't they? A lot. I've heard as I've been going home. They use that. Ulrika Johnson, apparently. And she says, I appreciate that what you're about to read may require a too much information warning. She's 4x4, 4 children with 4 different fathers, but she has just had sex for the first time in 5 years. And she says it was an overwhelming giant leap, a bit like losing my virginity again. Too much information, whichever way you look at it. That's too much information. Monica says, thank you for sharing the info about the absurdity of vegan versions of meat dishes. More soon in my book, all right, about half a year. The Uncomfortable Truth. Yes. I mean, that it is, you know, people get carried away. They go, oh, this is much healthier. You know, the vegan stuff. And it turns out it's not. It's not. It's just roughly the same, isn't it? It's just roughly the same. Great film called K9 with Jim Belushi and a fantastic Alsatian dog actor called Jerry Lee. Amazingly made and very clever dog. And I hope the people who decided to walk up Ben Nevis during the storm should be forced to pay the rescue costs. Yes, I think so too. Especially when I find it just ridiculous, isn't it? When it's people who sort of go out there deliberately. Lee says, can you remember Inspector Morse's first name? No. I don't think Next Door knows either. What's his first name? What's Mr. Morse's first name? Let's see if we can find it before you can. Because you'll all be sort of wishing that your computer whirred into life a little bit quicker. So Morse's first name. It was something unusual, wasn't it? I thought it was something unusual. Endeavour was his first name. Endeavour. Aha. So now you know. Do you remember the Chinese Detective? Certainly do. Certainly do. Do you ever see the Chinese Detective? Oh, it's fantastic. I spoke to him. He came in for an in-conversation. He was famous for the Chinese. They'd never used somebody of ethnicity to be the Chinese detective. He was fantastic. Fantastic. I told him I was such a fan. I like things. It's all, listen, in your life as an actor, you do loads and loads of things. And you just, you know, something hits and then something doesn't hit. But the Chinese Detective really hit. And here in Texas, says Ian, I haven't heard from John Ketley in ages until the storms on Sunday. I've got the song about him on vinyl still. There's a song about John Ketley, which we all knew about, didn't we? Nice to have your company. Somebody says, do you know Mickey Mouse's sister's name? I do, actually, and I can't remember. Is it... Oh, God, what is it? Is it Felicity Mouse? Felicity Field Mouse? I think that was it, actually. Nee Mouse. That's what I think Mickey Mouse's sister's name is. And I don't know how I know that, actually. I don't know how I know that. It's just one of those things that sticks in your mind, isn't it? You go, what's the sister's name? Steve, a healthy version of food is lettuce. Everything else has sugar, fat, salt, colouring and other things in it. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe there is any such thing as healthy food. Beyond Burger, Steve, is not designed to be healthier. It's junk food. Well, I mean, a burger would be considered junk food. Do you not think so? I would think so. There isn't anything... thank you. Blimey. Bit late now. I did 2 already before you said bless you. Talking about American sitcoms versus English sitcoms, you said they don't do any as good as we do. This one says, well, thanks to the appeasing Liberal PC brigade, you missed out a word, and that was used to do. We can no longer produce anything like the iconic sitcoms. Of course we don't. But that's being a bit backwards. Mind you come from Bristol, so I can kind of understand that. Of course we don't produce anything like that. Because they were all of the 60s and the 70s. It was different times. You could get away with more. You couldn't make anything like Are You Being Served Now? The PC brigade would be out there going, can't write about that kind of thing. The moment you said something about somebody nowadays, in fact, even Graham Norton admits that the times ever changed because of the PC brigade. Oh, you mustn't say things like that about somebody, you know. You have to sort of talk about this and that and their sexuality. No, you don't. And somebody says, reference vegan rolls, at least no animal died in pain and terror. Though, in fact, using palm oil is a worry. Well, of course it is. But they're no different. They've got all that sort of the salt and all the rest of it in there, so it's not. James says 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps was great with Sheridan Smith. And Steve says, thank you for the reminder. I got the last 3 10-plus Manuka honeys off the Waitrose shelf. I'm doing 20 pluses. Oh, another one, which says, can you remember Kojak's first name? Oh, God, Kojak's first name. That was... Oh, wait a minute. He came in. I interviewed him years and years ago. What was his first name? Well, I know it was Telly Savalas. But what was Kojak's? It was another one of these odd things, wasn't it? Where, you know, he never actually sort of did anything apart from... It was all the other people. It was Theo, wasn't it? Was it Theo? Theo, I'm pretty certain. Mind you, I used to love it, you know, Who Loves You, Baby? I thought he was great. I thought he was fantastic. I thought he was just absolutely the best thing that there could be. Do you know, I was watching the other day, there was one of these telly programmes which was the border from Mexico and the amount of drug smugglers that they have. I mean, it is phenomenal how many people are actually sort of smuggling drugs over. And there was a woman that they got out of a vehicle because they'd had a tip-off. They had a tip-off. And she gets out of the vehicle. She goes, I need to go for a pee. And they said, well, you'll have to wait for this. Oh, well, I'll just pee here, Shannon. She was just one of those very irritating people. Very irritating. And so at one point they said, OK, we just need to check whether you've got a belt round your waist carrying drugs. So she took her whole top off. And the bloke, they said, put your top back on again. She was obviously being particularly stupid because she knew she was being filmed. But that's it. So Theo, there you go. Ian Camfield knew that it was Theo. He also knew Endeavour because he's that age. Mickey's sister is Minnie Mouse. No. They've got names. They've got names, all these people. They really have. I saw Parasite yesterday, said Chris. Found it deserving of the Oscar. Yep. I agree. And this one says, yeah, whatever. We can't do that one because it's sort of just one of those we don't do. Somebody else telling me I would suggest that heartfelt vegans are a little uncomfortable when the woke jump on the vegan bandwagon and start preaching ethical values. True-hearted vegans live the ethical values. The woke take a liberal idea and supersize it. Thank you for calling them out, says Des. It's a case of telling people the truth. That's all it is. John Lewis sold so much men's makeup during a trial, they're opening a dedicated counter full-time. There are... how many items in their range? I think it's something like 22 products. It's called War Paint for Men. You'll probably find it'll come from they're using big butch brushes. It's still the same thing. So there's a dark foundation at 24 quid, a bronzer for £19, anti-shine powder for 18, and moisturiser selling at 22. John Lewis will now sell the lot on the counter permanently and also start to shift them online. I can't see many men, unless they're of particular persuasion, going on there. Because if you're appearing on television, they do your makeup for you. But they had this war paint was set up with help of 70 grand from the BBC's 2's Dragon's Den. Founder Daniel Gray says we're absolutely over the moon that John Lewis has decided to make our counter a permanent fixture. It's a massive step up. And Daniel said we're finally starting to see men's makeup becoming the norm. And yeah, right. I don't think it'll ever become the norm. You know, where'd you come from? Pontefract. Oh, right. Do you wear makeup? You're having a laugh, pal? It's never going to work, is it? It's just not going to work at all. It really isn't. But it's a good idea. But they did it years ago. The bronzer was done, as I say, by Guerlain. And it was made specifically for men. As opposed to not having a girly brush with it, it had like a shaving brush. And that worked. Another one here. Whoops, sorry, Steve. Minnie Mouse, says Dave. No, we've just done it. No, it's all different. You have to check all these things. Mind you, Tom and Jerry, as we discovered the other day, they didn't start off life as Tom and Jerry. What was Columbo's first name? I don't know. I don't know what Columbo's first name was, and I'm a big fan of it. There's a box set to get. Columbo. Oh, dear. And Mrs. Columbo. Do you remember Mrs. Columbo? That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. I love that completely. But I can't remember what Columbo's first name would be. Was it something really... Was it something stupid? Never revealed. We don't think it was ever revealed. He was just known as Columbo. He didn't have a first name. He would say, "Oh, Columbo." And so somebody said they thought they saw Frank Columbo. I don't think so. No, but frankly, we can't be sure about that. The Rockford Files. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the Rockford Files. Hey, this is Jim Rockford. I can't get to the phone at the moment. Leave me a message. I'll get right back to you. That's what Dale used to do. It was seen on a name tag, Steve. Okay. Maybe Peter Phillips' wife, Steve, thought he'd sold out too much with advertising milk to the Chinese. They don't drink milk or eat any dairy, says Jan. They do now. They do now. With regards to vegans, over 200... animals are killed preparing every acre of agricultural land, says Barry in Leatherhead. Thank you. Telly Savalas' brother George played his sidekick, Detective Stavros, a.k.a. Curly in Kojak, just saying, says Chris in Chelsea. Yes, I remember his brother. I do remember it very well indeed. I thought it was a good programme. They still stand up well. Ant in Ashford says, keeping up appearances, Steve, and the young ones were great. The Richard Bryars sitcom was ever-decreasing circles. I never liked the young ones. Isn't that funny? I didn't get the humour, perhaps because I'm not student enough to enjoy it, but I did enjoy all the other bits. I did like Keeping Up Appearances. I thought that was just such a great character. Amanda says, do you think there'll ever be a boy born who can swim faster than a shark? I think not. I don't think so. Who'd want to risk it, actually? Who'd want to risk it? One of my favourite programmes was El Cid, says Alan. Don't remember that one. I don't remember. Yeah, first name of Columbo, Lieutenant. There you go. Columbo, says Chris, his first name is Frank, shown on his warrant card in one episode only. See it on the Google link. But he flashes his badge in the episode Dead Weight, and the name Frank. I remember Mrs. Columbo. We only ever saw her in one thing. They actually made a thing called Mrs. Columbo, and it never took off. Never took off in the same way. But I thought he was great. You know, we were going to get an interview with him. He came over to London, but he was very ill, and he went back. In the same way, we were going to get Jackie Collins, and on the day she was due to come in, she fell ill, and she went home, which was a great shame. This new species of dinosaurs, known as the Reaper of Death, has been identified. The Tyrannosaur, related to the T-Rex, grew up to 30 feet long and weighed in at, it's only 2 tons. Still bad enough, isn't it? I mean, you want to see that thing coming through the bushes at you. And they found fragments of the Reaper's skull in a river in Alberta in Canada by farmer John de Groot whilst hiking with his family in 2010. The fossils were stored in a drawer at the museum for years until University of Calgary researcher first reviewed the find 2 years ago. And they noticed, unique things about it. Isn't that amazing? I think that's absolutely amazing. You can find all these things now. Oh, look, 12 red roses, a $5. This is for Valentine's Day. Nothing says I love you more than a cheap bunch of flowers. And they are getting cheap. Tommy Riceslip says, 7th and final night shift. Nearly finished, Steve. Going to play tennis straight after. Barmy, I know. Great idea at the time. Not so much now. What about the Butterflies sitcom, says little Julie. Oh, Rhea. We loved Rhea. She was great in it. I was a big fan of Wendy Craig. Actually, I'm still a big fan. And Ironside's first name, Ironside, they called him Chief. I thought they called him Chief, but he must have had a first name, I suppose. Sue in Hackney, it's, yes, I agree with you on that one. And who remembers Vandervolk? When I was walking in this morning, there were 2 drunks. Well, in fact, there were 4 drunks, but the 2 who were the idiots paid the price. One was chasing the other one down this road that runs next to our building, and he decided to try and jump the planter. And he caught his foot on the back of it and went smash with his head straight into the pavement. And it kind of knocked him out. And then the others were all... And I'm thinking to myself, if you're drunk, don't ever try and jump over things. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, he paid the price. Talking of paying the price, and good morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. I'm with you till 7, and then Nick will be here this morning, Tuesday the 11th of February. So because we're very close to Valentine's Day, like smoochy, 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 kissy, 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 all that kind of stuff. Producer's not at all romantic. He doesn't do the romance stuff. She's getting a box of chocolates, if she's lucky. But what they've done is they've been out and they've tried the meals that all the supermarkets are offering. So this is what they have decided. Sainsbury's beef steak, with garlic butter, king prawns, McCain shake fries and a vegetable selection. It's £9.20. Thank you. £9.25. They say the beef steaks looked underwhelming, but the meat was delicious and the fries were... Anyway, value for money, 6 out of 10. Taste, 7 out of 10. Romance, 7 out of 10. So overall, 6.5 out of 10. That's for Sainsbury's. Morrison's are offering a starter, a main, 2 sides, dessert and a bottle of drink, including its award-winning Prosecco. They had lamb shanks. They said this was absolutely brilliant. This is Morrison's. It gets a 9 out of 10. It's 15 quid. OK. Waitrose have got, and this is £20, a choice of starter, main, 2 sides and a dessert with either a bottle of wine or chocolate selection. They had breaded Cornish camembert rump steak with butter, spinach, mornay and parmentier potatoes. This got an 8 out of 10. Got an 8 out of 10, which is OK. There are 10 other dessert options. Aldi... Oh, sorry, that was £20. Over at Aldi, touted as the cheapest Valentine's meal... I mean, you really can't get this one, can you? What do you think the other half's going to think? I'm sorry, it's now known as the cheapest deal, and you've... Get out, pack your bags. This is a generally 3-course, comes in under a tenner, and if you want a bottle of Prosecco, it's $4.99. It came with sirloin, it got 6 out of 10. That doesn't sound very good, does it? Asda, choice of starter, main, 2 sides, dessert and a bottle of wine. There are loads of options, including vegan. 15 quid, 6.5 out of 10. Did I do Morrison's? Morrison's is 15... I've done Morrison's, have I? Yeah, 15 quid. They got 9 out of 10. Iceland, a starter, main and dessert with items from Gino D'Acampo's range. Comes with a bottle of wine or a box of chocolates. And a frozen pizza, they've said, isn't the most romantic idea. It gets 5.5 out of 10, which is the lowest score. Who gets the best score? It's M&S. M&S, this is a starter, main, side, dessert, box of chocolates, bottle of Prosecco, wine, mojito or soft drinks. There are more than 30 options. 20 quid. They tried garlic prawn love hearts, Scottish salmon en croûte with extra fine asparagus and potato rosti cakes, followed by pink gin panna cotta. They said value for money, 10 out of 10. Taste, 10 out of 10. Romance, 10 out of 10. It's the only one that has got 10 out of 10. And this is a mum of 2 called Lindsay Hope, and she did it. So the worst one was the 5.5 out of 10 for Iceland. Not good for Sainsbury's, not good for Aldi, not good for Asda. But M&S, 10 out of 10. They said it was the priciest of the deals, but you get so much for your money. I loved every single mouthful and give M&S top marks for spreading the love. So 10 out of 10 in every department. So I couldn't push you in any particular department. But that's in the Sun this morning. Lovely, isn't it? I might go and try that out. I'm not sure if I want garlic prawn love hearts, but I'll definitely go for the steak and all the other bits and pieces. My friend Michael Dennis says Van der Valk was played by Barry Foster. It was. It was. I love it. It's set in Amsterdam, wasn't it? Set in Amsterdam. So my driver said to me this morning, he said, "Are you thinking of having a holiday in, you could go to Amsterdam?" I said, "I've been to Amsterdam. I don't think I want to go back again, thank you very much indeed." So here is Tyson Fury and his children, who've got the most peculiar names. Prince Adonis Amaziah, 1. Venezuela, who's 10. Prince Tyson Fury, 2, who's 4. Valencia Amber, who's 2. And Prince John James, who's 8. In God's name do you get these names from? Is there some book of, what are they going to call these kids in school? Hello, Prince. No, my name is Prince John. Really? They do pick the oddest names, don't they? Sorry? PJ. Well, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? But come over as a bit chav, I think. Oh, look! All back to normal. Philip Schofield coming out bombshell. And now then, yesterday it was Holly Willoughby's 39th birthday. So she's celebrated with a cake and some booze, which is lovely. But the ratings, 1.7 million people tuned in to watch Pip Schofield coming out, which again was sort of like the non-event, as far as I'm concerned. The ratings are this morning's highest since October 2018, when apparently the show's special episode in 2018 was Princess Eugenie's wedding, pulled in an average of 3 million. Amazing, isn't it, really? People are so interested in things like that. But as I say, everybody in the business is going, yeah, whatever. Ex-TOWIE person Lucy Mecklenburgh has quit her clothing business after it suffered huge losses. She resigned as a director of Lucy's boutique in January, 2 months after it posted debts of almost 280,000. Mind you, she's not the only one be hit by the TOWIE curse. Joey Essex had to shut his clothing store, also in Brentwood, after failing to fit in. The trouble is they all think that the public are so stupid that they believe that these people have got a hand in anything like this. Chloe Sims closed her beauty bar in March after 5 years in the same town. According to records held at Company's House, Robert Finnerty is the only listed director of Lucy's boutique as of January the 4th. But despite being in the red, it's still selling dresses for as little as 25 quid and bras for 28. But Lucy first started the business in 2011. Very proud of what we've achieved. But it's closed. That's not so good, is it? But they're still selling stuff. Also, David Attenborough has been confirmed as the presenter of the upcoming BBC One nature show, A Perfect Planet. I have to be honest, I'm a big fan, as indeed is the entire country. If ever there was a national treasure, Attenborough would be it, wouldn't he? I mean, you can't think of anybody else who is as big a national treasure in what he does. Let's have a quick look, see what our stars are saying today with little Mystic Meg. It's not really Mystic Meg. That one must be at 190 by now. Recognising the values of your skills and input is key. Until you do, people will not recognise your talents. Oh dear, that's Pisces. That's not very good, is it? We don't like that, I don't like the sound of that. Of course people recognise my talents. The Virgo one. What does Virgo say? Oh, God, here we go. Numbers are your skill right now. Well, absolutely not. Completely the opposite. I can hear them all shouting into my ears on that one. It says, even if you don't realise it, start counting up or counting down again, and this time keep going. Well, he's hopeless with numbers. Absolutely hopeless. What are you, Treasure? Aries. Okay, Aries. Would a caring relationship, rich in respect, be right for you, or will passion and adventure matter most? Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? My goodness me. It says this time you could have it all in one relationship, as Venus and Mars are strongly placed. Work-wise, your efforts impress. Yeah, we go to the break very shortly. We know all about that one, don't we? Oh, dear me. It says, wait a minute, as does showing how much a project matters to you personally and professionally. Oh, my goodness. He's just mouthed the other day, oh, my God. There's obviously something going on that I'm not privy to. Am I aware of this or am I not aware of this? Tell me in 2 minutes. Oh, sure, I can wait 2 minutes. I've got a cup of tea here. We need to know. I hate secrets. It's like, I hate it when people, when somebody said, and somebody did say to me the other day, he said, I'm going to tell you something, you mustn't say anything to anybody. You remember what it was? And I remember thinking, I'm being really good, actually. I'm being really good. I'm not sort of... But I find it really difficult. Because sometimes things just sort of fall out, as you know. Steve says, Mark in Mill Hill, you can now get Prosecco popcorn. Prosecco popcorn. That seems a hell of a waste of Prosecco. Last year you were trying to find the heart-shaped sausage, said Sam. I found it and I was disappointed, you know. Because when we opened the box up, it wasn't a heart-shaped sausage at all. It was two sausages where they just turned round the top ones. It was a real swizz. Didn't like that at all. Shan't be going round there. Steve, talking about funny names. As a professional nanny, I've heard of twins called Rudy Doody and Lady Lux. Obviously, I couldn't give my name. Rudy Doody. Rudy Doody. I think that's lovely. I think it's quite interesting, actually. Plus. What was the name of Columbo's Basset Hound dog, says Regina. Will you stop it with these things? I can never remember these things. Plus, since retuning the television, we've now got a channel called... this is called Forces TV. Forces? We've been reminiscing, watching Space 1999. That was made by Jerry Anderson's company. Jerry Anderson's company. Should we do the news? It's a freezing cold day, and as I said before, I think the weather forecast is snow. Not as bad as it has been in Minnesota, where they've had sort of 10 inches, which is something I don't think we've ever had over here. I mean, I'm sure that up on the Pennines or places like that, we've had bad weather, but it's looking not promising for all those people who've been flooded, who are just cleaning everything out. Can you imagine how cold and wet and miserable they must be feeling? And this is after the government apparently put all these things in operation to try and keep people away from things like that, so you could protect people's houses. Well, obviously it's not working. Obviously not working at all. I mean, it's absolutely dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Columbo's dog was called Dog, says Christine in Knightsbridge. Do you know, actually, I have a sneaking feeling you might be right. Dog. Yeah. And Elizabeth says one of my cats is called Venezuela because he's very pretty, and Miss Venezuela always won Miss World when I was a little girl. Yes, they were always very pretty. Lots of hair, weren't they? Yesterday's debacle. How is the work progressing on the Steve Allen Memorial Coinstar machine at Sainsbury's in Hampton? Had me crying with laughter. So, yes. This was. You have to download yesterday's programme to hear the Steve Allen Coinstar story of Sainsbury's in Hampton, with two people fronting Sainsbury's. You know, they are your port of call if you've got any problem with it, and they're there to take this thing in. And she told me, after I'd changed my money, that next time she wouldn't change it for me. Basically a threat. And the reason being, I had too many pound coins. I thought, it's a Coinstar machine. It's not called, if you've got too many pound coins, you can't use it. But she said, so I called the manager. I said, go and get the manager. I refused to sort of back down. Other people might have done, not me. Johnny in Kent says, I see we've got Storm Dennis coming our way on Friday, 100 mile an hour. It was really windy yesterday. I mean, it was sickeningly windy. You know, different people. I mean, people pushing prams all over the place. Dreadfully difficult. And then sort of people, there was one place, the roof had blown off somebody's house. The best present, says Ian, I ever bought for a Valentine's Day is a new fridge. I saw her face light up when she opened the door. Do you know, why is it that we do roses? Why are red roses supposed to be romantic? Why do you buy somebody heart-shaped chocolates? Why do you... I mean, surely something more practical would be to sort of, you know, buy their electricity bill for them, or the gas bill, or something like that. Or give them a voucher to go and get some new shoes. Not buy them flowers and chocolates. I mean, I think flowers you should buy all the time for people. I know loads of people absolutely adore flowers. And if you can buy 100 red roses, I mean, admittedly, they're not, you know, they're tiny little roses, but it's still 100 red roses. Apparently that says 100 times I love you. Why didn't you buy them last week then? People do that, don't they? They don't buy something... I mean, what is something romantic? A movie is romantic. You could buy a romantic movie. That'd be a nice thing to buy somebody, or you could just get something up on Netflix. I mean, I don't believe in all this malarkey about buying underwear. You know, people buy people underwear. What do you want to do that for? If it's interesting underwear, they go, oh, what's the matter with the normal stuff I've got? And that sort of off-white colour. You know, why is it that people have to buy, you know, you've got to buy something red? And of course, blokes have got no idea at all. So they go into the lingerie shops, you know, they end up in Marks and Spencer's, and they finally find an assistant who can help them, and they sort of go, well, what size are you looking for? Because blokes haven't got the faintest idea, they don't know. They go, well, she looks a bit like you, and they go, what, 44 double E? And they go, no, well, maybe not. Maybe not. And so people buy it because they think that if they put it on, it makes people attractive. No, it doesn't. I used to buy Calvin Klein pants. They weren't actually Calvin Klein's pants, but they were sort of made by Calvin Klein. And I thought that because there was a picture on the front of a model, and I thought, actually, if I wear these pants, my body's going to look like that. No, I didn't. I just looked like the fat bloke wearing these pants. I look ridiculous. But I thought in the back of my mind that that's what would happen. That if I put the pants on, it made me attractive. How wrong you can be. How wrong. Somebody says, instead of spending $5 billion on cycle lanes, we should spend it on dredging rivers and flood defences. Absolutely. But I thought they'd done it. I thought they'd done that. I thought we was... And yet here you look at the pictures in the papers today, you'll be horrified at how much all these poor people have been suffering with all these floods, and there's nothing they can do about it. You know, there was one hotel vanished. The hotel vanished. It just collapsed while they were filming. It just collapsed. Awful. Now they're saying thousands of miles of historic footpaths across the country could be barred to the public if they're not added to official maps in the next 5 years. This is the Ramblers charity. Can we stop the flooding, first of all, before we start worrying about it? Start worrying about Brighton, city on the front line of the battle against the deadly virus. This is the County Oak Surgery has been deep cleansed. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. This is 6 people of the confirmed UK cases are thought to be from Brighton and Hove. Ooh. Coronavirus bulletin. GP surgery in Brighton in lockdown after a staff member tests positive. Sussex University student quarantined after showing symptoms on return from overseas. 8 people in the UK have the virus, 4 are linked to a businessman returning from Singapore. The death toll in China, 908. Fatality rate in Hubei province is up 18%. 18%. World Health Organization warns that a rise in non-China cases could be a spark that becomes a bigger fire. I mean, it's quite serious. You know, if you don't buy hand cream, go and get some today. Go and get some today. Much easier. Take your loose change to a Metro Bank and use their coin machine. You won't be charged commission. And there is no limits, all free, not like the money-robbing Coinstar. See, it's up the road for me. I've used it for years. And I'm not one of these people who is mealy-mouthed about going, oh, I've had to pay 9% or whatever. I'm not bothered. I'm really not bothered about the 9%. I'm never doing, £1,000 or something like that. So the Queen's grandson, Peter Phillips, splitting. Perhaps she's embarrassed about his latest milk advert in China. I mean, it really is how to cheapen the royal family. Perhaps he doesn't see that. He's the son of Princess Anne, and he was advertising. He boasted that the royals were brought up on Jersey milk from the herd of cows around Windsor Castle. Yeah. There was further controversy when Longleat House in Wiltshire, where the advert was filmed, didn't give permission for the stately home to feature. I mean, they don't learn, do they? They never apologise. They never like Prince Andrew. Has he had a word with the FBI yet? I don't think so. Why not? I mean, how much longer does this drag on for? Mind you, we're going to have to put up with the next daughter's ghastly wedding, aren't we? Poor souls, honestly. Where do they go from here? There's a couple in the paper. It's another one of these dreadful stories. You know, when you fall out with people and you live very close to them or next door and you fall out, what happens? You lose big time. And here is a couple hit with a huge legal bill after they sued a friend over free garden advice. So they have a £5 million house. The extraordinary row began 7 years ago when this couple, Peter and Lynn, sued an architect called Basha for £265,000 after claiming the landscaping project turned into a disaster. They claimed that far from lending a helping hand, she had negligently project managed and designed their garden. It was ruled that this lady, Basha, could be liable, but she took the case to the Court of Appeal, which sent the case back to the High Court, which ruled that Basha was blameless. Now a judge has ordered that Lynn and Peter must pay the legal costs. It could be anywhere between £1.5 and £2 million. Ruling on the costs, they said they should have dropped their claim in 2017. She'd offered to settle the case, this is Basha, for $25,000, so that both sides were spared the acrimony, stress and expense, but the offer was refused by Lynn and Peter. I mean, it's really dreadful, isn't it? It only goes to prove, don't fall out with your neighbours and friends, because it's just ridiculous. They actually should have called a halt and accepted the money that was on offer, because now they've lost. I mean, the terrace garden cost £265,000 more because of her intervention, but she took it to the next court and said they've got to pay the legal costs, which could be up to £2 million. I mean, the one thing you don't want to do is fall out with your neighbours. Whew, God, blimey. That's going to be a lesson badly learnt, isn't it, really? Here's the idyllic town. Don't mention the drugs. It's locals in a place called Melbourne. It's a quintessential English market town. But unfortunately, they have a little bit of a problem with drugs, which actually is seen to be rife. The Derbyshire locals fear the stigma could lead to plummeting house prices, and it is quite beautiful. It really is lovely. Birthplace of Thomas Cook, this little Georgian town. Some say they don't want to report drug incidents because they think it'll make the house prices drop. Average house prices about £300,000. So it's a lovely place, but it does have its share of hyacinth bouquet types, and the attitude does nobody any good in the long run. It's no good burying your head in the sand. So they're so worried about the prices dropping that they don't want to report drugs. And unfortunately, if you don't want to report drugs, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And the people who are addicted to the drugs which they're buying become worse and worse and worse. And you have to be very careful. Matthew says, you're talking of Valentine's presents. I once went out with a beautiful Russian girl and got her a television. All I got in return was 200 fags. There's probably a joke there somewhere, but it's kind of bypassed me a lot. It's difficult to know what to buy for people, isn't it? I mean, you can't buy anything. You can't do an Aldi meal. Now we've discovered it's the cheapest one there. Because somebody's going to go, what have you bought that for? The cheapest meal. You could have bought the one that got 10 out of 10. Why would you want something that got 5.5 out of 10 when you could have got 10 out of 10? You're always going for the best. But don't book a restaurant. You'll be sitting in a restaurant looking as miserable as sin with a lot of other miserable-looking people. I've walked past restaurants and I push my nose up against the window, and there they all are, sitting there, staring into the distance, counting the ceiling tiles. There's nothing romantic about sharing your dinner with a load of other people. Stay in. Get the Marks and Spencer's dinner in. Get an extra bottle of Prosecco. That way, she'll be so tiddled, she won't know what's going on. You got tickets to go and see Les Mis? Oh, right. What do you mean you got special? How do you get special tickets to go and see Les Mis? You've got a contact. You're not using my name again, are you? Or working on the Steve Allen Show? Any chance of getting a spare pair of tickets? You're not using my name. Nick Ferrari is with you at 7 this morning. What are they going to be talking about today? The Home Office plans to deport a plane full of people to Jamaica later this morning have been grounded after the Court of Appeal upheld a legal challenge against the action. Nick will speak to the campaigner responsible for the challenge. That's as a man is convicted of planning a terror attack at London tourist hotspots just over a year after he was cleared of attacking police with a sword outside Buckingham Palace. Plus, as the cost of policing last year's Extinction Rebellion demonstrations threatens to thwart Boris Johnson's plans for more bobbies on the beat, who should foot the bill for policing these protests? That and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast, 7 o'clock this morning on LBC. I was liking this bridge. I was liking this bridge here, the Prime Minister's £5 billion bus and bike boost, and they say but the sea is particularly dangerous. This bridge would stretch for 28 miles, okay, which is quite a long bridge. I mean, I've been on the bridge from Tampa to Sarasota. That's quite a long bridge. But this one here, the route is it's on the actual water. It's more than 1,000 feet deep. That's not to say they couldn't actually, insert pile driving into it. But do you know which is the longest bridge? The longest bridge in the world? It's in Danyang Kunshan Grand Bridge in China. How many miles do you think this bridge is? If our one could be 28 miles across, how big is this bridge? This is in 38 miles, good guess. 102 miles. It's not a nice word. 102 miles. It's part of the Beijing to Shanghai high-speed rail link. Much of it built over land and shallow sea, but it's 102 miles. I suppose they'd have to have signs up going high winds, because bridges move. They sway. I've seen it. I've seen things here. So this is on the day that the Prime Minister backs HS2 cash for cheaper bus fares and yet more blooming cycle lanes. The trouble is, who in God's name wants to cycle in London? It's not like Amsterdam or Rotterdam or places like that where they don't seem to have as much traffic. Ours is terrible. People just pull out. People just pull out in front of you. I know because we had a thing one day years and years ago, and it was who could get somewhere faster. We had bicycles, we had a taxi, a bus and a train. And I cycled from Golders Green. Well, I hadn't cycled in years. I hadn't cycled in years. And I have to be honest, it was the worst experience of my entire life. And I got back, I was sweating. Cars would just pull alongside you, pull into the side of the curb and just open the door as if you were invisible. Really ridiculous, really ridiculous. So, not more cycle lanes, thank you very much indeed. It's like, I hope to God they never legalise these little electric scooter things. I tell you, it's instantly, there's going to be deaths. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. Happy birthday to Natalie Dormer, 38 today. The Reading-born actress starred in The Hunger Games and as Marjorie Tyrrell in Game of Thrones. Also, Deborah Meaden. You know Deborah Meaden, the entrepreneur, who's invested almost $4 million since joining the Dragon's Den in 2006. She came in for an in-conversation a few years back. She was lovely. She was really lovely. Do you remember that? Were you here then? Just before your time. So many things weren't they? And she was lovely. Lovely. Also, fed up with her son's dithering, in 2005, the Queen urged Prince Charles to marry Camilla Parker Bowles amid fears that the continuing uncertainty about their affair would damage the monarchy. Blimey, since then it's gone from, being okay to being another annus horribilis. Not very good at all. Also born on this day, he died in 2018. Burt Reynolds. He was the first person to pose nude for Cosmopolitan. Do you remember that? Although, actually, they were very discreet. You didn't actually see anything at all. It was, I think it was covered by a staple in the middle of the magazine. Also, Leslie Nielsen, who died in 2010. He was in Forbidden Planet and the Naked Gun series. I thought he was great. He was legally deaf. He wore a hearing aid for many, many years. Nelson Mandela, on this day in 1990, was freed from prison after 27 years. Look at that, 27 years. Exactly as long as Philip Schofield's marriage lasted. 27 years, and they still live together, which is okay. What was the car doing in the dressing room? Joke of the day for you, if you managed to pick up on this one. What was the car doing in the dressing room? Changing attire. Attire, clothing. I don't write this stuff. I just merely repeat. It's not my fault. I can't help it if I'm not funny all the time. I do my best. Kids are glued to the screens 44 hours a week. My producer reckons I wish he was. Glued more to the screen. 44 hours a week. British children, 2 days a week glued to screens. The youngsters aged 8 to 19 spent 44 hours using devices such as tablets, phones and televisions. I thought everybody's used... There was some bloke nearly walked into me the other day. He was on his phone. He was actually looking at his phone, but walking along. What a donut. Victoria Pendleton admits her love of body art isn't everybody's taste. Looks tacky, dear. And, Steve, I remember when you were at Hammersmith, you bought a motor scooter, says my friend Chris Lowry. He says you used it once. Dangerous. Far too dangerous. I don't know why, actually. I never do. I'm terrified of things like that. I wouldn't get on a bicycle now. I certainly wouldn't get on a scooter. I mean, I really wouldn't. I'm too frightened of stuff like that. And I'm not necessarily frightened about my bad driving. It's everybody else's bad driving. That's the way it goes, as far as I'm concerned. So James O'Brien the other day was discussing this huge bridge. I quite fancy the idea. I love the idea of a bridge like that. I think that's a brilliant idea. Joan Bakewell is 86. Was it Joan Bakewell who was called the thinking man's crumpet? Do you remember? Now, somebody else had that levelled against them a short while ago, and somebody was saying, don't call me that. I don't want to be known as that. Thinking man's crumpet. I mean, if you think about it, I suppose it's fairly derogatory. Also, with more British cases of coronavirus by the day, which masks really can keep you safe? And they've got an unbelievable... And here, £12 for a pack of 10 3-ply surgical masks. Safety rating, 1 out of 5. That's £12 down the drain. There's one here, pack of 20, of a cup-shaped valved paper mask from Amazon, $74.99. Safety rating, 2 out of 5. Here's another one. A half-mask respirator, $21.25 from Amazon. This gets safety rating 4 out of 5. This is a rubbery filter respirator mask. Gas mask with built-in goggles. Safety rating, 0 out of 5. And this is from Amazon at $15.99. Netted mesh moulded mask, pack of 10, $59.05. Safety rating, 4 out of 5. Lightweight fold-away mask, pack of 20, £90.70. From a company called Arco. That's 3 out of 5. And then rigid dust and mist mask. And you get a pack of 3. Remember when that was a joke? Just me again. £9.49 for Robert Dias. Safety rating, 1 out of 5. In other words, you know, many of these things are not going to... Why bother? Might as well hold your hand up to your mouth. You roughly get the same kind of effect, I'm afraid. Terrible, isn't it, really? Also, Steve Formby says the amount of films you get on Amazon, but you still have to pay to watch Forbidden Planet. Do you? I don't know. I had friends in the show Forbidden Planet. Do you remember the show when it was here at the Cambridge Theatre, Forbidden Planet? Did you ever go see it? It was a fab show. It was basically the story of Romeo and Juliet, but with modern times and songs. It was fantastic. It was really fantastic. It was a great show. Great show. Queen's grandson, Peter Phillips, that's the one who basically flogged pictures of his wedding to Hello magazine. Bit tacky. Obviously hasn't got any money. And then his wife said she wanted to break up. He knew nothing about it, but then you always hear that, don't you? They go, oh, so-and-so's decided that they don't want to be with you anymore. And they go, well, where did this happen? You think, see, you didn't even know. He didn't even know that the marriage was going awry, and apparently it's been going awry for some time. Why don't people know about it? Because they can't see any further than the end of their nose. That's the big problem. That is the big problem. More people. Oh, Joan Collins in all the papers today. Why go public? We all knew Philip was gay. She's just curious, as indeed is everybody else, as to why now. What changed? Why now would Philip all of a sudden go, oh, by the way, I'm gay? You know, it doesn't seem to make any sense at all. What's this one here? This is Janelle Monáe. I mean, she was very glamorous because you have to be noticed. You have to be noticed if you go to the Oscars. And some of the stylists were just rubbish. I mean, I don't know anything about fashion at all, but I know what looks good on people and what doesn't look good on people. And what I'm wearing today looks good on me. Not everybody can wear Lurex. You know, I'm one of the lucky people. I'm able to do that with sort of, you know, part feather in my hair. A little bit of a sort of 20s flapper look. But, you know, it's what I choose to wear. You can't take the mickey out of me. Nobody takes the mickey out of me more. Jane Milligan did return to the Forbidden Planet. I voted for it. I was on the Laurence Olivier committee the year that won, actually, based on The Tempest, not Romeo and Juliet. I always get my plays mixed up, actually. And where was that one I just noticed? Somebody says here... people talking about Philip Schofield since yesterday. And Vanessa Feltz saying that Piers is such a guilty pleasure. Why is he the country's top 10 guilty crush? I mean, she says he's sexy beyond belief. She said, I have no trouble explaining his allure. He's hugely fanciable, tall, powerfully built, ruffleable hair, and a nifty line in tailored suits. I've always liked him. I could never understand why people say, oh, he's so awful. I say, no, he's not. He's absolutely not. He was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, I think we've just about put the world to rights, which means we can look at the front pages of the paper and surprise you with stories that you knew were going to be happening. First of all, 4,000 new buses to get Britain moving. Now that they've sort of done away with don't get in the middle of the bus because we've taken away the card swiper. Some bloke got on the other day and then he suddenly heard the announcement. You know, if you're on this particular route, you've got to swipe in at the front of the bus. Of course, if you don't speak English, it's not much help to you, is it? And people don't know. So and you know why they stopped you swiping in the middle or the back of the bus? Because people were fiddling it. People weren't swiping in at all. The amount of times that we were sitting on the bus and people would get on and you think you haven't swiped on at all. What do you think this is? A free service? God in heaven, honestly. Whose brilliant idea that ever was, I've got no idea. Trusting the great British public. Blimey. Daily Mail, Queen's grandson, Peter Phillips, splits from wife. No, she split from him. Let's not turn it round the other way, thank you very much. She didn't want him. Not surprised, probably embarrassed by the milk advert in China. Virus hits 8 in Britain, including 2 GPs. Frantic hunt for patients. As health expert fears major UK outbreak. Use that hand lube and everything else. That's the best thing. The Sun, Queen hit by royal split. Grandson's wife tells him marriage is over. She could go to Canada like Meghan. Yeah, but I shouldn't imagine she wants to hang around with her. Nobody wants to hang around with Meghan and Harry, do they? Plus, the Daily Mirror. Strictly Kelvin's wife. I trust him, but he's made a fool out of me. Yes, I mean, fancy going into a hotel with Oti Mabuse at 3 a.m. in the morning. I mean, honestly, what's the wife supposed to think? Sold down the river, the fury of flood victims. And when you look here, I mean, this is just terrible. This is devastated families in the north fuming at the Tories' failure to stop traumatic floods for the third time since 2012. Trouble is, they don't know how bad it's going to be, do they? Homes and livelihoods destroyed as the River Calder swept through unfinished £33 million defences. A local called Ben Adie says it's like a really bad nightmare. And if you saw the pictures, it's up to their windows. It's up to their windows. You can imagine what these people are suffering, the mud and everything else. I mean, it is just beyond belief. It'd be like if the River Thames burst its banks in the middle of town and we all got deluged. You can imagine. Mind you, I'd be safe in here. It's never going to reach this high. Also, Britain battered, the flooding and the travel chaos, and still somebody's walking a dog along the seafront. You get lunatics, don't you? Mad people. Also, they're saying on the front page of the Daily Star, we will lock up virus victims. Crufts at fault. Brexit is at fault for the massive decrease in foreign dogs taking part in this year's Crufts dog show, bosses say. First drop in 2 decades. I don't know why we have Crufts anymore. I really don't. Freak weather conditions cause a huge wave to form in the shape of a dragon as it crashes over Porthcawl Lighthouse in South Wales. Daily Telegraph. They've got here Robbie Collin at the Oscars, the Korean director who's got Hollywood in awe. I told you, watch those two little lads. Just type in, young lads speak Korean. You'll be, honestly, it'll make you feel really lazy. They're on YouTube. Not difficult. Also, defences won't stop the floods, say the expert, exactly because they don't know. This is the third time some areas in West Yorkshire have flooded, third time in 7 years, despite millions of pounds being spent. What can they do about it? Nothing. Just move places higher up. But then there is the danger that the ground can disappear before you. They've got a picture here of a doctor at Royal Sussex County Hospital in Brighton wearing protective clothing to treat suspected coronavirus sufferers. They want to find out who's been seen by this surgery. Bad news. The Guardian this morning, Johnson pledges £5 billion overhaul of bus services to fend off the HS2 revolt. I think, listen, having more buses on the streets don't make any difference. They're still crowded. What, so you're going to put more on there? Even more. And they're going to build new cycle routes. I mean, I don't understand what for. Plus, Bong Joon-ho and the cast of Parasite, they look really happy, as indeed they will. They are the first foreign language film to win Best Picture. Good for them. Good for them. How nice. How nice. Something to say. You know, you need something because less people are watching the Oscars now because, to be honest with you, it is dreadfully dull. Dreadfully dull. And it's a Korean masterpiece. Plus, on the front of the Eye this morning, disgraced MP takes up motivational speaking. Oh, yeah. Who's this one? Oh, this is we know who this one is, don't we? I just looked at a picture of her, and I remember thinking, here she is, convicted ex-MP to try a motivational speaking career. This is Fiona Onasanya, attempting to rebrand herself. I don't think so, dear. I don't think so. A year after being jailed for perverting the course of justice, she's published a memoir in which she proclaims her innocence and defends her actions. I don't think we want anything to do with you. Thank you very much indeed. So that's that. Well done to Brad Pitt. He's waiting for his Oscar statuette to be engraved. He got Best Supporting Actor. I think it's the first time he's ever got something like that. More on the dresses, the winners at the Oscars 2020 and how South Korea became cool. I wasn't aware that it was never cool. I wasn't. Drones hunt me as I flee front line of Libyan war. I was watching a thing the other day. They were sending they were doing an overshot of New York or something, and it wasn't until I saw the reflection of a drone in the roof that I realised that they've got a drone up so high. I mean, this thing drops out of the sky. It's going to kill somebody. Very dangerous. Bid to trace patients as coronavirus infects GPs. 2 doctors among the 8 Britons affected. So the County Oak Medical Centre in Brighton, a surgery where one of the doctors is a locum, was closed and is being disinfected. It was unclear whether the other doctor worked there. So if that's your surgery, did you see this particular doctor? They need to find people as quick as possible. Peter in Dartford says the Thames did flood pathways and car parks at Woolwich. And he said, I'll tweet it you now. No, not now. I have to go. It'd be lovely to stick around, but I can't. I've got a couple of interviews to record for In Conversation, which is nice. And then we shall attempt to get home in one piece without being blown away, if it's anything like yesterday. Steve, if we build the Boris Bridge and Scotland leaves the UK, will we be able to use it? Oh, I do hope so. I quite fancy the idea, actually. I quite fancy the idea of actually going on a bridge that long. But, I mean, in this weather, they might have to close it. They've got to get the thing built, first of all, and it's 1,000 feet deep in the water. I mean, it can all be done. It's not something that is beyond capabilities. It's just that how long will it survive? We'll have to wait and find out.